it doesn't go as good as. Okay, it's like I normally just go even farm or like at least up 10 CS.
Yeah.
Unless I'm like playing solo queue, you know. But like in scrims and like mainly just in scrims. I tried playing it a couple times and like I just never want to play it again, you know. Like I'm fine with playing Cassante or Nectin Jax every single game. Yeah. Just no Vayne top, no TF top.
You'd rather be on tank duty.
Oh, not necessarily tank duty. I just rather be on like a bruiser type of carry, you know, rather than these various top laners, like big dokes.
Makes sense.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So we obviously had the LCS break. Do you guys think that, first, what have you guys done over the break? And do you think that it's actually helpful for your teams? Because obviously right now you're all 1 and 2 in the standings. Yeah. The big 3 right now is C9, Liquid, and FlyQuest. Like, do you guys think that this is more helpful to you guys or more helpful to the teams that were already at the top?
I mean, I think if I go first, I think it's definitely helpful for like the lower teams, especially for us, you know,
lower
like
teams,
like for us, like
garbages. Garbage teams.
It's just like it gives us enough time to like kind of catch up, solve our issues, like get a lot of stuff done, you know. So
everything he said.
I just can't get over it. Hui and I were both in finals last year.
No, you're stuck in LCS low.
and now we're the lows.
Yeah, we're the lows now. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
But yeah, I agree. Like it's good for us to have a break because we were kind of like we got stumped by Fly, right? We had like really bad drafts and we played bad too. It's like now we have time to like recuperate or whatever it's called, get like a good read on the meta and like actually like get our shit sorted. So I think it's good for us too. I think that Fly like traveling to Saudi and then losing in one day and being forced to stay there apparently for like a little bit longer and then flying home, being jet lagged, not have like a break. I think they'll be like a little bit worse off of that. I think TL went a bit further, so maybe they'll like have learned something from their matches. I don't know. I think it's good for us though.
Do you guys think that you actually did learn a lot then? Have you been scrimming a lot over the break?
Yeah, a lot of scrims, a lot of solo queue. That's kind of all I've been doing, to be honest.
Same.
And like just going to the gym, I guess. But I'm definitely learning a lot. Yeah, going to the gym definitely helps, I think. But yeah, I'm just trying to take it step by step, day by day, and you just got to keep going, you know?
We're doing 5-2, so like 5 scrim days, 2 off days.
Yeah.
Normally you do 5 scrim days, 1 LCS, 1 off day.
1 off day, yeah.
No LCS, so we just have 2 off days. It's okay, I think. Just solo queue day for me, at least. I think it's nice. A little bit of a break.
Yeah.
Did you guys at least win like your week 3 games?
No, we got absolutely.
we got 0-2.
Okay.
That was the big rivalry matchup, right?
Oh, that was a really hype
match. Big one.
I think we lost in like 25 minutes both games.
Gosh.
Yeah, I was just asking because week 3 we won, and then we're like ending on the on the win. So like our team is like, okay, we have some hope, guys. let's take some positivity. So like I think that was good for us, but
can't wait.
I feel like you guys in your interviews were so hype. Like when we had you and FBI doing some content, you're like calling each other out as like MVP and everything. It seemed like it was good vibes, right? So.
Oh, you mean like when we're doing like the reading the tweet thing?
Yeah.
I mean like our vibe is like always fine. It's just like there's always issues that we didn't talk about, or like sometimes it just bubbles up, and then like we have to talk about it, and it will just get better. I think that's just like a repeat, and yeah, I think this break just gave us enough time to like kind of fix a little bit of those.
What do you think that there's additional pressure now, to fix things faster because it is like the 7 matches and it's like you lose one, it's like, oh crap, that's like a significant portion of our season that we just lost. So does it feel like there's more pressure on each game and on you to then kind of fix any issues that you had in those games faster?
100%. Like for me at least, like when we lost our series against Team Liquid, I like kind of went into panic mode because I thought like we had no chance of making playoffs after we lost against them. I was like, yo, like.
Did you skip math class or what?
Okay, I did drop out of high school, to be fair, so maybe like Oh, you also dropped? Okay, but
pro gamer life.
Yeah, it is honestly, but it was definitely like, it's definitely more rewarding if you win rather than just like when you lose and stuff. So yeah, there's definitely more pressure than what it was last other ones.
It feels like dropping games to lower tier teams that you're competing with for like playoff spots is definitely like really like scary.
Yeah.
So like we're playing TL now. It's fine to lose to like TL, Cena, and
but if you
Fly,
lose
right?
to Shopify or Immortals,
but if you lose to Shopify,
it's doomsday.
Arty.
Okay, I don't want to say it, bro. But like toss or NRG or 100 Thieves. Any of the LCS lows. Any of the LCS lows on the schedule.
We're playing NRG, Shopify, Immortals. Those are important games.
Really important.
Because like we all have like similar. You have it right there, right? It's kind of similar, right? The standings. Like there's like 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, and 0-3.
You guys all know the standings?
Yeah.
Generally.
Is it based off like how many wins we have.
So it's obviously series score, and then it would be game score after that, and then and then head to head.
Oh, we're fourth.
Gotcha.
Let's
Okay.
go.
Okay, I see.
If it's like a 3-way tie, it would go to different
Yeah.
things. But
Yeah,
basically,
yeah.
it's almost guaranteed to be decided by series score and then game
But
score
yeah, like
if there's a tie.
like us, for example, losing to like NRG or Shopify or Immortals would be like a pretty big problem. Was like dropping one game last split didn't really like doom your whole season or didn't feel like that bad, but now it kind of does if you do.
Is there anyone in the standings that stands out to you as surprising, or that you think like maybe they just got an easy strength of schedule, or like this team shouldn't be that low or that team shouldn't be that high? Anything that you are expecting as a major change in kind of later half? I don't know if you don't know the standings.
I mean,
I honestly expected more out of you guys. Like so far in the split. Okay, you guys are like top 4 right now, which is like pretty good. But
I
like
thought this
on
Niels guy
paper,
was pretty good.
no.
4, bro.
Yeah, top 4. Okay. no, okay. Like I guess like
3-way
tied in
tie
top
for
4.
fourth or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
One game we're down to, one
Whatever.
game we're 7th.
Okay, but no, like
Yeah, I hear you.
when I was looking at you guys, like on paper and stuff, I actually thought you guys were gonna like, just everyone.
Don't worry,
You
me
guys
too.
are gonna come to- Oh, you also thought so?
I mean,
So-
yeah, I thought it,
But
I mean, like I
You
said,
guys are
right,
doing fine,
it's like,
You guys aren't.
if our scrims were a bit better, I'll be like feeling a bit better about it. But
Yeah.
like 1-2 isn't bad. We lost to like
Yeah.
the 2 first place teams, right? Who are 6-1. We beat Sion 1 game too. So it's like it's chill. But our scrims are like not giving me a lot of confidence, So I'm like, I just hope we pull up on stage 1 week and just play well.
Yeah.
It does
Yeah.
put a lot of
Yeah,
pressure,
I
though.
agree.
Because if you're saying that it's expected losses to lose to C9, TL, and FlyQuest,
Schedule
if you're kind
losses.
of like schedule losses, if you're okay with that, then you basically can't lose to anyone else, right? Because if you want to be over 50-50,
Yeah, I mean we gotta beat
there's only
Immortals
4
and
other
Shopify.
teams.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean honestly, if I can't be higher than Immortals and Shopify in standings, then like
what are you doing with your life?
Yeah, like
you
you
know?
did, bro. At that point, it's fine. Immortals is like a scheduled win.
I like how you're calling it Immortals there.
They're just
but not
cursed.
Shopify doesn't have a single
Thing
game
is,
win.
Immortals is cursed.
Yeah. I mean,
Immortals is cursed?
Yeah, they just can't win.
They can't win?
They just can't.
Okay. Well,
Wait, so you-
they beat Shopify, though. They slammed Shopify.
yeah,
mean-
they actually did. But
Yeah.
I feel like Shopify is like only decent at scrims or like only good in scrims. But like when they play on stage, they just have like a bunch of chokers on their team. You can say the same thing for us as well because we're not doing like that good. But yeah, that's just what I feel
Do you think
about
that's just
Shopify.
like a nerves thing
Wait,
for
off
them?
the record. Can we
Definitely
talk
a
about
nerves
the-
thing, yeah,
They're playing Boogie,
definitely.
Shopify, in Scrim.
Oh yeah.
Talk about that or no?
Wait. Yeah, can we?
Off the record, as we're doing a show here that
Oh.
people will watch.
yeah.
Oh shoot.
I mean,
wait,
surely-
wait, nothing's gonna be
surely
cut, right?
producers can like?
Wait, is nothing gonna be cut?
Agents,
on the
agents
show?
vent, dude.
That's a
I'm
good
playing
question.
them next
Oh.
week.
Oh shit!
Oh my god. Okay, but
It's okay.
they definitely. okay, maybe, okay, what do you guys think about like your next matches? Whoever you guys are playing
I'm
against.
going TL,
I'm
so
taking
that's
your
a
job right
loss.
now, but
Yeah.
I mean,
what were you
we're
saying?
playing TL, so
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
lose in peace.
But if you guys beat them, you guys are also
That would be
really
huge.
close to T1, like because they almost lost to T1.
That's actually true.
That's a
dude.
really-
yeah,
good point, yeah.
exactly.
I
That
mean,
is a very
if
good
we
point.
do beat TL, it'll be kind of huge for us. I don't think it's like impossible, but like,
Yeah.
honestly, I think we do better against TL than we do against like Fly.
Mm-hmm.
Comes to scrims and playstyle, but I don't know. It's gonna be a bit hard. I think TL is very solid. They know their win conditions. They know how to draft around their players, and they just play very solid in game. Also, their lane swaps are the best in the league.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think.
It's pretty
Against T1, it was a big part of why they were winning the 2 games they were ahead in, because they swap very well and they pick champions that are like really good if they don't lose in lane phase.
Yeah.
Like the Seri Rakan type shit, run around, unkillable to
good.
everything.
And Mordekaiser as well. Like Impact played it against me.
Udyr as
and
well, right? You get XP level 1, and while the other guy can't get XP, right?
Yeah.
So it's like one guy's level 4, one guy's level 1. You know the drill.
Yeah.
You can't do anything about it.
Yeah,
Down 3
yeah.
levels. Like
Get
the
dove
game's just
twice.
easy.
All right, guys. FF.
Wait, that happened when they played against T1, right?
Yeah.
It was Zeus who-
Sante got dove, and then he TP'd back instantly and died again.
and then that again, yeah.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh.
2 times in a Oh my gosh.
He should have waited for his W cooldown to come back off. He just died twice. I was like, oh, this game is over.
Did you all expect TL to be this good this season? Because I feel like last year or last split when people were talking about them, some people were like, it's kind of like fake. They didn't actually deserve to win. They shouldn't have won. They got lucky. This and that other thing. And now it feels like the narrative about them from the pro side has changed completely, almost overnight. Because coming into summer, everyone was like, TL is the best team. TL is the team beat. They're so solid.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you want to go first? Because I feel like you guys kind of experienced that,
Yeah, because
Summer to like spring split.
I was just gonna say I think I was one of the person who actually thought like last split they kind of won because other team didn't really perform and they didn't really perform that well.
Yeah,
agree.
very true.
But
Very true.
this split, honestly, I feel like they're just really good. Like they're just pretty fucking good, and like Sven already said, like they just every lane is playing pretty solid and they know how to draft. So they're a pretty hard team to beat right now.
Is there anyone that's really standing out like on TL or any team? Because it's kind of interesting, you know, it's like we've only played 3 series, but that's almost the halfway point of the season. So like if you guys had to vote for like an MVP or someone maybe in your role that you think deserves, you know, to be first team all pro or something like that, who would your votes be today, or who would you be thinking of as the person who's performing best on stage?
I mean, for me it's definitely Impact, I think. Like last split I didn't really expect
For
too much of
MVP
him.
or just for all pro?
Just for first all pro as of right now, because last split he wasn't like as good as I thought he was going to be until I played against him in playoffs, and like it was like 50-50, but this split he's actually been playing really good so far, and I definitely do think he's on the way to getting first all pro as a top laner as of right now. Unless I start stepping it up, and then just the G snipes, he might come back, you know.
He's gonna go beast mode.
Yeah, beast mode. Yeah.
Okay.
Beast mode it is.
I respect it.
It'll happen though.
I would say like Core JJ. He's kind of back right now. I kind of was like a Core JJ hater in like 22 and 23 when I was playing against him. I thought like this guy's a bit washed.
Yeah.
But now it's also based on scrims a little bit. We struggle a lot against TL because of Core JJ. He's really good at like being everywhere at the same time. You're like, he could be anywhere right now. Care top, care mid, care jungle. And then he shows up bot and he kills you 2-2. Like,
So you think core for MVP? Or for,
MVP is a bit early.
All-Pro?
MVP is a bit early.
You're an ADC now. I don't know if you remember. You roll slots.
Yeah. Thanks for the reminder.
That's a support. That's a support.
Yeah. I know, but like, it feels like
he doesn't want to credit the ADC. What he's trying to say is it's sub diff. I get it.
I mean, Jan is good, but ADC is also a very team-centric role.
Yeah.
Like I've been in games like in the past where like I was 10-0 and I didn't do anything. It's just how it is.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just farm and suddenly you kill everyone team fights because your team's better. It happens, right?
Against us in one of those games.
Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Like the game against you guys, right? I got played of the week as well. I didn't do anything that game.
Yeah.
I just played Smolder against Sion the whole game.
You got the stack record.
Yeah, I swear I got a world record for that. But it's like I didn't do anything that game, you know. I just got my stacks and then I ran around and then we got one team fight and down mid.
Yeah.
I was like, wow,
Basically.
that's it, you know. I didn't do anything that game. Sure, I played well in the second game, but like it wasn't like fantastic performance. I just played my game correctly, right? And then you just win because you're playing in a better team in that moment, right? So
yeah,
that's kind of ADC though. I feel like
ADC
is a lot of like preparation where you're farming, and then there's an opportunity, and you either take advantage of it or you don't. And it's like, you know, you die in that big moment, and then the game can be over for your whole team, or you know, you survive and you put out good damage in team fight, and you can win the whole game for your team.
I do think on that note, like Jan is the best ADC in the league right now. It's the best performing, I think. It's fair to say, and TL is the best ball lane by far. I think that I play against in scrims and stuff. So I think that's fair to say at least. But not sure. But really, who's MVP? I think it's kind of too early.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have had like good performances, like standout performances.
What do you think, Hui?
Yeah, I think I'm similar to Sven because we both play ball lane. Whenever I scream,
ball you guys both play ball lane?
I mean, we're both.
No, I'm just playing.
Sorry. This fucking guy.
Okay. Can't get used to the young generation, I guess. However, but yeah, I think TL ball lane is for sure. They did challenge us back then too. Like level 1, they'll play really aggressive on stage, and
I agree.
For some reason, like every single time on stage versus me and FBI, whenever they did that, it was going bad for them. But I think nowadays they're actually really like, you know, pushing their limits and playing that really well, and I give them a lot of credit for that. So I think maybe they deserve the first team all-pro for now.
Is that something that you guys could maybe, or your teams could take something from? Because I know a lot of people felt like from the outside looking in, I felt like there was kind of a mindset shift at a certain point last season from TL where, you know, they had been playing a lot more passively. And then at a certain point, even in interviews, they're like, no, if we think we are going to win a fight, we're just going to fight for it. If you're invading our jungle, we're just going to fight you. If we lose, we're just going to respawn and then we're going to fight you again, you know? And it's like that mindset of playing really aggressively. And you're even talking about challenging at level 1 and it wasn't working before. But kind of the only way you can really improve at those things is by taking these riskier, more aggressive plays and getting a ton of practice, right? Mm-hmm. So is that something that you think other teams should be doing more of? Or why do you think, like, you know, maybe people aren't challenging more at level 1?
I mean, I think it's also risky because, like, if you just challenge every game and, you know, it's going to go bad. And I think it's a team game. So, like, if your team is inting, like, your other teammates can also play worse because like the momentum kind of shifts as well in league, in my opinion. And yeah, I think just not knowing your matchup and just always all-in level 1 is not going to be always good. But I think TL just understands that pretty well right now.
I think that's also. I was just gonna say I think that's what River does really well as like just, I guess, a jungler in general, where like whenever he sees like a angle to just fight the enemy team, he's gonna go for it. You know, like he won't hesitate whatsoever. But a lot of the times, like we just have trouble, I guess, following like up with what he's gonna like actually do in the game, and then we either end up losing the fight or like the fight goes in the enemy team's way. So I think like River does that really well. Me as a top laner and just like as a team need to like.
You don't see his angle.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, that's basically what I'm trying to say. So like.
So you don't have the same. You think it's more of a you don't have the same vision thing versus you're not executing correctly on it thing.
Kind of, yeah, but it's also like when we look at it after, most of the time he's usually right. It's just like I just need to follow what like call he's gonna
Just
go
have to
for
have
it, you
that
know?
trust.
Yeah, I just have to have like that trust. So that's kind of what I'm working on right now.
That makes
But
sense.
Something
think
else.
For the teal thing you mentioned, I also think they just got better. Like, to be honest, that's really just it. They're just winning more. I think that the mindset thing might be true, but like teal was just bad last year. Like when Haver was playing and when they had what's it called? Yon wasn't that good. I think last year it was just fine. I think Coach J wasn't that good in lane during the range support meta.
Yeah.
To be honest, I think you can agree. And they're just losing lane. Impact's a good player, but he's not gonna make a bad team good. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But he's the best top laner in the league in a good team.
Yeah, he's kind of like a force multiplier.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, that makes perfect sense, I think. So it's like, when teal wins lane in mid and bot, they're actually really good and solid. But when
So
they
you can't
lose
punish him
lane,
back, and he's gonna
they
team
just-
fight well.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't even know
Still
what they
role
do,
player.
right? So it's like, that's why teal is so good. And they're also the best team in lane swaps, which was a pretty big thing for them at the World Cup and even like earlier in this wood. So, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of like the Zeus, I think when he died 2 times in a row against T1.
Yeah, and Casante.
Yeah, when he was playing Kasante, that happened to me at least like 5 to 10 times, by the way. When we were in Korea, like I just kept on dying under my tier 1 tower. Like I die once because I mess up the swap,
Yeah.
and then I TP back again,
Yeah.
and then get dove by like 3 people.
Lane swap is like by
I
far
just-
the most punishing like place you can be
Yeah.
in a game. Like you make one mistake, your whole game is over and nothing you can do about it ever again. You're like just run for the ride at that point.
Exactly, yeah.
It's like, really, it's
especially
really
as a
nuanced
top.
lane swaps. There's a lot of things you can do, like gank mid level 1, find the jungler level 1. Like there's a lot of things you can do to make yourself useful, right? So XP level 1, then die one team back to chunk them. Like it's actually like I think interesting, but it's just very punishing. So I think it's good for like some teams to explore it more.
Yeah, for sure.
This is one of those things that's kind of interesting because you guys obviously have been playing for a really long time. If I'm correct, so I was trying to look this up when you actually made your like pro debut, not tier 2. So it was on Big File Miracle, right? For,
Yeah.
In Champions Summer.
Yeah.
And this was in 2014.
Okay.
You guys went 0-3 in a group and you played against, it was SKT T1K because this is back when they had 2
Yeah.
teams. And they also had Samsung White in your
Yeah.
group, a legendary team. So you had a really hard group, got knocked out. That was your rookie year.
That was your debut?
Yeah.
Wait, that was like
my
in,
thing.
is in Champions, but LCK,
Yeah,
basically,
yeah, yeah.
right?
Wait, you played
Oh,
in the
Jam
LCK
Champions.
before?
Yeah, with Core. Core was my teammate. And the 3 other people that you guys will probably won't know.
And then you came and you
Coach
played.
Kim was my coach.
Yeah, you
Who
played
was your
in-
teammates?
It was
I
like
can't remember.
Beast, Sudal, and Linlan. I don't think you guys will know.
No, I actually
them.
don't know.
Is
Yeah,
Sudal the top laner?
yeah, the top laner.
I-
Do you know him?
I've heard of that name
Well,
before.
you're not even born this
Like,
time yet.
I probably wasn't, but like I've definitely.
They're all
heard
like
of that name
coaches and
before.
stuff. So like no.
And then
Okay,
you
gotcha.
play. You came and you played in Challenger here. You tried to qualify in,
Yeah.
and then you ended up on CLG in 2016. For you started in 2015 spring, and you
Yeah.
obviously had a really good rookie year with Origin,
Yeah.
where you guys went 9-1, and then you ended up winning the finals in spring as well, I believe.
Yeah, the Challenge Series.
Yeah, in Challenger Series and stuff. So you had a really good start, kind of like in your career. Is there anything now, like for you guys as veterans, looking back, that you kind of like wish you had done differently as a rookie? Because it's kind of interesting. Like we have 2 extreme veterans here. Guys have been playing for like 10 years in pro. Like and I think it's really impressive to be able to keep it up. Like
Yeah.
I know people make memes about like older pros and all this sort of stuff, but to me, like having played as a pro in another game, the thing that always impressed me the most is longevity. Is when people can actually maintain at a really high level for a really long time. I think that's so hard to do because like motivation can be pretty fleeting.
Yeah.
So, you're playing as a rookie. You guys have been playing around for a really long time. Is there anything that you wish you had known as a rookie, or like advice that you would give to yourself as a rookie? Anything like that?
Or even to me,
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Like
think,
I actually want to know this,
I think my advantage was that I was in a team with 4 very experienced players, right?
Mhm.
I had Soaz, Amazing, Xpeke, and Mithy. Obviously, like very accomplished players, so it was really easy to become a good player really fast. So it was really nice start to my career. But for other people that go into teams where they're surrounded by people that aren't less experienced, for you, for example, right? Your most experienced player is what? River?
River. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like, and your coaching staff isn't like, LCS champions or like world champions and like other teams, right? So it's a bit harder for you to develop as quick as for other people, right? So I think I never had any like regrets about my rookie year because it was just so easy for me. I was being taught everything in the first 6 months, and then I was good to go.
And then you were just good to go. You
yeah,
just
man.
became,
Then
like the freaking
it's just like
carry.
you reach your like your peak really really quickly because of your teammates helping you, right? So like for example, for my perspective, right? Let's say Meech and Masu, they're playing AD carry like I am, right?
Yeah.
Masu is in a lot easier situation than Meech is. He's playing with LCS champs, LSC champs. It's just a lot more experience in his team and his coaching staff than in yours, right? So, also his team is better than yours.
Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna say anything. I won't say anything about it. As of right now, yeah.
As of right now,
stats are not always indicative of performance.
Yeah,
exactly.
No, for sure. Stats don't matter.
But the point was is that it's just a lot easier for him to reach a higher level faster than Meech because they're both rookies, right? They both don't really know what's necessarily correct or wrong. So it's like his position is just easier, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that Masu is necessarily better than Meech or not, right? If you put Meech in Masu's shoes, how would it look, right? That's what I'm trying to say.
Probably the same thing, to be honest. Maybe, probably just play as good as Masu.
I don't know them, either of them personally, so I can't tell you. But yeah, that's all I'm trying to say. That my rookie year was really easy because of my teammates.
But you had to like have done something, you know? Like you had to have at least had a good mindset. There's no way it's just that easy for you to just.
I mean, at first it was just me getting yelled at and being told what to do and like what I didn't do, what I should have done, and I was like, yes sir, kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah, so like you sucked it up, you know, and just like
when I was playing Challenge Series, we actually almost didn't qualify for LEC. We went 0-1 against some team called NRG, I think they were called, and we almost didn't make into Challenge Series, and they didn't make LEC. And I was thinking, wow, I fucked up. I should have gone to Fnatic instead of Origin.
Oh my god!
I was in the bathroom.
Out of there after one game.
I was in the bathroom after one game we lost. It was best of 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was thinking, fuck, I should have gone to Fnatic. I made a big mistake in my career. They offered me to go to Fnatic, right? And I chose Origin over them because I liked Mithy more than Yellow Star at the time. And then I was thinking, oh shit, I fucked up. We went in there and we won. I was like, okay, we're back.
We're back.
But like those kind of things, like mental or like communicating in game and like just a lot of things was just easier for me because of my teammates. So that's all I was trying to say.
How about you? Because you obviously had kind of a different experience. Like yours wasn't as smooth of a start, but you did eventually get to that success. You've won titles in multiple roles, but like you didn't have maybe that straight road up.
I mean, I think for me, it's just kind of having the right balance of listening to others and also like trying to get my gameplay into them. Because especially when I was a mid laner, like I wasn't like a normal mid laner, like people will say, you know, like.
Wait, why not?
I will roam a lot. Like I'll roam like Doingby will do. Like I wasn't really focused on playing on my lane that much, like 1v1.
Yeah, of course.
Do you know who
One World like 4 years ago.
Especially back in the day.
Yeah, like because like everyone will like just look at the stats instead of like how the game is played. And I think nowadays people have more understanding of that and they appreciate those a little more.
Yeah.
But so for me, like it was pretty important for me to like be on the same page with my team and being able to communicate what I want to do. And CLG, I think I was just lucky because they were all like experienced players and also they were willing to listen to me, you know? So like I think we clicked pretty well. So I think, yeah, that's pretty much my advice where if a rookie, I think just try to be as open as possible to like people who already have been in this place for a long time, and because they will like teach you lots of things, but also it's important to not lose your own like instinct of like your own game style and your game knowledge. I'll say.
How do you find that balance then? Because like you're saying, oh, you came in and you're just like, yes sir, you know, how high sir, to like your teammates, but at the same time, you have to play your own game, and you know you can have like every player has a unique vision and a unique approach to the game. So it's like you don't want to just become what someone else thinks you should
yes,
be.
man. Yeah. I mean, I think Sniper had a really good spring split as a rookie. I talked about it on broadcast last split too. That I said that like for a rookie in a team like 100 Thieves, you came out the gate with like a lot of solo kills. You're playing with no fear. You had good mechanics in lane phase. That's the kind of thing that I want to see from a rookie too. Like not being afraid to, outplay people 1v1 or mechanically, and then you can go from there, right? You can learn all the rest. That's how I was too. I was coming out the gate strong, playing good lane champions, playing to fist fight every game, trying to outplay people, and that's your job as a rookie to bring some firepower, right?
Yeah,
so
for sure.
I thought you had a really good rookie split personally, given your situation and stuff as well. So I don't know, really. It's hard to say. Just depends.
How do you kind of reflect on your rookie season then so far? Because obviously you played one split. I think everyone was kind of pretty excited how you played in spring.
Yeah.
You're having a bit of a slower start here. So like, how do you, maintain? Because like you said, I think everyone wants rookies to come in and be that mechanical beast and play really, really aggressive. But like if things aren't going as well, how are you trying to manage playing aggressive and having that killer instinct and also like not making mistakes that maybe cost your team the game?
Oh, it's a pretty good question, actually.
Because it's a tough balance, right?
Yeah,
and I think, and it's like you don't want to just become, okay, I'm not fighting for anything, guy.
Exactly.
Because then you're not really useful to your team either. You're not creating advantages.
Yeah, I mean, going into my rookie split, the mindset I had was just like, it was just very open, like you were talking about earlier. I was like willing to just listen to everyone, but also give my opinion to them as well. So that was helping me a lot last split on just like, just improving as an individual. And I still do have that mindset, but like when playoffs started, because my spring split was really good, but as soon as playoffs started, I started like, I don't know, the things I was doing before just like weren't working for me that much or as much as it was during the split. So then I kind of had like a little bit of a setback, but then I got it, like I got my momentum back. And now this split is like, just same mindset, just be willing to learn, be willing to just listen to my teammates and just being on the same page as them, but also give my own opinion and then just see what happens afterwards, just like, just keep going forward and just learning as much as you can. That's where I'm at right now.
That's cool. Is there anyone kind of coming in, like obviously as a rookie, was there anyone that you've been most excited to like play against, or because you've been watching these players and grown up watching them?
There definitely was, I think, but it wasn't like as soon as I played against them in game, I just started shaking all of a sudden. It was more like, oh my gosh, like
you weren't checking your boots, really?
Well, okay. Well, even when I was nervous, I was like just trying to just tell myself to calm down, just play your own game and stuff. But not anyone, to be honest. I think it was more so just like, wow, like I used to watch these guys play against my older brother who also played in the LCS. And like now I'm playing against them, which is like so surreal to me. So that was like
that was something that I think a lot of people really enjoyed about watching you in spring, was just how much it seemed like you were just enjoying being in the LCS and how excited you were for that. Is that something that you guys think as veterans that maybe you can kind of like learn from, or that takes you back to realize like, oh, like this is actually like a really cool job, or like, I'm pretty lucky to like be here?
Yeah, I think now that I had 2 splits off in the last couple of years, I had 22 spring off as well once I had the whole Korean team thing, and then this spring I wasn't on the team either. I think there was a time 2 months ago where I thought I wasn't gonna get a team, and I thought about maybe I should just retire at that point. I don't want to play in tier 2 leagues, I think so.
Well, why not? Like no AD carries were playing that good, during the split.
I just didn't have any offers.
Split, I mean. Oh, you just didn't have any offers.
Yeah, none at all. So I was like, okay, well maybe I'm just too bad then. If everyone thinks the same, then maybe it's over. Yeah. And then I got the Dignitas offer, right? And I realized how grateful I was to be back in the league and be playing scrims all day and grinding again, because I actually just like being occupied by something, having my mind on a grind or like something to do, every day. I look forward to waking up every day and playing scrims and playing solo queue and like watching LCK from last night. I'm watching the green room behind the stage right now. And actually, I like doing something all day long for like a goal, right? So I guess the answer I'm looking for is that I'm like grateful for what I have, this career and this job and this life and everything. So it's important to like take a moment to like be happy, as well.
Is it the pursuit of improvement that gives you that joy, or like what is it about it that you like so much?
I don't know. I just like having like a purpose. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how to describe it. Like I can't just like play scrims and then just clock out and go watch TV or something. I just can't do that.
It's just not how you are.
Yeah, I just need to do something 15 hours a day, like a complete psychopath type of thing. Like just scrims into solo queue immediately afterwards, watch bots in queue. Like just I like being permanently occupied by something. It just gives me like a motivation to do something. So, yeah, I guess that's what it's all about for me.
Yeah. It means you want to be the best, you're locked in, basically. Like, that just means.
How do you feel about it, Hui?
I mean, pretty much the same. I think I actually think about it a lot whenever I'm going through like any hard time, whether it's about my job or not. I just think about like how grateful I am and how lucky I am being here, and that's why I think even especially like when I was on Golden Guardians, like I don't know why, like people just liked me more because like out in game I was just reacting and like smiling and like clapping. But like I wasn't doing anything different than before, and I think people just noticed that I was like kind of having fun and enjoying my job, and I'm just always grateful whenever like I get this opportunity. So I'm not like trying to waste it as much as possible.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I think it's important to be able to keep that perspective, because I do think so many players burn out, and partially it is because it just stops feeling like that exciting thing for them, and it just starts feeling like only like a job, right?
Yeah.
And if you're just clocking in, clocking out type thing with pro gaming, I just don't think it works.
Yeah, I think it's hard to keep going if you don't have some sort of passion in it. Like you can't just work, you know.
Yeah.
You have to like enjoy it as well. Enjoy the grind, enjoy the
Process.
the long hours.
Yeah.
Enjoy traveling to Korea and playing nothing but solo queue for like a month straight, you know, and just it is
Got to be a little sick in the head.
you really have to
it's
just like be sick in the head
Yeah.
sometimes. Yeah.
It's low key. It's true. I feel like I always thought that you had like when people would talk about work-life balance as a pro gamer, I always kind of laughed, because I always am like, well, if you actually, everyone says they want to be the best, right? But if you actually want to be the best, I always thought it was really arrogant to think that you could work less than the person who's working the most and be better than them, right?
Yeah.
And so like
I feel
by
that.
definition, there is no work-life balance. Like it has to be something that you really do, get that joy from, because it kind of takes your everything.
Yeah, that's so true actually, because that's something I experienced last split, where like I was playing a lot of solo queue, but I wasn't taking solo queue too seriously, and so it started catching up to me in playoffs, and that's why like I was playing how I did, or I wasn't playing as good as I was during the regular season. So now I had a different approach, which was like I'm just gonna play more than my opponent, or just grind more than them, and kind of just put in more work than my competition in general, So that's definitely something I learned from experience. So it was a good point.
It is really interesting. Is there something I always find fun is when I talk to pros, like everyone has their own perception of like, okay, who are the actual good players? Who are the ones that are
The frauds?
and stuff like that, right? And it's often very different than the more casual community conversation. Like I'm not going to try to make you, if you want to say who's the most overrated, you can. But who do you think is the most like underrated by the community? And if you want to say overrated, go for it. But like I always just think it's interesting to hear from pros, where is the biggest gap in perception, basically? Like where is the community the most wrong on players?
What do you guys think? I'm not too sure, to be honest.
I mean, for me, the only person that comes in mind when you asked me the question was APA. Like I used to think he was not good, you know.
I agree with that.
And honestly, like nowadays when I watch him, like some games, like he's playing pretty well. I'm like, wow, like I actually feel like he just improved a lot. You know,
I
and
agree.
it's
In
a
a
good
short time,
thing.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Because back then I actually just genuinely didn't think he was that good, and I didn't really care like how other people thought. That's just my opinion, right? And I think him to be able to even change my mind like that, I think it's pretty impressive, and I want to give him like a,
A gold star?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
definitely
thought similar
golf
to
clap.
last year when it was in finals.
Yeah.
He couldn't play Jace, he couldn't play LeBlanc, couldn't play like Yone type
Yeah.
of champs.
Well,
right?
just
so it
Benzix.
was really hard
Yeah.
for him to draft. He couldn't play like Talia and Asol and Six, right? So they were not met last year, so it's hard for him.
Yeah.
But now he's playing Tristana and Corki, and he's playing better than most people in the LCS.
Yeah.
So I'm like, maybe he is pretty good after all, right?
Yeah.
I think I also thought B-Boy was really bad when he joined the league in spring. I thought like, wow, it's crazy. They want this guy over me. That's what I thought to myself in spring. I watched him play, and I will say like sometimes AD carries can like look good in a bad team by not being bad. Like some people would say like the reckless style or the upset style, where you have a good KDA and you're not griefing, but you're actually not doing that much. You're just picking up the kills and then you're living in fights. But I think he played really well in spring. So he was a big part of why they won games at all.
Yeah.
And he still is their main condition in most of their games. They're making strats around him, right? First pick Seri, pick a couple tanks, and then just hope he carries. And
Pray.
yeah, I mean more or less, but that's like
Step one, pick
it's
Zeri.
like
Step
a
two.
it's like a very desperate win con, but you can see how they have no other like hope, but how they're drafting and playing. So I think he surprised me in spring. I thought he played really well. He was a big reason why they were having competitive games. So yeah. I'm not sure who else I thought of immediately. I remember you guys were frauds in playoffs, I thought.
Everyone was.
Everybody-
All the pros kept saying, "Oh, 100 Ds, they're such frauds."
Like I was
Yeah,
in Sinan's
I mean,
But you
house,
guys kept
right?
winning on stage.
Yeah, we were always winning during the regular season,
Yeah.
but the moment we started losing, everybody like started just clowning on us all of a sudden.
I mean, it's just like the
throughout the
nature-
entire split though. Like
Yeah, I see.
everybody was still clowning on us, even though we were.
It was
winning
weird to
every
clown
single
that
game.
hard. I agree, but I thought always like there's no way they can win playoffs, right? Like with five not five, but
Yeah.
4 low experience players in playoffs, you just can't win a best of 5. It didn't make sense to me, right, at that time.
Yeah.
So I think you guys did well. You beat someone, right?
We'd be.
Oh no way!
I swear we're always beating your team.
Not again,
We're always
dude.
beating your team.
But I think towards the playoff, they started playing better. But for us, at least our perspective on it was that 100 Thieves on regular split are just getting like kind of
lucky.
free
That's what
dubs or like,
Bro,
yeah, and then we're like, what the hell? Like they don't deserve to be there, and I don't know why they're acting like that. But yeah,
yeah, I mean,
so like because like River and I like will talk sometimes, and he will always like like come and tease me because like during the off season too, before I joined NRG, like when we're both looking teams, like we're talking a lot, and he was like kind of like teasing me about that as well. So I'm like, whoa, like guys, like chill a bit, like let's see what happens. And we still got shit on the playoffs. So like I have nothing to say until I beat you guys next time. So
yeah.
Did you think you're gonna beat C9 when you played them in playoffs?
Oh, I mean,
you have like confidence at least.
Honestly, before the game, like, I don't know, bro. I just like lost my mind for some reason. Like, especially going into the games, I just like it was just one of those days, where you just can't look at your minimap. You can't play like your lane correctly. You can't even lane properly. Like, you just feel hopeless. You feel like the world's ending.
Do you think that was like a playoffs pressure thing? Was that a nerves thing for you? Maybe like building up too much, or why do you think that was?
I wouldn't even say it was like a nerves thing. I think it was. I think, yeah, like I said before, although we had like a 2-day break between the spring split and summer, and playoffs, it was like, yeah, the things that I was doing before just like instantly stopped working for me for some reason. And then going into the C9 series, I just like, I was just running it down. So, yeah, that was also like
running it down, though. No, were you really running down that hard?
Bro.
Huh? Were you?
I was running it down.
I was watching that. I didn't think you were running it that hard, from what I remember.
I was 0-14 in all 3 of the games combined, or like 1-14.
I mean, who had 70
remembers?
Yeah, I was like traumatized by it. You know? I had like nightmares.
He knew the score line.
No, I know, but
shit.
It was a learning experience. At least,
It's interesting because when he was saying like, oh, I just was having that bad day where I couldn't see it, you guys both instantly were like, oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. So how do you like? Because one of the things I think sometimes the fans forget is just that regular things like anyone else affect your day, right? Oh, I didn't sleep well, or like, oh, like I don't know, I have a cold, or this. Like, you just can throw you off game. Like, is there anything that you guys do to try to like prepare and try to minimize that kind of like outside distraction as much as possible to try to make yourself more consistent?
Good sleep, no? Or that's like.
I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone will have their own routine. So I just genuinely try to do the same thing, especially on the game days. And if I lose on one game day, I will try to change something.
Oh, you're a little superstitious?
Well, like, like you never know. Like, maybe I'm losing because I'm
do you have, like,
I
the
passed
lucky
this
socks,
way in my car or something like that.
Wrong turn?
Yeah, wrong turns, stuff like that. So I just do my best, but I definitely think like there's some days that you just can't control. Like for some reason, like you just wake up on the wrong side of the bed and like the whole team is just feeling that way for some reason. You know?
I think on that note, like you just gotta understand that like being a good league pro isn't about like your peak. It's about like consistency you have, right? Like, you can tell me any player, and I can sure find you a VOD where they're completely griefing it, like Faker the GOAT, right? Has a lot of bad games. I can find you fail flash. I can find him getting solo killed just yesterday, right? It's like it happens to everyone. You just gotta understand that it's more about like it's like a marathon type of thing, right? Not a sprint. So just gotta get back on the horse and go again, right? Like it happens to everyone. So if it's a consistent problem, then if you go 0-14 and in next playoffs, then maybe we have a problem, right?
Yeah, that didn't happen at least. It wasn't.
So then you're good, right?
Yeah. All right. Well, to wrap it up, I'm curious: is there any match that you guys are looking forward to most that you kind of have like circled on the schedule?
You guys can go first.
Yeah, we played this Dignitas soon, and SR. So like Sven was saying, those are the wins that we need, like we need that. So like
playing LCS low here.
I'm looking for towards the wins that I can get, not the like the schedule loss. Like
I mean, right now it also feels like kind of like that one meme from Simpsons where it's like 3 guys, pointing at the apes in the middle of the circle. We're all the apes.
Yeah. Oh my god.
And Shopify they're just dead already.
Okay. That's so cruel though on the Shopify part, I mean, at least give them some like hope.
They are 0-6. Like 0-6 with 0-3 with 0 wins, right?
They're 1-6, I think. 1-6 is what they are.
No, they don't have a single win.
They don't have a single win?
Surely they're going to get a win, though.
Yeah, eventually.
Right, guys?
Yeah.
You don't think so?
Not versus us out here.
Imagine being the one win they have.
Yeah.
I mean, it's looking rough, but it might be us, guys.
I don't want to say anything. Like, I'm not doing too hot in scrims, you know. So
Yeah.
like I said, my only wins in scrims are these guys. Right here.
Okay, but we only beat NRG as well in scrims. Or, like, we beat NRG most of the
We
time
only
as well,
beat you guys too, guys.
It's a Spider-Man team.
Yeah. Like,
all just
what? You guys
bullying
think
each
you guys are good? We only beat you guys.
You guys are the
Yeah,
haters.
You know, the
Bro, that's a
funniest part
perfect
of me
name
is
for that.
like we scream NRG and we go like last time we were like 3 and 4 against you guys, and we're like, fuck yeah, like, good day, man.
Yeah.
We won last 2 games. Woo!
Finally.
It's too pathetic at this point. When we're
You gotta take the W.
like a
you
year
know,
ago, I was in finals, and now I'm just sitting here like cheering for like one win in scrims.
It's okay. You guys had the break, and you're all gonna crush it in the second half.
sure.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much. This was a really fun episode. This was Pros, Huhi, Sniper, Sven. You guys killed it. Good luck in the
SAO.
second half.
No, I
Thank
was
you.
like pointing at you like,
Oh, I think you're
Yeah, I thought you were giving a handshake as well.
Yeah, GG's. Well played. Well played. All right.
Also well played.
Well, that's it for us for now. We'll see you guys soon.
See you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the LCS auction. Today we are going to be auctioning off some of the greatest plays to happen so far this year in the LCS. Let's get started. First up, we got ourselves a solo play by none other than APA. I see 2,000. 2,000 right down here in the front. Do I see 3? Do I see 3? 3,000 over there in the back. Sold over to the gentleman on my right. Thank you very much. Play number 2 coming up next. We got ourselves a quid quad. This is a very rare spectacle, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start the bidding at 5,000. Do I see 5,000? Right down here in the front, I got 5. Do I got 6? Do I got 6? Do I got 7? 7 right over here to the gentleman on my right. Do I hear 8? Do I hear 8? 8 going to be going way over there into the back. One more time. 9,000 right down here in the front. Going once, going twice. Sold to the woman right down here in the front row. Coming up now, this one is truly special, ladies and gentlemen. A show match deal, a ribbon out play executed by none other than General Sniper. Do I hear 12? 12 right down here over here on my side. 15 in the back. 20 right over here on my right. Sold down here to pastry time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming out to the LCS auction. And remember, if you want to see more plays like this, tune in to twitch.tv/LCS or lollysports.com. Any weekend, you might be wanting some League of Legends. See you there.
Ezreal not here.
No flash.
Ezreal not here. Go to Ezreal. I blocked zone. Take season. Take hero.
I'm ulti. I'm going down. I'm
Two sides there. 1 second.
Coming. Watch Costa.
Yeah.
Close to flash. Run, launcher. Run.
Can we chase or no?
Yeah, like.
One more. Come back. Okay, don't go too far. Yeah, look at EM1.
Slow.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Keep going. Keep on. Go Nash after.
Jensen on soy.
Jensen.
Sana. Why help me kill?
What the? Run to me, Sven.
Any taggers? I can't
Run to me, Sven.
Go on you.
On soy. Cat team.
Maybe tagged.
On soy. Jensen.
Whatever, man.
Red?
No. Well, on broadcast, I think so, no?
Yeah. They hear it, no? I swear, sometimes I hear pings on broadcast.
Oh, yeah, they will. We're about to get a warning.
We're about to get... Stop doing that, please.
Careful. EJ, not coming.
Can you go?
We got it?
Yeah, keep going.
Good turn. Nice job. It's okay. Careful. Yeah. I'm still looking. We came in. Okay. Good job, Russ. Yeah. Okay. GG.
Gonna kill everyone here. Yeah. Literally after.
Try to kill Lily.
Maybe you can steal it with Ezreal.
Oh, shit.
I'm looking here on Azir.
Fuck this.
Azir.
We'll take their clumps.
Azir's dead.
Juicer.
Look, one shot.
Kill them all.
We can
Portal.
Nice job.
Armeo likely to start this one out.
Armeo engages with the Winter's Wrath, immediate flash by Bwipo, and Armeo walks it out. Just one more auto attack from Castle, and clean dive only at the cost of one flash from Armeo.
Early gold.
That's a flash from Mask, but the Temper Fate will land, and Bwipo can get in range to look for a Q, but Ole's doing everything he can to buy time for Mask to get out, but the Pyroclasm lands anyway. They manage to trade one back onto Busio, but it's still a 2-for-1 advantage for FlyQuest. Massive damage, and the Pyroclasm is going to do so much work. Look at the health bars dropping, and Quad comes in for the resets. Goomba stopping every single one.
Keep going. I'm killing everyone.
I'm going in, don't worry. I'm attacking the tower, okay guys? Just keep going.
FlyQuest just showing up as the better team.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Inspired and Bwipo laughing it up on the player cams.
Welcome back to the LCS waiting room. Good times for FlyQuest and, for the most part, Team Liquid yesterday, aside from Game 2. But
you're gonna cast that away?
I am.
Okay, well,
yeah.
fine. Fair enough.
And they're gonna as well,
Understandable.
because they're undefeated, based on the best of 3 score.
Oh, I don't like that. Anytime people talk
They're
about a
still
team being undefeated, just
Remember
look
when
at the
T1
game score.
went undefeated?
Yeah,
That
T1
pissed
was
me
very
off.
undefeated.
Yeah.
Every time it was like international event, T1's undefeated except for these games. Just ignore the individual games in which they've lost.
Welcome.
Thank you.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. It's my annual visit.
I've been here already this year. It's a biannual visit at least.
Visit to the waiting room.
It's like the strange
Might
uncle
even
in
be
the family.
I'm not sure. Ras was asking
Yeah.
me when last time I was on. I was like, I don't know.
It had to be spring because didn't we have
I mean,
the
it might
argument?
have even been before the break. Like,
See?
it might have been during summer.
Triannual. There you go.
Liam, stats guy,
Yeah,
check it. please.
Liam's probably tracking
We need the
it.
stat. We need the stat. Chat, tell us how many times Azel's been on this split.
Yeah,
It's like the uncle in the family that comes by once in a while, doesn't announce
Someone
his visit.
knows.
It's just, hey guys,
I'm just
ready
here
for
for the
me?
food.
Yeah.
Eats dinner, leaves, doesn't talk with anyone.
Heard you guys got free coffee.
I feel like someone in chat knows Azel better than Azel, and they'll be able to tell us.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
Probably.
Yep.
So, also yesterday was our first couple games on patch 14.14, so we wanted to follow up. Who wants to talk about Warmogs?
I want to talk
Raz?
about Warmogs. So we chatted a little bit before the show, because at first when we saw the patch notes in the meeting room, we were like, finally, Warmogs is not going to be first built by junglers, supports, top laners. I just didn't want to see it anymore.
Second item.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, because when you talked about it being like, well, they can just go double health shard, and they can still build Warmog's first item anyways. I was like, thankfully, based off day one, they decided to not do that.
Yeah, because it's so slow if you end up going that way. And
Exactly.
Like the early game, the majority of the game is decided by the time your warm-ups will be completed anyway. So there actually is accomplishing its goal.
Yeah, so you're actually seeing a lot more diversity there for supports. They're either going Locket, or I'm trying to remember the name of the other item, but in general, yes.
We're seeing a lot of Zeeks.
Exactly. So we're seeing more Zeeks, we're seeing more Locket. There's a lot more itemization. They're not going for a 26-minute Warmogs that a lot of the times they're not going to be even seeing if they're on the losing side of it.
Yeah.
So big thumbs up for me.
Yeah, I was going to touch back base on Tristana. It got like banned, it got first picked.
Yeah.
Even though the win rate magnitude of the nerfs was massive, it was about 5%. And I'd also say, whether it was user error or Tristana error, it did fall behind a bit more early in laning phase. It was generally down in CS, but then it still recovered in the game because it's so strong on side lane, so threatening, always able to get gold, and then good late game. So I'm actually still undecided if it's, I think it will actually decrease over time, but for the time being, it's still playable.
I felt like these were really big nerfs, and I thought it was going to be, played a lot less in pro. My feeling now, after seeing the win rate data and seeing the games yesterday, I think it should be being played less. I think it's just one of those things that we see where sometimes pros are slow to adjust to patch changes because it's become a default comfort pick, and it's not just about the Tristana, it's about the fact that it enables a lot of the AP junglers that junglers are also comfortable on. So I do think over the next couple of weeks, without any more changes, we would start seeing Tristana less. Because I'm pretty convinced that it is actually a very significant nerf.
Yeah, Corki was taken off the table a bunch too, so those nerfs didn't really affect his presence overall, even though I don't remember seeing him yesterday, unless I'm crazy. He was banned a lot.
Yeah, he was getting
But
banned.
then I also think the thing with Trist is that you did see in the game where she was most successful, I think, was paired with the Ivern on purpose. So at the very least, Dig did have an idea of like what they wanted to do with that pick, even with the nerfs. My big thing is, speaking of AP jungle, Brand is still a problem. It's still a massive problem. This is from Fly IMT. We'd already talked about how Fly were already looking really good with this 80 mid AP jungle combo with Inspired and Quad. But Inspired almost did the most damage in this entire game, did the most damage on his team. We saw that team fight earlier where Brand is just absolutely pooping damage on everyone.
Yeah.
He's a problem.
Yeah, but before we move on, we actually had one more takeaway from yesterday's games. Let's roll a clip.
Just a couple of sheep, I guess. I mean, this is Dignitas themselves.
They're goats, aren't they? It's a goat. It's a pond.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Because, I mean, I'm all about the self-deprecating jokes here, and I thought they were just calling a bunch of animals.
No, they're goats.
But they're goats.
Big goats.
I understand. I understand now.
Oh, my God.
There's two ways you can
I'm not sure how that
It could happen
happened,
to anyone.
but no, it actually couldn't.
Yeah.
It's time to redeem yourself in today's LCS production secret exam. This is for Jat only.
Wow.
Jat, we're gonna see if you can name these animals.
Okay.
All right.
Let's
I'm
go.
watching.
Animal number one.
I'm looking. It's goats. No, it's sheep.
Okay. One for one. Not too bad.
Yeah.
We'll see if you can get this second one. Might be a little bit trickier.
I mean, those are chickens, and I think there's a rooster.
Yeah.
There's for
Okay,
sure a rooster.
we're gonna give it to you. 2 for 2
might all
so
be
far. You're doing well.
Is that a small horse? Some might call it a donkey. Some might call it a donkey.
No, we were looking for mule. Actually,
mule?
we're looking for mule. Unfortunately, Jet, that one is
2 out of 3. I mean, that's not bad.
2 out of 3.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Not too bad. It's a significant improvement from yesterday.
It is. Thank you.
You know?
Yeah. I need to do flashcards
Yeah,
for animals.
yeah,
That'd be
exactly.
good.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
It's like the scrims,
Daily-
but
yeah.
for
animal
naming
IDs.
animals.
I was a little worried for you there.
Okay. Thanks.
At least we
No
learned.
problem.
Time to move on. Flaming hot takes. What are the hot takes that we have for today? Emily.
No,
You're up
God, I'm
first.
going first. This is
here comes a
unfortunate
lukewarm
because
take.
I am known for my lukewarm takes. Are you ready for this?
No, it's a flaming hot take, Emily.
Okay, Quid is gonna play Lucian mid. That's.
Is that a take?
my
That's just a
God.
prediction.
I don't know. That's my prediction. I
That
guess.
is perhaps
That's my hot
the
prediction.
worst hot take
I know.
I've ever heard.
I
That's
know.
like saying
I told,
tomorrow it's
Okay, I
gonna
feel like
rain.
I feel
Flaming
like I
hot take.
prepared you
It's
guys.
not even a take. It's just a prediction.
It is. It's gonna happen.
Raz?
We'll see.
So I sent like
your
about
turn.
3 takes to the producers, but the ones that I'm pretty passionate about is Impact, perhaps the true NA GOAT. And a lot of that comes
That is a hot take.
Okay.
That's a hot
That is a
take.
hot take.
It's wrong, but it's a hot take.
There it is. So what's the role that people least really care for or put a lot of credit to? A lot of the times it's top laner support.
True.
And anytime you talk to players that had played alongside Impact, that be it Inspired, even in the last time they were on Pros, they talked about if he had stayed on the EG team, they would have won another championship. Do you talk to Doublelift? He talked about how much he had a winning mentality. He's been playing throughout, and even on teams in which they were not championship teams. This is Team Impulse, by the way. And even that really unfortunate split that FlyQuest had, he was the major influence and major, the best player within that team. So a lot of the times people don't give him a lot of credit for what he does, and a lot of times they give him a lot of criticisms for what he's unwilling to play in terms of carry top lane picks, but he's still always providing and sacrificing the most for the team and in winning ways.
So, I mean, what I would say is he is clearly one of the best players in
Yes.
LCS history. I think he's the best top laner we've seen in LCS history.
Yes.
But to be the greatest of all time from the league, I think you have to be the main win condition. You have to be the driving force behind a lot of those championships. And I just don't think that he normally is. I see Impact as an incredible force multiplier. He is almost never going to be the reason you lose the game. You know, he plays the map really well. He team fights really well. He enables his teammates really well. But he's not the main carry. And I think that you need that person who is the difference maker if you're talking about the greatest player ever. And that's why I think you have to look at Doublelift. You have to look at Bjergsen. To me, Doublelift is still the NA GOAT because every team that he's winning on is built around him. He's the win condition. It's Doublelift gets fed. Doublelift wins the 5v5, right? So that to me is kind of the difference, and that's where I see the separation between where Impact is and where I see the GOAT.
What's interesting too for me is that when you ask the teams in which he's played on, because we all know Impact's personality when he's on mic, he's never satisfied with him or his team's play. And you talk to the players around him, it's like, okay, when they're in review room, he's basically a second coach. And he only cares about basically getting the team on the same page. So in terms of being the biggest influence on the team, a lot of the times you don't necessarily allot the improvement on a team throughout a year to Impact. But I feel like when you ask the players, it's ultimately him. And also, at least in terms of longevity.
Are we talking about greatest coach?
Hey,
of
listen.
all time?
If we're talking about a flaming hot take, you staked your claim.
Did it.
There we go.
He's got longevity.
A lot of people are going to agree if it's truly a hot take. So
exactly.
There you go. Good job.
So I heard flaming hot take.
Yeah.
Throw that into the ether.
Chat, get in there.
Impact supporters out there.
Okay. Do we have more flames for mine?
Oh, is yours spicier than
No, it's only
Raz's?
one Flames.
So we know the top 3 teams of the LCS: Cloud9, FlyQuest, and Team Liquid.
Okay.
In that order. That's my
Whoa.
take.
So
What?
Wait,
you have Cloud9.
You get the wipe again?
Cloud9, FlyQuest,
Okay,
and then
so
TL,
you think
said?
C9?
Yeah, in that order.
You
That's
think
actually
C9
disgusting.
is the best team?
Wait, TL is the third
Then
best team.
FlyQuest. Then
Yeah,
TL
I've said it
is
3
the best
times now.
That is actually a
That
crazy take to me.
is-
Okay, it's
I really
flaming hot.
disagree.
That
That
one's
is-
worse than
that-
my take.
I think so.
Right now, think
Why?
about it. Just think about it. Think about when FlyQuest played Team Liquid last. Team Liquid won, but how much better has FlyQuest been since then? And how much worse has Team Liquid gotten since then in terms of how they look
TL
yesterday?
had one bad series yesterday after doing really well against T1, after doing really well in all their other series.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't care about that tournament. So we can keep it going to just LCS here, Zale.
I'm going to say I thought FlyQuest looked shaky yesterday too against IMT. So,
That's possible. No one's even disagreeing with Cloud9, which means this take is
You know who
gaining
does?
Well,
credibility
because
over
I'm
time.
just laser focused on the
C9 haven't
TL
even-
one, and you'll see why
C9
because of my
haven't even
take.
played yet.
You know who does disagree with your take from the C9 take? Literally the last JoJo interview, he said Team Liquid was better.
Well, I talked to him. We haven't aired it yet.
No, I mean the one with APA.
Yeah, I talked to him after that in the face-to-face thing.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's going to update based
All
on
right, well, they're
scrims.
telling me we have
go
to
for
do
it.
my take.
Yeah, we'll
my
go for
take
it.
is that this TL roster could be the best LCS roster ever.
So think about how good the LCS
Opposite of
is.
Jat's take.
I mean, they could be, but think about how good that makes FlyQuest and C9. It's unbelievable.
This team has actually shown so much improvement so fast that I think they're on the trajectory. You know, if you want to talk about best LCS roster ever, of course you need the accolades, you need to stack up a lot of the titles. But I think they're so much on that path. The fact that they already won one in spring with, I think, massive improvement since then. I think this is a TL that could go on a crazy run, do some historic things. They're showing, glimpses of that prowess that we want to see internationally as well. I think they're on the precipice of some really great stuff and could maybe take down some big dogs internationally as well.
I will say I did see a similar sentiment on Reddit during EWC, which makes your take less hot than mine. That's all I'll say.
But also more correct.
I'm gonna say, best team in history.
Azale just listened to Reddit. That's what I'm hearing. That's how he gets his affirmation.
Best team in history. I feel like people do bring in like international accolades, right? Because I have also seen people arguing like, is this currently the best team in the West based on international performance? I've seen that argument as well. I think the big thing for me is they're in a weird spot now where they're obviously not satisfied with their performance from yesterday, right? Arguably, I would say they weren't satisfied with their week 3 performance either. I don't think they were super happy coming out of that match, and they made a lot of mistakes. But we're at that weird point in time now where it's like, how do we rate them versus LCS competition? And then how do we rate them as a predictive of, we want this team to now do super well?
That's what we can tell.
You know what I mean, though? Like, how did they keep up that? And this is a thing that G2 players have talked about as well. Like, how do you keep that up within your own region?
Yeah, I mean, I'm told we need to move on. But I will say, the fact that C9 and TL and FlyQuest are actually pushing each other and they see it that way
really exciting.
Is really exciting. Yeah, it's much better to have, to me, a crew of good teams than just one.
Yeah.
So anyway, Liam ran the numbers. Last time you were on Waiting Room was Spring 2024 playoffs. So pretty recently.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many times this year? Was that the only time in spring?
I think so.
Quickly, we're going through the LCS leaderboards
Get to work, Liam.
so far in LCS summer of 2024. Katie, we just actually have them all up here. I'm going to turn around.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Berserker has a 17.8 KDA.
That's what it takes to be number 1 in the LCS, right, chat?
It's true. And AP8 right behind him on the other 2 leaderboards, number 1.
That's what it takes to be number 3rd. Number 3.
That's 50 kills
in the
at
LCS.
I know, isn't that crazy?
That's 50 to 38.
Wow. So this was also entering week 4.
Nice.
So all these are entering week 4. So these don't include yesterday's game. So he was 12 kills ahead of the next closest on his team. APA was miles ahead of all the other solo laners in terms of stats.
I think he's also top in solo kills as well. Mainly from Corki and Tristana side lane kills in the first 3 weeks. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he's also on top.
Yeah, Impact would have climbed a lot based on his series as well. We'll have to update this in future weeks.
But like,
Either
that's
way,
crazy. One split for him to be performing as well as he has.
I know.
And like destroying
his trajectory is
From
insane.
literally, he should not be on the team. What are you doing, Team Liquid? Get this bum out of mid lane to you are
the
best mid laner in the league.
The best mid laner.
I appreciate that, like, every time he pulls out a new champion, because like Cassio is something that if you've watched him previously in amateur and collegiate, in NACL, he pulled that out a bunch of times as 5th most played, and he has like a 62% win rate on it. But like, I love how every single time it's like, oh, he can only play, and it's like one champ, and then you have to add another one, and then you have to add another one. And it's like, oh wait, we forgot about the Cassio, which then looks really good.
He's a one-trick Ocean.
He's got like 41 tricks.
I know,
That's crazy.
wow.
We have a lot of content to fly through, but I also see that, Azale, you've been on Waiting Room 5 times this year, including today.
I don't believe that.
Liam wouldn't lie to you.
He's never wrong.
They scrolled past it very quickly.
That's correct. So I knew it was more than 3. Let's talk about Rookie of the Year.
Pentannual.
Rookie of the Year.
Just keep moving the number like APA's champions.
All right.
Woo!
Let's talk about the rookies, guys.
So going into the split, it was definitely going to feel like that it was a 2-person race between Masu and Sniper.
Yeah.
But, Azale?
Okay, does anyone disagree with the fact that it's Masu, it's Sniper, or it's Santos? It can only be those 3. Does anyone disagree with that?
I don't disagree.
I don't think there's any chance anyone else wins.
Yeah, sadly.
So to me, it's right now, I still think Sniper is leading, but Sniper is having a way worse summer split. Masu's having a solid summer split, and Thanatos is coming in looking like one of the best top laners in the league. I think it makes today's matchup really, really important. If Sniper could, have a really good series, show out, take down a top team, and also more importantly, outperform Thanatos, for this Rookie of the Year conversation, I think that's going to dictate a lot of people's votes potentially. But if Thanatos smacks him down, if he's dominating and has a really good summer split, you might be thinking, hey, maybe this guy deserves it, even though he wasn't here in spring.
Yeah, the only reason why I say sadly is because like Castle, of course, being The sad thing is that he's on one of the worst teams. But he has been performing well throughout the year. But, of course, like, to the point that you're making, Thanatos is someone that people are looking at closely because of the point that you've made. From the 4 Player of the Year winners that we've had, 2 of them have come in during this summer split. Danny is the one that people remember the most, I would say. And Jan, I remember in particular, had like a few games in spring split, but then the majority of the time that he spent during the summer. And that's where the conversation happens, because a lot of people already think that it's going to be Sniper no matter what, because he had the full years of work. But if Thanatos just like continues the performance, the ramp up that he's had, and starts smashing lanes, then that's where the conversation is going to lie. So I agree. I think it's going to be between the 2 top laners of Thanatos and Sniper at the end of the day, and it's going to be up to Sniper to actually bring back that performance that he had in spring.
Fair enough. I think if I'm predicting it now, it's probably Sniper or Masu, but Thanatos, his stats are actually insane so far. So if Cloud9 somehow ends up first,
I think Masu is going to win, but Thanatos deserves consideration.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
FlyQuest is doing well, and Masu's been good.
A reminder of the schedule for today, as we are only 7 minutes away from getting into games. Cloud9 versus 100 Thieves is up first, followed by Shopify Rebellion and NRG. See if Shopify can pick up their first game win, please. Shopify, you need to win.
Begging.
Just something.
You're rooting against our NRG?
Apparently, yeah. I don't know. Kobe was picking on Shopify yesterday.
Kobe went in hard on them. Yeah, he was not a Shopify fan.
It's just rude.
You hear that, Kobe?
Kobe's going to be like, you're mischaracterizing and I'm done.
Yeah, we are not.
I cannot believe he said that.
So, Cloud9, before the split started, I thought this was interesting because when they sub out Fudge and put in Thanatos, we're saying it's not going to fix the things that they were weak at.
Yes.
And it hasn't. But it's made their strength stronger. So look at this. Look at their early games. I pulled a bunch of early game stats from everywhere in the spring and then so far in summer. And pretty much their early games, even though they were already really good, have just gotten better, which is still a defined strength for the team. And it's weird because watching their games, you think like, oh yeah, they're making Reaper, making these small improvements in the mid lane game. No, man, they're just further ahead, so the game is easier.
Yeah. I think the big thing for me, I do want to call it strength of schedule a little bit because they haven't faced TL or Fly, and they faced them at the very end of the split. But I think this is the big thing that I thought Thanatos would be able to bring to the team, is just really, really strong laning, and not in the way that you feel like you necessarily have to play around him. But I was wondering if FlyQuest if C9 rather, were going to try to do something kind of like what they did with Fudge early, which is just like stack waves topside, send Blabber up there, dive, set him up for success, and then let him take over. I also think going into this meta now, where it's going to be like Cassante, Gnar, Renekton, he's really good, especially on Gnar and Renekton. He's perfectly comfortable playing both sides of that matchup.
Yeah, we'll see when they end up playing those top 2 teams. I think the top lane pickup so far hasn't really done what we're saying it's done. Like, a lot of the benefit, of course, has just been bot lanes played a lot better. Remember last split, their bot lane was not on the same page whatsoever, and their laning was actually quite poor. And then also their play around Rift Herald and actual major objectives were just all over the place. So it felt like they just weren't on the same page as a team. And I think that's more a credit to A, Reaper, and B, the team really hammering that in. So that's not to say that Thanatos is a good pickup. I think that from hearing from Reaper in scrims, he's been slamming lanes. But also I just think that it really is a credit to the team playing a lot better as a team game.
Fair enough. On the side of 100 Thieves, Sniper talked about River on this latest episode of Pros.
I think that's what River does really well, as like just, I guess, a jungler in general, where like whenever he sees like a angle to just fight the enemy team, he's gonna go for it, like he won't hesitate whatsoever. But a lot of the times, like, we just have trouble, I guess, following like up with what he's gonna like actually do in the game, and then we either end up losing the fight or like the fight goes in the enemy team's way. So I think like River does that really well. Me as a top laner and just like as a team need to like.
You don't see his angle.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, that's basically what I'm trying to say. So like.
So you don't have the same. You think it's more of a you don't have the same vision thing versus you're not executing correctly on it thing.
Kind of, yeah, but it's also like when we look at it after, most of the time he's usually right. It's just like I just need to follow what like call he's gonna
just
go
have
for
to have
it,
that trust.
Yeah, I just have to have like that trust.
I mean, speaking of getting on the same page, I think both these teams are for sure going to going up against each other. They've played against each other multiple times, obviously, and last split, I remember the hectic base race, elder fight, that was the time in which 100 Thieves really shocked Cloud9 and shocked a lot of the teams in the LCS because of their performance and ramp up during the regular season. So this game still was, for me, a shocker, and it reminded me how, I guess, much these teams have really butted. I remember even hearing interviews from JoJo, like a lot of teams, but specifically JoJo was calling 100 Thieves frauds. And then they go into the playoffs and completely smash 100 Thieves, so I guess they proved them right just a little bit there. So it feels like whenever they face off against each other, to me, it is exciting. It's a budding rivalry, and I can't wait for them to play against each other today.
I think the big thing that happened in that series as well is that obviously Fudge was starting, but they also still really attacked topside. They tried to get the TF in there, and then River was playing junglers that weren't necessarily as facilitative as we usually see him. And I think River, to Sniper's point, is such a massive part of this team. We've heard his former teammates like Licorice talking just about how much he does in early game that's just natural and how much he knows the wave state without his laners even having to call for it. So I want to see him on something where he can affect lanes in this series.
Okay, is it a budding rivalry? Let's check predictions.
I
feel like I know how this is gonna go.
Boom! 2-1
Okay,
for
2-1.
Red. This time,
There we go. There we go.
This time, yesterday I was like, they
Raz.
could be a 2-1. Ended up going 2-1. No, this time I actually think it's going to be a lot closer. Just because I'm giving a lot more credence to the team's break. I think that the team's break will actually hammer through a lot of what Sniper is saying in your pros episode, and they'll play around River a lot more.
And we'll see if 100 Thieves can keep it close and maybe pull off an upset. Before we jump into the game's drops, remember, drops are enabled, so be sure to log into LOL Esports for a chance at Hextech chests and keys all weekend long. And Azael, you caught up with both coaches ahead of today's series.
Absolutely. Hello everyone, Azael here ahead of the match between 100 Thieves and C9. We got Reapered, we got Golden Glue. We just came back from a break. It was a long one. I want to talk to you first, Golden Glue, about what you guys were working on over the break. Obviously, you were 1-2, not maybe the start you wanted, but have you improved a lot over the break?
Yeah, I think the break was good for us. We kind of needed a momentum shift because we lost 2 in a row, so we were really appreciative of the time that it gave us. And I was kind of telling the team that I think whatever teams use this break time most efficiently are the ones who are going to be coming on top in playoffs. So I think we definitely improved a lot, added stuff to our champion pool, added new picks, and I'm excited to play versus C9 now with it.
So Reaper, you're obviously on the other side. You guys were sitting tied for first. Everyone's saying, oh, the break is so good for the teams at the bottom. How did it feel for a team that was sitting in first place? Were you guys frustrated that maybe stopped your momentum?
No, actually it was good for me, not for team. Because I beat the Elden Ring, and then and I currently playing lots of Swarm. Like, yeah, it is pretty good for me, yeah.
Okay, so it's been good for your gaming. Coming to this match, is there anything that maybe fans should key in on? You talked about things that you guys were trying to improve on. Is there something that people should be looking out on to say like, okay, this is what 100 Thieves worked on. This is if it worked or not?
I would say overall it would just be like the champion picks that we practice. I wouldn't say there's like necessarily something besides like overall like general macro things, but if we pull out like a spicy pick or something, that'll be because of maybe the break helped us do that.
Do you think there's going to be any big changes in the standings coming into the second half, or do you think largely the teams are kind of already where they're going to be by the end?
After I saw yesterday games, the LCS, IMT and who was it? What was their first game? Yeah, Dignitas. Yeah, they took one game, and the IMT was very close to take the games. So it might be like shaking a bit after the break, but we're gonna still be on the top. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna have to see if that is what happens here today. Thank you guys very much, and I'm looking forward to the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for more LCS Summer 2024. It's day 2 of week 4, and you're seeing right now Cloud9 arriving to the arena before their match today against 100 Thieves. C9 currently sitting at the top of the standings, looking to keep the good times rolling like Reaper talked about. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael, and our special Game 1 guest, Inspired, has returned to the casting desk. Thanks for coming back, man.
Hello, good to be back, and I'm hoping for some great game today. I actually didn't play against 100 Thieves or C9 yet, so I'm gonna be studying this.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I see why he's back now. I see why he's doing the research, yeah.
It's going to be a fun one. I'm really interested to see, how the teams are looking after the break. I think it's fair to say Cloud9 coming in pretty heavy favorites. But like Rupert's saying, Dignitas was able to take a game off TL yesterday. Maybe 100 Thieves can kind of cook something up here, show a higher level than what they've shown so far. Because in spring, obviously in the regular season, 100 Thieves was quite good.
Yeah.
Weren't able to kind of quite reach that level in playoffs. But coming into summer, they haven't really been playing to the level that I think they were hoping for.
Yeah, you remember back to regular season in spring, and it was first pro all-team jungler River. It was first team all-pro mid alongside MVP Quid in mid lane, and then it just kind of fell apart once they got into playoffs. So hopefully 100 Thieves has been cooking over that break.
And I think this is actually a really important game for both Sniper and Thanatos. When you think about Rookie of the Year, I think a lot of people were thinking Sniper was kind of a shoo-in after spring, but he's been having a bit of a weaker summer. Thanatos coming into the league looking really, really strong. And though Thanatos wasn't here in spring, we've had 4 Rookies of the Year so far since we switched away from the split model. Okay. 2 of those only played in summer. So it wouldn't actually be unheard of at all if Thanatos were to win Rookie of the Year if he has a really good summer. So I think for Sniper, it's important to be able to prove yourself against some of your other top competition.
All right, bans are done. It's Vi, Jace, and Lucian banned out by C9. 100 Thieves getting rid of Ezreal, Ashe, and Sejuani. First lock is the Tristana pretty swiftly for C9. Inspired, how are you feeling about this pick after some nerfs have come in for it?
Honestly, I think the nerfs didn't change much.
Okay.
The AP junglers are still very powerful. Tristana still secures the early pry on the mid lane while also scaling well for teamfights, so she's basically the same champion. And so I'm expecting some AP jungler to come for Blabber here.
Okay. What would you like to see the most?
I think with Leona lock-in, Brand is a pretty solid option, but Nidalee locked in, I think it's a bit more aggressive, but makes sense with Renekton. Yeah.
How strong do you think Nidalee is this patch? Because I don't know if you knew, but I think you were actually the first person to get a win on Nidalee in LCS.
He was. It was 0% before yesterday.
Is it champion diff, or is it user error? Why is Nidalee always losing?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think Nidalee is a little bit harder champion than others because she doesn't really have any CC, so you kind of have to aim well with your skill shots. And also, I think the team needs to play well around her because it's the poke champion. You have to kind of play slow in the team fights and use the fact that you have very long range and you have healing ability. So if there's a long standoff against enemy team, Nidalee teams usually will come off on top.
Okay, we'll see if they're able to pilot it correctly. The top lane is going to be a matchup we've all seen a million times at this point. It'll be Cassante piloted by Sniper versus Thanatos using that Renekton. We've got Braum banned out by 100 Thieves here in the second half. We've got Lee Sin banned away by C9. If you're talking about those early type of proactive junglers that can get the game snowballing alongside something like a Nidalee, Lee Sin would be an option, especially considering that 100 Thieves do have an AP mid laner in the Azir, so they're not afraid to take an AD jungler. Nautilus, the other ban here for 100 Thieves in the second half, getting rid a couple of those big meatball supports that might be there to be able to protect that Azir and whoever might else be, or not the Azir, excuse me, be able to protect the Tristana and the Nidalee and stop the engages on those valuable targets.
Absolutely, and I think pretty much anytime you see Tristana mid, it's almost guaranteed to be double marksman comp. Braun is just insane when you're playing with double marksman, so a good ban there. And plus, obviously, really strong in lane matchup into Leona as well. It's very hard, I think, for Leona.
Like the Xin Zhao ban here, too, especially considering the type of player River is.
Poppy is giga pick here.
When River pops off, you always see him making a lot of plays, right? Going for those ganks, going for the PvP angles. So Lee Sin and Xin Zhao both being removed, I like.
Do you think this is going to be Poppy jungle or Poppy support inspired? Or excuse me, of course, it's Poppy jungle because we have Leona already locked in. How do you feel about Poppy jungle?
I think it's good with Azir. Like, I think they needed some tank that will make sure that he will get vision for Azir and then perform well in teamfights, and Poppy is basically it. You can always set up a gank on Tristana after level 6 with Azir wall into Poppy E combo, so I think it's a solid pick here.
And there's 5 dashes on Cloud9, so it feels like you could close your eyes, press W, and you're going to have something that you're stopping. Poppy just seems insane.
Do you guys think that there's any chance it's Tristana bot, Zeri mid? Or is it guaranteed Tristana mid, Zeri bot?
I think there's a chance, but I feel like it's probably going to be Triss mid and Zeri bot. I mean, people are playing Zeri mid and Zeri top a little bit in competitive. You know, Zeus played at top. It's really popular in solo queue. In solo queue, a lot of people are playing it mid as well.
I mean, honestly, if it would be ever an angle to do that, I think it's this game. Like, Zeri probably pushes Azir in the whole laning phase, while Tristana used to be a good champion against Kai'Sa, and you already have Alistar, which is probably the best pairing with her. So if they don't go for it this game, I think it would never happen.
Okay, so you're seeing this as like the best possible chance to go for that. All right, well, Cloud9, a notorious meme team. We'll see if they wait until that last second to switch the two.
I also rather have Zeri on Berserker.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, it
You
looks
don't trust your boy JoJo to pilot a Zeri?
Yeah.
He's
It
not going to be
looks
astrogliding?
JoJo Tristana will be the play with Berserker piloting the Zeri. Let me ask you guys, which side of the draft do you like better?
100 Thieves, for sure.
Yeah, I think honestly 100 Thieves draft look more solid. Like I think Nidalee has a very hard game to play out.
Super hard.
Yeah, while Poppy, as you said, has so much value. Like I feel like she can close her eyes in the teamfights and she will find a way to play out the fight. So I mean, we'll see how C9 approaches this game.
I feel like if I was playing C9's draft, I would feel like a crazy amount of pressure to get things done early. I mean, I think just even looking at the top side, when you're looking at Nidalee Renekton versus a Cassante Poppy, it's like if you are not slamming these guys pretty early on into the game, it is going to be really hard to match what they're going to be able to get done in 5v5. Yeah, there's double scaling marksmen that are going to scale pretty well, but you have Azir, Kai'Sa on the other side. You have a really beefy front line, a lot of good engage. 100 Thieves just feel like they just kind of have to hang around, not fall behind, and they're going to be solid in 5v5.
So Inspired, let me ask you this. Since you are the only LCS player in Summer to be able to achieve victory with Nidalee, if you are piloting the Nidalee in this game where there is all that pressure on you to get things done early, where you cannot afford to fall behind, what would be your game plan to approach this if you're Blabber?
I think you just try to not let Poppy get early Drake, because I think they will have bot pressure with Leona and Kai'Sa early game, so you just need to make sure that Drake is all the time warded and Poppy doesn't have opportunity to sneak it. And then at 6 minutes, you just go to grabs, start stacking the grabs. You need to make sure you get the second round of grabs as well, and try to get your Renekton ahead somehow.
Okay. All right. So vision over the bottom side, play towards the top side yourself.
Yeah.
And hope that this Thanatos Renekton proves superior to the Cassante of Sniper.
Also worth noting, I haven't seen this as much lately. It was really meta for a while. It's going to be the Grasp Azir, so maybe going to see that kind of pseudo tank Azir coming back again. Obviously was really popular for a while, Showmaker playing it a lot, but it feels like it kind of fallen out of priority with all the AD mids that we've been seeing.
Yeah, I think it did, but honestly, like Frozen Heart Azir this game, I think it's good. Looking pretty good.
Plenty of value there.
Yeah, it's also going to be interesting. We were talking about this, in the green room, and it's like, whether or not the Triss changes should matter that much for Pro, because for solo queue is a 5% win rate nerf, which is like an enormous nerf. And I thought it was going to really make a big difference, for Pro as well. But, if you're not actually trading constantly, if you're not forced to use that Q often on cooldown, then it's not really a big difference, because you do get 100 more base mana. It costs 50, it used to cost 0. But, maybe this Azir could be something that could actually trade aggressively constantly with that Triss and try to force Tristana to use that Q more than she would like, which could make those mana nerfs more impactful. So it could be interesting to see how this lane does actually end up going.
Yeah, I think the moment Azir gets some points in his W and like closer towards the Nashor Tooth, he will be able to pressure the Tristana. But through the early game, I think Azir just doesn't have enough damage to really pressure her.
Right now you can see it was the level 2 hit first by the 100 Thieves bottom lane. Inspired, you were talking about how they should be able to have priority, they should be able to have control around here, so C9 will have to watch for that. Let me ask you the opposite side of the question that I asked earlier. If you're the Poppy, are you just trying to do the exact opposite, just trying to secure that Drake nice and early, or is there more to it?
I think you are not forced to do that. I think around level 6 is where Azir and Poppy actually become a bit online. I think then they can look for 2v2s around mid, because they have very good lockdown for either Nidalee or Tristana. And if they see the opportunity to do the Drake, I think they will feel free to do so. But I think they're just outscaling hard, so they are not forced to make some crazy practice plays.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it feels like a game where you just want to make sure that you're tracking where the Nidalee is and stopping what Nidalee wants to do, more than trying to make your own plays, right? If you match every one of the ganks that the Nidalee makes, you're playing an incredible game, right? Like, I don't think you have to be super proactive. I think being reactive is great in a game like this.
The advantages of scaling, man. All right, so Thanatos with control over the top side, pretty much as you would expect. Scuttle Crab's about to spawn as our junglers are on opposite sides of the map. Blabber is going to step forward here. not go any further into that enemy jungle, instead just deciding to keep the tempo maxed, going after the crab, and you'll see River descending on the other one around the same time.
And you can see JoJo was actually, he was losing out in some of the trades early, but like he's just fighting the wave, and he goes Cole second, he TPs back immediately. Like he is just looking to just fight the wave here. River though showing up mid.
Yeah, as soon as JoJo uses that TP to return to lane, River wants to put the pressure on him. Steadfast presence for the extra little bit of move speed to get past that spear.
Yeah, and they're going to try to force out this TP here from Quid with the wave not in the greatest of spots. River obviously trying to cover to make sure that Blabber couldn't interrupt that recall with any sort of spear, which is actually a pretty big deal. If your recall gets delayed there for Quid, it's pretty awkward. So good job by River, just a little bit of coverage.
Battle for the chickens on the red side as River is winning the HP war against Blabber on this Nidalee. JoJo trying to step up, using the explosive shot against the enemy Azir. Jumps right back away with a rocket jump. River still looking to see if there's an angle here, but even though the Poppy has the flash, it's not like there's any wall to slam JoJo into if you go for it, so no play to make.
Yeah, they're just trying to get Prio mid to go down to the bot scuttle. So River's going to be able to take that as a little bit of a scrap going very C9 favored on that trade.
Yeah, it didn't even feel like as much of a scrap as it was just a punch in the gut coming out there from Vulcan, getting the double knockup with a headbutt pull. Feels good, but at the same time, River now finally securing that bottom side scuttle crab here. The game very even in these first 5 minutes. We haven't really seen anybody pull out super far ahead. The scoreboard obviously has blue numbers all across it, but none of them even total 100, so it's not like you can really write home about it just yet.
But look at that wave. The wave is actually horrible for Sniper. Sniper is down a couple CS, but there's way more for Thanatos to farm. So Sniper faked his recall. He was looking to try to fully push this out. But if Thanatos, has his buy, he's TPing back. If he can actually hold the wave, I don't think he will be able to, but if he can hold the wave off the tower, it could be pretty bad for Sniper.
Finds a quick Ruthless Predator combo there.
Too much
Sniper, just trying to force him all the way back. Yeah, you don't want to eat half your health bar to these minions. Sniper will retreat all the way back underneath the tier 1 turret.
Yeah, he's going to hold it, though, because his next wave came. So this full wave is going to be denied. The next wave after that is so far, so we have to really thin out this wave, I think, to be able to hold it. But it does get pretty awkward for Sniper, because Sniper is now in this kind of little disadvantageous position where he has to reset that wave, and you're playing against Nidalee Renekton. Nidalee's going to be back out on the map, so that's always one of those scary points in the game. And, I'm kind of curious, Inspired, when you're playing with Bo, how much kind of communication are there in between you guys in an early stage like this? When you're playing something like Renekton Nidalee, like how much of a focus is there on the wave state to try to set up these ganks?
I think around the 6 minute mark, you shouldn't really look for that many gank opportunities. I think, there's a little poke in the mid lane.
Yeah, lots of players coming in here from both sides. Supports and junglers ready to show up mid as Blabber misses the spear on River, so he's going to continue walking away. The first grub was already secured by the Nidalee, but now it seems that 100 Thieves are the ones controlling the top side River. C9 still ready to contest. River tackling forward, going after Blabber, but now he's got to try to get right back away as Thanatos is making his way into the fight, and Ayla's now the target here for C9. Flashing back out with the Ignite on him. JoJo also very, very low here. No teleport available on that Trist. He's got 30% HP and almost no mana to work with. 100 Thieves control the top side River.
Well, honestly, I'm surprised that 100 Thieves comes up on top here, because as you said, Renekton was in a great position in the lane. I thought he would be the difference maker in this skirmish, but 100 Thieves manages to poke them while going out, going away from the Renekton that was roaming first, and just get control over the river and get 2 grabs. That's pretty great for them.
Yeah, exactly. You were talking earlier about the Nidalee wanting to accelerate the grubs. Not just the first set, but the second set too. Only getting 1 out of that first set means that you've got to get the entire second set just to be able to spawn the Void Mites. And it's so easy. We see it happen so often. If the enemy jungler's around and you just don't have enough manpower to hard force him away, drive by, smite 1, cool, see ya.
I always like it when teams play it this way, though, because Blabber obviously was first to the grubs, so he's starting it up. But Ayla and Quid, instead of just running right over the grubs, they just jump onto JoJo, force JoJo really low on HP, and then make it very difficult for C9 to actually continue that play, because your mid laner's low, he didn't have TP. If JoJo has to base, it's not like C9 can take a team fight there, so by jumping on the mid laner, forcing him low, that's kind of really what helped to secure them those extra grubs.
Thanatos, again, just trying to save as much time with this wave as he can. Papa the Dominus flashing forward with Ruthless Predator. But now the all-out from Sniper. He's ready to take this challenge. Thanatos trying to get away. Sniper just showed him who the rookie top laner is.
Man, Sniper gets a solo kill there. Thanatos was really trying to hold the wave. We're going to see this all in bot.
Yeah, Ayla now could be in some trouble.
Leona has the flash.
Zenith Blade to try to get back out. Ayla, 400 HP, 300, 200, 100. We are counting down, and Ayla needs to get all the way away. Back underneath the tier 1 turret now, but Blabber is coming in to try to help finish the job. Meech flashing out, but the follow-up flash for the Pulverize as Vulcan wants to lock down the Kai'Sa, the killer instinct to get back away. Meech and Ayla both going to survive, but they are both bleeding here in the bot lane. Oh, hold on, Quid. Also in trouble. Jojo nearly kills him off there. Would have needed 2 more auto attacks. Won't find him.
That was a really good buster shot, though, because Quid was sliding in. He probably would have looked for the ult to try to scoop Jojo back and maybe could have actually taken that all in. So good buffer on the buster shot. Pretty surprised Cloud9 doesn't get a single kill down on that bottom side. Did get them all low, but this is just really nice. Thanatos has no spells, and he kind of got aggressive here. He used his Q, then used his Slice and Dice. He pops the R to try to hold the wave. Like, he's really been trying to focus on this, but you're flashing him with basically, not all your spells up. So Sniper just goes forward, goes all out, flashing in, able to actually finish him off.
Direct on casted.
Oh! Showing him the guns!
Oh, let's go.
Golden Glue loves it, man. Golden Glue loves it.
Why not?
Direct on Q was casted on like 40-something Fury, I think.
Yeah.
I think if he waited like half a second to get a 50 Fury Q, I think he would heal a lot there, and that could be a difference maker to survive. But yeah, I think it was a great turnaround by Sniper.
I'm just really surprised that Thanatos went that aggressive there. I guess he felt like he was in an unlosable position where he could actually fight into the wave, hold the wave, and he really has been focused his whole laning phase on freezing that wave on him and keeping Sniper in this awkward spot. But it's like, when he flashed forward with only his W up, his Q came up a little bit later, but he didn't have his Slice and Dice, like he didn't have his E. I was pretty surprised to see him go that aggressive for it, and that's what happens sometimes when you underestimate the Xante.
And now, when you look at that scoreboard at the bottom, all of the advantages he was trying to build up by freezing those waves, by making it so that the K'Sante had to miss out on some of it. Hey, it doesn't matter now. K'Sante's ahead, and the problems are only going to grow for Thanatos here in the top lane unless that Nidalee can come and get involved. We have less than 45 seconds until the second set of the grub spawns, though. That's where I expect all of the attention to be. You can see River is already up there, securing that topside scuttle. Jojo versus Quid back in the mid lane. Quid, again, on the losing end of a trade.
Yeah, it is looking a little bit tough there. I'm kind of curious, what would you say is the time by which you kind of need to create an advantage when you are playing something like Nidalee, Renekton, Inspired? Because people talk a lot about, oh, it's early game, it's early game, it's early game. How long would you actually give yourself to try to create a lead?
Oh, I mean, I think in this game, it's not like... I think as long as Tristana is pressuring side lane, it's not like Renekton Nidalee have to do so much. I think... They did the first Drake. They were trying to get the first grabs. I think the moment Renekton competes with Black Cleaver, he's on his spike. Nidalee is just farming faster than Poppy, so she's slowly getting the level lead. Right now she's level 8 to 7, so that's a little bit of an advantage if it comes to the fight.
Oh, Ayla went for the flash Zenith Blade there on Jojo, but misses the skill shot, so Jojo just taunts him a little bit and walks away from it. Now 100 Thieves still trying to start up these grubs. They need to secure 2 of them to get the Void Mites. First one of them about to drop to River. There it goes. Now C9 still just no way into this River just yet. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, it's Thanatos versus Sniper. Hold on. Vulcan gets poked a little bit here. The grubs are going to lose their patience, going to go back to where they started. River goes for the Keeper's Verdict, a swing and a miss. C9 feeling a lot better about stepping forward now as Ayla's going to be their first target. Taken low, Vulcan taking here on the front lines as River, Quid, and Meech all have to head for the hills. C9 have forced the Thieves away, but now Jojo might be in a little bit of trouble. The Emperor's Divide ain't going to find what it wants because of the rocket jump buffer, but now Sniper and Thanatos have also joined the scrap. Sniper stronger by a level. He's going to be that front line that zones the rest of C9 away, and it looks like it's going to be a 5-to-1 grub count for 100 Thieves when the dust all settles.
Nicely done. I'm honestly so surprised that Cloud9 didn't even get any grubs from the second set of grubs there. It looked like they had control of the pit there for a while, but couldn't finish anything off. 5-to-1 for 100 Thieves is going to feel really nice. There is a slight gold lead, though, for Cloud9. Going to be feeling pretty good about that. And well played by Jojo, handled the pressure there very well. The buffer on the Azir ult was pretty critical. He would have been dead for sure, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Like, if he didn't buffer that, I think River was ready to just flash in and pin him into the wall, and Tristana would just die there. But now the point where Jojo gets his Kraken Slayer, I think, so now he will be able to pressure the Azir a little bit harder, and he will actually start dealing damage.
Yeah, so Slayer, really strong one-item power spike. This thing can seriously do some damage, especially with a champion like Tristana. Second Drake of the game is live. Remember that C9 did secure the first one for themselves after being forced off that first set of grubs. They're already a little bit over 1,000 gold ahead on top of it. First items coming online for a lot of our major players now with the Iceborne and Black Cleaver both being operational for the top laners. The Zeke's Convergence also completed for River as just that sort of low-cost, high-value tank jungle item.
Yeah, so here is 30 seconds left on the platings, and I wonder if Jojo will get to hit the tower with this wave, or will Sniper just clear the whole wave before it hits the tower? It seems like the wave is gonna die before it hits the tower. So there will be 0 platings for Tristana this game, or actually she got 1 mid, which is not the best.
Yeah, not able to get too much pressure.
I think he will go for it. He will go for it, knowing Jojo.
Let's see it.
He gets one.
He gets one.
There it is.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. It's pretty worth. Obviously, the 5 grabs for 100 Thieves. I think Nice more is like a denial than anything that's really doing for them, at least thus far. Maybe later on in the game can pay dividends, but they haven't really been able to get close to any of these towers. I think 100 Thieves got 0 plates total in that early stage, but going to be still feeling pretty decent about their spot. Cloud9 looking like they can grab a Herald. And now with the damage that JoJo's getting up top, you know, they should be able to grab themselves first turret pretty easily.
Well, the other side of the map is also being overloaded by 100 Thieves. It's just going to be a swap for these first couple of outer turrets. The Drake was taken by the Thieves. Now the Herald secured by C9. It looks like Sniper might be in a pretty bad spot. First turret does go over to 100 Thieves there in the bottom lane as Sniper escapes up in top side. C9 just going to go ahead and drop that Herald. The tier 1 turret at only half HP. Shelly can just ram her head into the thing. Nearly kills it with just that one shot. Going to need a little bit more damage, and Berserker will be happy to take the gold on that one.
Yeah, and it's going to be solo gold. The bot one was actually split, I think, between Meech and River, who were down there. So Berserker getting a pretty big injection of gold. He already has his 1-item spike. Of course, Meech does as well. But Berserker in a pretty good spot. And going to be interested to see how his Zeri actually looks. You know, this is something that I think a lot of people were talking about in spring. You know, Bwipo was saying he's not him anymore, and there was kind of that discussion around, has Berserker really fallen off? But like, this is, to me, the signature Berserker champ. This is really how he made his name in the LCS, and this would be an opportunity for him to really have a big game for Cloud9, because these are the kind of spots where in previous years, you just trusted Berserker to always get it done.
Yeah. You would see him farming well, getting out of lane with a modest little gold advantage, right? Plus 400. He's got his items, he's on par, and then boom, suddenly a team fight happens in the river and he gets a quadra kill and the game's over. But right now, it's Thanatos who's under pressure. River and Ayla.
Poppy has ult here, so if they want the tower, Poppy can just exactly start charging the ult and the tower will fall while Cassandra is just holding on the bot tower.
Oh, but instead, they use the Keeper's Verdict to eject the backup. They kill the turret in time, and Renekton is just the cherry on top.
Man, I think River actually just absolutely downloaded them. Like, Thanatos was trying to dodge that so hard, and Blabber's thinking, okay, the dive is coming in. I need to get up there right now. He just walked straight into the Keeper's Verdict. River played that really well while they're focusing down the turret. Then the turret dies as Nidalee gets knocked out, and you stun the Renekton in the wall. That was perfection.
Yeah. At least C9 got mid tower to answer. I honestly thought that they will have no play to make because Cassandra was way too tanky in the bot side to get off, and I thought the mid wave will be able to be cleared. But Tristana just realized she can't dive bot, instantly went mid and managed to get mid tower on one wave, which was, I think, pretty smart play as well.
Our gold lead hasn't really gone one way or the other here in the past few minutes. It was about this, you know, 3 or 2.5 minutes ago when the plates fell, staying around the same spot. Thanatos on the Renekton, kind of the one struggling the most here on C9, considering he has been the recipient of both of those deaths thanks to the plays from 100 Thieves, from Sniper in that first solo kill, and then what we just saw with River's Poppy mind games. But our next Drake is spawning in just about 90. Do you guys think we're going to get a fight for this, or is it just going to be a give it and go?
I think C9 is forced to fight, honestly. I think this Renekton is not going to get any better in the game.
Yeah. There's so much armor already on 100 Thieves' side. 2 full completed armor items for Sniper. You can see Frozen Heart's going to be coming up next for Quid. Tabby's already done for River, so it's already kind of tough.
All right, hold on now. We got a little bit of a problem for River. He's got to try to get back away, but a lot of damage coming out the other side as Blabber's the first to die. 100 Thieves got a 5v4, but they also got to be careful. Some of the health bars are pretty low, and Sniper's going to be the next one to drop. Emperor's Divide goes out, but it's 100 Thieves going down. It's Cloud9 going in, and it's JoJo going crazy looking to get this done. With that last kill on Quid, 100 Thieves got too excited. They thought that that first kill meant they were going to win, but the health bars were so damn low, and C9 knows just how to bait him into the river. It is a massive win for C9 in the bottom side team fight.
Yeah, that is huge. 100 Thieves got that early kill on Blabber, and I think they just got super confident that they were going to be able to run over the fight. But Berserker, JoJo were both completely untouched. There was so much space made for this double AD carry. We're both at a pretty strong point in the game, and they got a lot of work done. That is a huge fight for Cloud9. Now they're 3K up. They get such an advantage off of that they may be able to continue snowballing.
Yeah, honestly, I think they should have been happy with one pick. They used Leona ult, Leona E, Poppy E, and Cassandra ult to kill the Nidalee. So it didn't look the best to just keep chasing into the fight. I think they just didn't realize that, and they thought with man advantage they would be able to clean up the C9 team. But Renekton still had every spell. Tristana was full HP, Zeri with ult. Obviously we know how much damage she can do. So I think they just turned around the fight pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, from this spot, it's like Sniper's already pretty low, River's already pretty low. Quid is looking. The Buster shot from JoJo knocks him into the middle of the team, and Zeri, exactly. Yeah, completely untouched, even flashing forward aggressively there. You need so many tools to kill a Zeri in a fight unless they're really mispositioned, and as you said, they committed a lot to take down that Nidalee, so well played by Cloud9. Back in live, you can see the picture-in-picture. They're going to be able to grab the dragon as well.
Reaper is unbothered.
Yeah, he's like,
Reaper is just not.
It looks like he's just prepping his draft or something. Reading.
Yesterday we see Spawn punching the desk. Today we see Golden Glue fist pumping the air. Reaper's like just reading whatever's on his piece of paper there.
Well, I got to interview him and I was asking what they were doing on the break. He's like, yeah, the break was great for Cloud9. I beat Elden Ring. I got to play a lot of Swarm. So I'm surprised he doesn't have like a Steam Deck out or something.
Just being like, all right, yeah, sure,
Yeah.
guys, do whatever. Well, hey, I mean, whatever he's doing is apparently working. C9 up in Drake's. They're up 3,500 gold. Baron is spawning here in 20 seconds. If 100 Thieves have another big team fight blunder like that and they have it close to the Baron pit, C9 could just completely take over the game with no chance left for the Thieves to try to get back into it. It feels like they got to be more careful. They got to be more cognizant of what the state of these fights are. Because like you guys were talking about, after they kill Blabber, they go in with their front line half dead and Leona having no spells. It just doesn't seem like a winning recipe.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really interested in your take on this, Inspire, because obviously in spring, Cloud9 coming in, it's supposed to be this big super team. Everyone was talking about them. These are the power rankings that all the talent had for spring versus summer. Everyone had Cloud9 at the top in spring. In summer, it was only Jet, and I think he did it more as a meme, to be honest. But it's like, now do you think it's gone too far the other way, where our people kind of underestimating Cloud9 and overlooking about them? Because I feel like most of the talk has just been about you guys and about TL, and people aren't really talking too much about Cloud9.
I think Cloud9 is just... they're all very strong individual players. I think in the spring, they just didn't seem like a team that was on the same page. Like, you could have seen, like, when we played against them, it felt like pretty hard for the first 10-15 minutes, but then after that, they usually just made some macro mistakes or they didn't play out their comp correctly in the team fights. So we were winning the games just by being a better team. But I see why people expect a lot from them, because they're just great players individually.
Where do you kind of see them now, as the top three? Like, obviously, you'll put yourself first, but between, TL, C9, whoever else, who would you see as the kind of the top dogs?
I mean, honestly, I have the hardest time playing against C9 in practice. Yeah.
So C9, you would say, is the hardest team. Interesting. So we'll see if they can actually do that, because there has been a lot of talk also. Obviously, we have this new format. It is best of threes, but it's single round robin, so you only play 7 series. Cloud9 is 3-0, but they haven't played either you guys or TL yet. So a lot of people are saying, well, you're at the top, but you haven't beaten any of the big dogs yet, so you haven't really proven yourself. So I think that's what a lot of people are going to be looking forward to. Your guys' match against them, TL's match against them, because that's going to dictate a lot for the expectations kind of going into playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see. We'll see how the game goes.
Can't say too much. Can't say too much. Bottom side, JoJo's going to keep the push going here against Sniper. The Cassante is so tanky. You can see the Warden's mail in inventory probably going for a Randuin's next, considering he's up against the double marksman already. You mentioned it earlier, Isaac, with the Iceborne plus the Thorn mail. It's really hard for anybody that does physical damage to punch through this guy, but it's such a good build against a comp like this, because if Nidalee's focusing Cassante, like, Nidalee's not doing things the way that she needs to get them done.
I mean, it's a Leandry's Nidalee. It's not like Nidalee can focus down like Cassante and win the team fight in any reasonable circumstance, right? You still just kind of have to be looking for those carries. And you just have to trust that, the consistent DPS from these two marksmen are going to be able to punch through regardless. We can see, it's not going to be Elastus coming out just yet for Berserker. He's working towards another item here with the Noon Quiver. But once LDR and stuff comes through, obviously things can kind of shift again. But for now, Frozen Heart's done on Quid. We have Tabbies. We have armor being already built up in a lot of different places. So it is going to be, I think, tough at this point in the game, and maybe that buys time for Quid to really get going on this Azir.
You guys think that 100 Thieves fights this next Drake here in about 65 seconds, or do you just let Cloud9 take Soul Point and try to keep scaling further?
I feel like they will just give it up and try to wait for their third items. I feel like right now Zeri is probably about to finish her third core item while Kai'Sa is sitting only on 2. So I think I would just give it up and look to fight on the better opportunity.
This also just got a lot harder now because JoJo got a QSS. There's Cleanse on Berserker. There's QSS on JoJo. So now for Ayla, the targets become, you know, fewer and kind of further between. It becomes difficult to actually look for them. You could go for Nidalee or something, but if you full send it on Nidalee, then you're probably just dying to the marksman like you did in the previous fight.
I was going to say, we already saw that episode.
Exactly.
It doesn't
so
end good for 100 Thieves.
The options become a bit more difficult. You know, you have to hope that maybe you can force out QSS, you know, with your ulti and then immediately follow up with a stun or something like that, and really kind of track around those cooldowns. But makes those engage opportunities a lot more difficult, and I think you have to be way more precise when there are those kind of easy answers like the cleanse and QSS.
C9 with control over this topside river right now, and for 100 Thieves, it is dark and full of terrors up here.
JoJo is unafraid.
Yeah, JoJo just constantly putting the DPS into these guys, getting a nice little chunk out of both Ayla and River.
I really love that when you have the confidence. Like, Trist has a lot of range. You can step forward, you can take these trades, you can force people to try to use something on you, make them miss, and then react with the rocket jump, you know, if they're going to be able to actually hit something. So, you know, the Zenith Blade came out, he sidestepped that, he said, all right, now you have to actually pay the price. We're going to take some of your health off.
Exactly, and with how powerful the buffer on Rocket Jump is, hold on now, Solar Flare going to be traded away for the Alistar Unbreakable Will. Both support ultis are down, but look at the difference in health bars. Vulcan's the only one that's taken meaningful damage on C9, and so many 100 Thieves players are hurt, and Meech even had to use his flash.
Yeah, and that's a really big one now. Kai'Sa with no flash. C9 know it. They're just going to go start up the Baron. They have this Nidalee for sustain. They're going to keep landing this poke. And they're looking to try to force a fight here. We'll see if they can find a window.
Poppy ult will be really crucial in this fight if the Nash actually gets low.
All right, Thanatos coming around, looking for the flank, but he is on top of a ward from 100 Thieves. We're going to take a lot of damage from JoJo's auto attacks. River versus Thanatos. Ayla jumping in to try to protect them. The turret might have self-destructed, but Meech is the one who dies first on 100 Thieves' roster. Now the Thieves got to try to regroup and still fight their way out of this one. Thanatos has the dominance, but he is pretty low. Look out for Berserker, the Zeri auto attacks. Not quite finding the marks they need. The Zap will not connect on Sniper. It's a 1-0 for C9.
I'm really not a fan of how 100 Thieves played it out. I think River found a great engage on Thanatos. I just don't know why Kai'Sa didn't follow up on that. I think if Kai'Sa just ults instantly there, and Renekton might actually die in CC, but instead she was trying to make some solo play from the left side, which definitely was not the correct choice.
And this is something that we actually heard. You know, Sniper was talking about this on pros, how, you know, River often sees an angle and that they don't always all follow the call, and then often in review, River's the one that was correct, and they should have actually followed that call. They should have looked for that play. But, you know, in that play, it wasn't just Meech. Meech and Quid were both basically at the bottom side of the river where everyone else on the team was collapsing on this Renekton. But you have your 3 tanks going for the Renekton, CCing him, but you have no damage there. So definitely a bit of an oopsie.
Unfortunate for 100 Thieves, whose control and chance in this game continues slipping away further and further. Vulcan with the engage on Ayla. Berserker there for a little bit of follow-up, and here comes JoJo. They force the flash of the 100 Thieves support. Is it even going to be enough? JoJo gets the kill. He tries to get back away, but now he's going to be caught and punished. They block him with a steadfast presence. Now Sniper's got to be careful that he doesn't get picked off too. He gets back away with the all-out. It's a trade of JoJo for Ayla, and 100 Thieves is liking that transaction. Now Vulcan's ready to re-engage here with a headbutt pull. Sniper barely getting away, surviving for only a second longer, but Berserker goes on a rampage and cuts him down. A double kill over the river now, 2, as Blabber chases down after Quid. It's a double for Berserker. It's another for Blabber. C9 just got everybody not named Meech.
Vulcan has been finding some really good engages, it feels like, for Cloud9, and the team is following up on it, and now they're going to get the Baron, and this feels like the game is getting out of reach here for 100 Thieves. 3 Dragons, they're going to be up 7-8K after this play, and that is just going to be an enormous advantage. You can see LDR is already finished for Berserker as well. Cloud9 getting so far ahead.
I feel like in a fight where JoJo goes in so crazy aggressive and ends up trading himself away for Ileona, if you're 100 Thieves, you have to think this is your best shot, but C9 still outplayed him.
Yeah, exactly. I think 100 Thieves thought that that's the best shot they will ever get, but I really like how patient Berserker was in this fight. Like, right now, we're gonna see him just click back and wait for 100 Thieves to use their cooldowns, and then he will commit with his E over the wall and just clean up the whole fight. So I just like it. Like right now, he's keeping his E all the time. He's not he's not going too fast in, he's just hitting over the wall. And then once Alistar goes in, he just ease over and just cleans up the whole fight. So.
Yeah, this is really well done by Cloud9, and that's kind of like felt like the difference in this game. You know, you talk about how sometimes teams have these individual good players, but they're not coordinating on that same page. We saw the inverse of that from 100 Thieves, where they find this engage with River going over the wall onto that Renekton, and the team doesn't follow up. That's the opposite of it from Cloud9, where it looked like everyone really on that same page, and now looking to dive Sniper.
The sting there reading from here looks like it might just be, nope, it's a story of how General Sniper got away. Never mind, we got Sniper getting himself back to the fountain in time, but unfortunately for 100 Thieves, the doors are getting kicked in both mid lane and bottom as the tier 3 turret disintegrates in mid first. They just continue their onslaught. That 10k lead, those 3 Drakes, mid lane inhibitor falls rapidly, and C9 just evacuates as a 5-man squad. Nobody gonna get caught out here on the escape.
Another QSS purchased up as well. Berserker's Cleanse was on cooldown, so we went back to base, just bought a QSS on him as well. So it just gets even harder at this point. Now JoJo has his LDR, so you have all the armor pen you need. You have this monstrous gold lead, and you're also on soul points. So Cloud9 just got to continue to play stable league, and it's going to be very hard for 100 Thieves to do anything.
Vulcan again just jumping in there with a headbutt pull to create space. Make sure that 100 Thieves is worried about anything other than that turret for just a second. Gives JoJo enough free firing time to take the thing down. 11,000 gold lead now for C9. They've taken down every structure on the map that's not in the 100 Thieves base, and they've even taken down that first tier 3 turret as Berserker sidesteps from Ayla, makes him look silly, and now River's about to pay the price too. Sniper's trying to get out. JoJo's trying to get in. He goes right on back into it. A double kill of it to JoJo here in the Tristana. Blabber goes on a rampage. No Penta today. Mr. Inspired as Meech just trying to get out of there with a bomb on his head, and you'll see Quid not be able to do the same thing. He's going down, 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 and C9's going in. Those Nexus turrets, they are not long for this world. They're looking to get that last kill, looking to get that clean ace, looking to get Meech here on the steps of the base. Ladies and gentlemen, 30 minutes into the game, 16-4, C9 smacks 100 Thieves in game 1.
A really strong first performance here from Cloud9, and I think people are going to be pretty happy as Cloud9 fans to see them get a win with the Nidalee. Everyone, I feel like, gets nervous when they see Nidalee locked in. Like, oh no, we did it. But Cloud9 looking really strong in this one. Just way more coordinated around the team fights, way more coordinated around the objectives. It felt like they were all on the same page.
All right, a reminder to all y'all out there, Fantasy LCS is happening over on Sleeper, so make sure to lock in your picks and bans for next week's games if you want to top your league. As we head to break, let's take a look at our LCS Connected Comms replay, presented by AT&T and voted on by you, Chad.
What are you guys? Hey, look LTP, cares. Can we flash? Flowers maybe there. I flash. I'm meant to. Look slow. If they come to the choke, 5 seconds my combo, okay? We can win. Look is there. No years here. I'm fighting. Look is here. I'm going. Look at me. Is there no flash? Guys, look. Slow down. No flash. We can push away. I can tank, by the way. Okay. Sure. Let's go. Just go. Go. I can tank. Nice. Yo, someone go mid. Can someone go mid? Good job. I can TP.
Bro, you guys are so cringe. Why do you have stuff like that? Yo, this is freaking cheater. I gotta beat the record.
You're gonna beat record slap?
Yeah, I have to, bro. I have to.
3, 2,
I already know how I'm gonna go
1,
first.
fight.
Yeah, leave me alone, bro. You guys are trash.
All right, thanks for joining us for another 1v4. So the way this works, Sniper, what level does a champion of your choosing have to be before it can win a fight against 4 level 1 champions?
Level 6.
Let's start the game.
You're about to get ass snipes.
Chill, bro. Chill.
One other thing you should know is you get as much gold as you can farm from mid lane.
Okay, that's good to know then. Okay.
River.
Yo, chill. Yo, why are you looking over, bro? Like, I literally said you can't look.
Okay, what if we just perma exalt him?
Bro, no. Okay, wait. Can you do that? Is that allowed?
Yeah, they have full summoner spells.
You guys are cringe, bro. Okay, I'll just do this. Whatever. I have the best chance with this.
Why you pick TP, bro?
What do you mean? Wait, no, I took Ignite. I got Ignite. Thank you.
You get to buy your first item you can't buy after that. So spend all the gold right now.
Okay.
And then essentially, you guys just hang out in Bot River. The actual fight will be in the Dragon Pit River.
We fight now?
Got you. Okay.
No. It's a little annoying because he has to level to 6.
You guys have until then to keep chatting your strategy.
And you said I can only go mid, right? right? Or
Yes.
okay.
Just so you guys know, we've done this twice before. Huhi had perfect CS. Insanity missed a lot.
Yo, get the frick out, bro. Bro, Meech, what are you doing here, bro? Why do you even have D-Blade? Get the frick out. Bro, you guys are so cringe. Why do you have stuff like that? Yo, this is freaking cheater.
Okay, level 6, you still think you can win?
With 4 exhausts? Yeah, and look at your champions, by the way. No, okay, I can win. I think I can win.
Good luck.
Now that he's picked Riven, what are some other picks you guys think would have been good for him to pick?
Be like Mordekaiser?
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Bro, Mordekaiser's trash, LeBron.
Mordekaiser would destroy someone and then get the stats.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shopify tried to herd the crab, I think, into the dragon pit.
Oh, me too! How do I miss 2 minions, bro?
Oh, don't move.
They're hurting the crab.
They herded the crab in.
Wait, is he allowed to get plates?
That's up to you guys. Do you want to let him get plates?
Yeah. He needs advantage.
You guys are nicer than Golden Guardian, so as to Huhi.
River, when you guys did it, who won?
I forgot.
I'll give you guys the history. With Huhi, he did level 6, lost. Level 8, lost. And then won at level 10.
Oh.
So then Insanity lost at level 6 and won at level 9. So level 9's the record.
I gotta beat the record.
You're gonna beat record slap?
Yeah, I have to, bro. I have to. But I think I found the strategy, by the way. I'm not gonna hit the wave, and I'm just gonna auto the plates. And I'm missing all these minions.
They're going here, man.
All right, he's level 5, so he's almost 6.
He can base them by items, right?
He'll base by items level 6, and then we'll start the fight.
Wait, hold up. I want to get this play, okay?
No, you're 6. You're 6.
Okay. I'll base now. Sorry, I'll base now. What? No, I just instant base. No, I just base like that, bro. What are you guys saying? The play was just low HP all of a sudden, you know?
Oh, look at this. No shot. No, he's got to try again.
You good, dude? They're watching.
Hey, man, chill. I got it.
Yep. Wow. Pulled it off at the end.
Wow.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. We got myself, Jat, Raz, Emily, and Inspired joining us for this Game 2 champion selection. Inspired as our esteemed guest. What do you think the breaking point was in that first game?
I think there was not enough playmaking from mid jungle from 100 Thieves. I think they are their strongest players. So honestly, if you are going against team such as C9 that has really good individual players everywhere, I think you have to take a bit more aggressive approach. So I would like to see something with the agents in the early game for Quid and River on more like damage-heavy jungler.
Yeah, I was going to say, because it seems like outside of Talia, back when, before the break, when they were trying out AP, AD with jungle mid, River was really good on Zyra, defaulted to Talia, both things that you have like more early playmaking with. But I think you wouldn't want to take him off on something necessarily like the brand where you're going to be more farming. So what do you think 100 Thieves strategy should be in draft going into this game?
I think look for LeBlanc. Just ban AD mids like Corki and Tristana, because I think Jojo is really good at both. And then try to play some mage matchup, like either Hui into Jojo's mages, because they are not the greatest, or just pick LeBlanc and see what the Jojo will be having prepared into that. And I'm pretty sure River can just play like Lee Sin. He can also look into... I mean, honestly, I think Lee Sin will be the best, because it's the best pairing with LeBlanc, and I think it's strong aggressive duo, and I really think they have to be the one making the lead for 100 Thieves if they plan on winning the game. And Tristana ban, I like it.
Yeah, the Trist ban's coming in from 100 Thieves, so that's already a positive there. And I just want, like, going into the game too, 100 Thieves did have some positive plays, just as a reminder. The solo kill that happened topside for Sniper was a huge win from that side, and then on top of that, the bot side of the map. I think they were, when they were looking for angles, when they were already in a deficit, that was a positive. So more tools basically will make it a lot easier. So yeah, Ezreal comes immediately afterwards. I'm interested to see what their first pick priority, because that has been my question coming into the new patch, to see if people have moved away from either going towards Tristana, if there's a Rumble pick. I know that Nidalee has been a first pick in LCK for a few teams, and also you and Cloud9 have been prioritizing a much higher from other teams. What's your thought on Nidalee as a pick overall?
I think it's good if you are controlling the game. If your laners are stronger and have push, and then on the Drake you are just outranging your opponents, I think it's good to play Nidalee, but the champion doesn't really offer anything else than poke and just healing ability.
Yeah.
So in the straight-up fights, she's just a bit weaker than other junglers.
Jace now been banned in both games. There was a Lucian ban by Cloud9 in the first game. I am curious to see if that gets thrown in here, because that could also be a Quid somewhat powerful mid-jungle pick. So it's left open with the Sejuani pan. Inspired, how highly, with LeBlanc being up, how highly would you actually prioritize this LeBlanc?
Honestly, the Yon ban kind of says that they don't want to pick the LeBlanc, because I think Yon is one of the better matchups for LeBlanc. Like, it's really easy to push the Yon in and impact them up, but they decided to ban it. So I'm not sure what exactly is their plan right now, because they are leaving the Renekton open, and everyone knows Thanatos really loves his Renekton. I guess they were happy with the Cassante pick, but we'll see if they will be happy with it again.
Yeah, we're next to Nidalee one more time for Cloud9. You know, ever since the Nidalee nerfs, it's undefeated in the LCS. You and Clever.
Right back on track.
She just needed some nerfs.
The Ashe is an interesting one. I mean, like, before the break, this champion was like hardly even seeing play because it was constantly being banned. And I guess the fear a lot of the time was if you had a Kalista Ashe or a Varus Ashe, or you have Ashe Braum, like the flexibility between bot lane has always been its strongest. So at least it can now lend Meech and Ayla some angles and fighting back against Berserker and Vulcan this game.
Yep. And we see them locking in the Corki, so we'll see what presumably AP jungler that River is going to want to pick alongside that. Sedge is already off the table. That would have been something I would have. Another one that combos really well and can get in lanes early.
Yeah, I think the Corki is more of a pick away from C9, because Tristana and Yon are already banned out, and they have the Nidalee, so they are looking for some AD option in mid lane. So I think that's why they kind of steal the Corki.
I see the Zeri being picked here. Personally, I think it's a flex. We've seen some,
yeah, it could be Zeri mid.
Some mid laners, I've even seen, just watching solo queue from Quad as an example. Like, there's a lot of like mid laners that have just been basically playing every other AD carry champion mid. So it's an interesting pick. I hope that we get to see it for the first time here, and especially in Jojo Pyun's hand, I think it's going to be fun.
Yeah, Brown ban, I think they're looking for Leona on 4th, and I expect 100 Thieves to just ban it out.
What makes sense?
So they are expecting the Zeri to be flexed.
Yeah.
God, what do you think you need from Cloud9's comp going on 4-5? Because Braum is a pick that I thought that they would benefit from if they're going double AD. But
I think they're just aiming for Leona. They just want to pick the Leona here and keep Zeri flexed until the last pick.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Have a good blind pick.
Oh, they actually
there we go.
just want the Leona themselves.
That is interesting.
That is interesting.
Does Vulcan just prefer to play Nautilus?
I think he dislikes Alistar.
Yeah.
Alistar? I think Nautilus. Honestly, I think he is more of a Nautilus player, and Leona is a good answer into Nautilus, so I think that's why he banned it.
Yeah, and if you're playing Alistar, you would want to play into Leona a little bit. It's easier to take that fight.
Yeah, and I mean, Alistar is not as good against Ashe in the early game because she has the slow and auto attacks, and she will always be able to kite you. MF ban.
Ooh, MF ban.
They really think that Zeri's going mid into Corki right now.
I really expect Nautilus here. Like, what else would Vulcan cook? Lucian.
Or they will play the Lucian mid.
Okay.
Double flex Zeri Lucian
and then
to
save
the very last moment.
Yeah, save R5 for support.
I think he's just hovering this.
Actually, I mean, Lucian Nami is not bad against Ashe, so maybe it's gonna be Lucian into Nami last pick if they really wanna play Zeri mid.
And we've seen a few
And just
people
go like straight hard 2v2, yeah.
Yeah. And we've seen some Lucian into Corki globally. That being said, the one that I Baker didn't have a good time versus this matchup, but he's just been struggling overall in general. But like Lucian, I think, has been a pretty good answer versus the Corki. So still very flexible, very open. It's going to be difficult for 100 Thieves to wrap up this draft.
Yeah, it depends on, we'll see here. Okay, so they're picking the Nautilus away. It's also a good lockdown for Zeri as well.
Yeah, but do you want to play Lucian Nami against Nautilus? I don't think so. So I feel like it will be just Lucian mid and you pick Zeri with whatever support you like.
Oh, I like that a lot.
And he probably just goes Alistar again if that's the case.
Yep.
Yeah, I think if that's the case, he would probably just go for the Alistar.
And the Brand jungle coming in.
At least River's on something that can do a lot of damage this game.
Yeah.
That's one condition met from what you were saying, but they don't necessarily have a super strong mid jungle with Corki Brand.
The question that I would send your way is like, you're Nidalee in this case, and they're going to be going towards the Alistar, because a lot of the times with Zeri, you'd maybe go Enchanters, but I would hate an Enchanter with a Nidalee in general.
Yeah, I think Enchanter here is not it.
Yeah, so this is their draft. Which one do you prefer between 100 Thieves and C9?
Honestly, I feel like C9 will win, but I kind of prefer 100 Thieves draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like 100 Thieves drafts better. The question for me is going to be, again, we talked about how strong Brand is, but also how River really wants to get into his lanes early, and I think that's when 100 Thieves excel. That is happening. So we'll see if he can get it done on Brand. Take it away, Flowers and Azael.
Thank you very much, Analyst Lounge. All right, River on the Brand, Blabber back on the Nidalee. It's another episode of Renekton versus K'Sante up here in the top lane. For those of y'all that might just now be joining us, game number 1 was pretty Cloud9 favored from start to finish. We had Inspired on as a guest, talking a little bit about how it seemed like 100 Thieves just wasn't able to respond. They weren't able to work together and be able to control what Cloud9 was doing, and C9 sort of just ran over them because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think C9 coordinated really, really well, and I think if you're a Cloud9 fan, you're very happy about the way in which they won that game, because when you think back to Spring, their early game was still very, very strong, but they often really faltered in these mid-game and late-game situations and team fights. That, I think, was kind of the big weakness for this Cloud9 team in Spring. But you know, this situation was pretty different. They didn't have some massive early game lead. They were playing, you know, from a position of parity. We talked about which draft would you prefer. Almost all of us were all on the 100 Thieves side, and Cloud9 just straight up outplayed them in the 5v5. So I think that's definitely nice for Cloud9 fans to see.
Well, all that analysis is a great reason for you to think it was an impressive victory from Cloud9, Isaac. But the reason that I think it's an impressive victory, you know those guys on the internet that say you only beat Elden Ring if you did it with a two-handed sword and a naked level 1 guy? Well, the League of Legends equivalent of that is winning with Nidalee. So the fact that Cloud9 was able to complete that achievement, very impressive.
And they added in Renekton, so they're actually doing it on a dance pad.
Yeah,
like people do with Elden
Dance
Ring.
pad, naked
dance
level
pad.
1 guy with a sword, no spells, no buffs, no items.
Pretty impressive stuff. I don't know what the
smurfing it.
I think the only way to make it harder would be to add in a Jace.
Yeah, okay, now, okay, all right, come on now. We're talking about world record type of stuff here, my friend.
Then your eyes have to be closed as well.
Yeah.
Dance pad, eyes closed, level 1.
We're starting to transcend humanity a little bit with this one. 100 Thieves right now, though, are just looking to transcend game 2. They want to take us to a third game. Yesterday when we got to see Team Liquid versus Dignitas, it was kind of a similar thing, right? Where you're looking at it and you're thinking, okay, Team Liquid is definitely heavy favorites. They smashed smashed the first game, but Dig was able to bounce back very well in game number 2. So I'd love to see 100 Thieves pull out some of that same magic and give us a show here against Cloud9.
Absolutely, and I do think when you're talking about bright spots, one of the things you have to talk about was Sniper in that first game. Thanatos obviously, took the Renekton, had some early presence, but at the end of the day, Thanatos got a little bit too aggressive, was trying to hold that wave a little bit too long, and Sniper punished him, got the solo kill. In this matchup that we're kind of hyping up, this potential battle for Rookie of the Year between these two top laners, and Sniper came out on top. This is that top lane matchup. When you look at Spring versus Summer, obviously it's a pretty stark difference here for Sniper.
Yes, sir.
He has not been performing to that same level that he was able to in Spring. It was coming out of the gate really, really aggressive. I think overperforming expectations is JoJo. Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah. He had the early flash there because if Quid flashes, the auto follows and you are dead.
Yep, 100%. It looks a little bit silly from where we were watching it.
Staying? Are you kidding?
JoJo is... Okay, he's waiting for the heal from Blabber, so he's not in one-shot range now. Honestly, both their HP is pretty close.
This is actually really, really risky stuff. I mean, if you hit a pass-through Q, Quid had to flash. So, yeah, he probably had to flash a Q because, if you hit anything through the wave there, he could dash in and just finish you off. So, this is incredibly close. He's going to go for it.
Yup, JoJo actually has enough mana to do that. That's the important part. Quid only had enough in the tank to be able to Valk away, so he knows he can't try to stand and fight anything, even if JoJo wants to take it. Mid lane is spicy, and it's spicy quick here in game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are two confident mid laners. JoJo.
Oh my God, he stole it!
No.
River smited it too early. Thanatos is going to take the blue. He's going to get the bonus money for the first blood. If I am jungling right now, I am typing FF so many times. Oh, man, that ain't no good, but Quid gets one back for a solo bolo on JoJo in the mid lane.
Oh, JoJo overstayed, and Quid just TP's back. JoJo not yet based, and does get caught by the very edge of that phosphorus bomb. This one got spicy fast.
What on earth, man?
That is now a double buff Croc who just got gifted first blood. Not only does it feel terrible for the jungler, if you're the top laner, I'm also typing FF. I don't want to lane against this guy. You just gave him a red buff, a blue buff, you gave him a gold, border gold gleed. Like, it's ridiculous.
And it's not just the fact that he has the double buffs, because he also got to last hit the blue, which gives you more money than a cannon minion. It gives you the EXP on top of it. Let's see how close this gets, because River smites it. Oh,
49 and 3.
Yeah.
What was when it went from 49 to 3?
That was the burn from the Pillar of Flame, I think.
That's what I think, yeah. So I think he literally did 3. You can see the frustration on his face there. That is a tough one to get by. And then, JoJo going to die again?
Back in mid lane, yeah. Ayla making the rotation up as Quid gets a second one here on JoJo. This game has 3 kills in 4 minutes. We are off to the races.
Yeah, this one's getting messy fast. And now JoJo just died again. The second death is always so much more costly because you don't have TP.
Yeah.
So now there's no actually coming back to collect this as Ayla tries to bend the anchor around the wave there to actually nail Blabber, who could have been in trouble, but at the end of the day, we'll see how much this Meech can collect. Looks like all of it, as it is going to be Vulcan just basing. But yeah, Renekton is way ahead. If you want to have someone behind, though, you'd rather have your Cassante behind than your Lucian. And we'll see how much he can kind of maintain, because when they get a red buff, it's actually quite a bit of early regen as well, so it's very difficult. It helps with the trading, helps with the regen, and it's going to put you at that big advantage early on. Obviously, the blue buff not going to be nearly as important for a manaless champion.
Right, yeah. It's more of a mental thing.
Not going to run out of mana either way.
Yeah,
but there is a second color, and it's frustrating.
Right. When you see the one buff, you're like, all right, not that big of a deal. Double buffs? Double buffs is where you actually get a little bit frustrated with the situation. Now, back here in bottom lane, things pretty even between the Ashe and the Zeri. And again, I like the fact that you brought it up back in game number 1. It was the Berserker Zeri contingency plan all the time, back when this guy was undisputed best AD carry in the league, right? Chekhov's Berserker. You mentioned him once in draft. He just AFK farms for 20 minutes, gets a quadra kill, and the game's over. And last game, we got to see that patience and that teamfight navigation skill to great use.
Absolutely. It was kind of one of my favorite moments from a pro cast was we had Huhi come on a cast, and he was talking about how he's like, oh yeah, like which spot do you kind of prefer? And they're like, well, Cloud9 has Berserker on Zeri, and he's probably just going to get a random triple kill, and then they're going to win the game. And then not 30 seconds later, a fight breaks out in the river, he gets a triple kill. He's like, like I said,
random triple kill. Turns out, Zeri does that. The game becomes pretty easy. Blabber's going to go ahead and start up these grubs again on the Nidalee, going back to what we were talking about with Inspired in game number 1. He said with Nidalee just being able to kind of control these grubs, be able to play around your Renekton. And right now, Cloud9's got the first one. We'll see if 100 Thieves can force them away from the rest. That's what happened in game number 1. Ayla's going to be the first one to step up here, but he stepped up all alone. Ayla just dropped. Thanatos has to slice and dice his way back away, but JoJo's going in with more bullets, ready for River. Now Sniper's gone all out. Blabber trying to get back away. Quid still in full retreat as Vulcan's looking to chase these guys down with another headbutt pulled. He finds the Corky Copter, and it's a double kill for Blabber's Nidalee. C9 feeling good about that one.
Yeah, River smoked one away, but that's all they get at the end of the day. They are now down almost 2,000 gold here already. This is going to be tough for them to bounce back in. JoJo also got a kill, which is actually pretty important for him to kind of get him back in this a little bit, as both those early kills did go over to Quid. We can see this one more time as they want to try to push in here aggressively, but the positioning much better from Cloud9 this time around. If you remember back to game 1, 100 Thieves were able to get a jump on JoJo, chunk him out low, then they went over to the grubs, and that actually prevented Cloud9 from taking the fight. This time, JoJo has perfect positioning on the side, lands a full culling on Ayla as he actually went in. Then as River's trying to do a drive-by, does steal one grub, but that is him going down as a result. When you're spending those spells on the grubs, when you're trying to actually finish that off, you are easy pickings. And a couple early kills here for Blabber already. Just got his 1,000th career kill in the LCS.
Damn.
That's a lot of kills.
Yup, the dude is getting it done in the jungle. And man, 2,000 gold, not even 8 minutes into the game, actually feels really, really bad. 100 Thieves is going to at least try to get this Drake back. I don't believe that Blabber is close enough to be able to make any sort of realistic challenge for it, so 100 Thieves will at least be happy about grabbing that for themselves. Blabber, though, on this Nidalee, just now hitting level 7. He's ahead of the Brand in terms of pacing, which always feels great.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Brand is really, really fast. Nidalee obviously want to keep up that pace, want to stay aggressive. You know, we heard Inspire talk about it that...
Whoa! Over the wall from Vulcan, immediately looking for that engage on Meech. Vulcan and JoJo want this 2v2 kill. A little bit more damage is all it's going to take. The culling being blocked up by Ayla here with the Nautilus, but the dash into the flash, and JoJo gets his man. Nicely played there from Vulcan and JoJo together.
Yeah, just like that, JoJo back-to-back kills, right back in it on the Lucian. Going to be feeling really good about that. Berserker just holding down mid and is going to be able to hang on here. And this is the quote from Sniper on Pros talking about River. Whenever he sees an angle, he's going to go for it, you know. But a lot of times where we have trouble following up, when we look at it after, he's usually right. I just need to follow up on what call he's going for. And this is something that we were discussing. He was basically talking about, you know, River will call, oh, we could go for this fight, or oh, we could take this dragon, or oh, we could do this thing. And sometimes they don't understand the angle. They're not seeing it. But when they're going into the VOD reviews, he's able to kind of explain that. And they're realizing, okay, we needed to actually listen to River. So that was one of their major takeaways, was just to have trust on his calls, to try to be more coordinated. So that's what we really want to see this team working on.
Ooh, Thanatos with the flash away to try to escape up here. Sniper goes all out to pull him through the wall, but it might have just pulled him over to safety instead. Another slice. Sniper trying to keep on chasing. The all-out ends up ruining the play, taking him further away from where River would have been able to help.
Exactly. I mean, you land that initial knockback, and River's going to have the combo to follow it up. If River actually gets the full combo down, bounces the ult and everything, but he goes all out. Maybe he thought he had a different angle, or maybe he just thought he had a lot more damage than he did. But at the end of the day, ends up pushing him to safety, and it's both their flashes expended on the play. And now Blabber is here to try to poke and prod, try to harass. Won't be any sort of an angle for a dive, but still a failed play from 100 Thieves when you're already down 3K gold. Every one of those attempts really matters.
A failed play. Blabber stops the reset for River, slowing his tempo even further. They force Ayla to come up there to try to respond to something, which means that 100 Thieves now don't have any extra firepower down here in the bottom lane, and Berserker's just having a great time against Meech with the Zeri versus Ashe. 100 Thieves is again here in game number 2, just feeling like they're not coordinated enough. Meech knocked away from the turret, knocked right into Berserker, and that Zeri is scary, man. Easy money for the C9 AD carry.
Yeah, nicely done there by Vulcan. Doesn't even need the full combo. You just headbutt him away from the tower, so he can't do anything about it. They knew he had no flash from that previous play. So an easy kill there, donated into Berserker's pockets. I gotta say, Vulcan hasn't been talked about a ton this split, but he has really stepped it up from how he was doing last split. I feel like he's been really strong for the team, a big part of their early game, you know, moving around the map, finding plays. And also, when you look back to game number 1, he was pivotal in finding so many of these engages that the team could actually follow up on. They're looking way more coordinated.
Yeah, he's my MVP for game number 1. He's putting on a strong showing here in game number 2 as well. Blabber starting up these grubs. First one stolen away there by River. And honestly, 100 Thieves are going to be happy to steal away 2 of these because it keeps the Grubs at 3-3. It stops C9 from being able to spawn the Void Mites. But back on the topic of Vulcan, I actually think he came under a lot of fire, and rightfully so in Spring. It felt like he just wasn't where he needed to be. It wasn't like the level that we had seen out of him before, but now he seems to really be getting it back together again.
And not even just Spring, back on FlyQuest, right? Like Vulcan's stock was incredibly, incredibly high, but he did have, you know, a rough time on FlyQuest with Prince. They couldn't make it happen there. Then he came to Cloud9 and it's like, wait, you're not doing well with Berserker either? Like, are you just not as good as we remembered? But he is really having that big resurgence. He's showing us the level that we came to expect from Vulcan over so many years. I also think it's really worth talking about the upcoming opponents for Cloud9 because they are starting out, you know, obviously really, really good. They're 3-0 right now, but they have some very heavy hitters coming up. This will be their 4th game.
NRG.
Exactly. Yes, I understand. Their final 3 opponents include 2 of the top 3 TL and FlyQuest, so their bigger challenges remain to be faced.
Oh, Ayla wanted to go in there for the engage on JoJo, but they don't even have the damage to follow it up in time. Never mind. Yes, they do. That last little bit of damage over time is going to finish the Lucian as Berserker and Vulcan now in a 2v3 trying to fight it out here in the pit. Flash over the wall from Berserker as soon as he gets hit by the dredge line, and now Vulcan looking to keep Ayla locked down as Thanatos wants to arrive. Sniper goes all out. They want to go in for Ayla. He might just have to try to get over the wall, but I don't think there's any way home considering he doesn't even have a flash. Thanatos goes in. Call the Meek, and Ayla's weak. Vulcan with another beautiful 2-man knockup. The Alistar just facilitating and playmaking all day long. Berserker's getting fed, and 100 Thieves is dead. C9, 5,000 gold ahead.
Damn, that was some sick rhyming. I'm not going to lie. You got like 5 or 6 in a row there.
2 or 3 of them were intentional. The last one, you just got to let it ride. You just got to let it ride. And right now, Blabber's letting it ride all the way to the bank here. Just going to pick up some extra gold as soon as he gets this last kill on Quid. There it is. Flash forward for the pounce, the swipe, the takedown. And Blabber's on a killing spree.
And Vulcan, you know, nearly 100% KP. Blabber making that a little bit worse with that solo kill in the side lane. But 1-0-8, the guy has been everywhere, bought the early Swifties, has just been constantly looking for these fights. You know, really pivotal for them in this series. And remember, the LCS Championship tickets are on sale now.
Ooh, beautifully done. Vulcan goes in for the headbutt. Ayla buffers through it with the dredge line. Vulcan buffers his buffer with a pulverize to knock him up in the middle of the animation. JoJo and Blabber have enough damage to secure that Drake. Now JoJo jumping forward again. Vulcan again doing a beautiful job blocking Ayla's attempt to stop JoJo. Everything that 100 Thieves wants to try to do, Vulcan's doing better.
Absolutely. He is stopping every single angle it feels that they are going for at this point. We are 14 minutes into the game. It is nearly an 8,000 gold lead. Yeah. This is a stomp right now from Cloud9. You know, even with those early kills that they were able to get on JoJo, even with a couple things, it feeling like going 100 Thieves' way, Cloud9 have just been better at every single turn. The call already cashed out now for Berserker. JoJo approaching his cash out as well. So these 80 carries are going to be in a great spot coming up.
We're at that spot in the game, Isaac, where it's not up to 100 Thieves to play it right or play it well or find the angle. They need Cloud9 to make some kind of a mistake. And based on how C9 have been playing this series so far, I don't think that they're going to give that opportunity over to the Thieves. Ayla still just always trying to look for these Nautilus plays, but honestly, it feels like he's just outclassed by Vulcan in this series. And now he's going to get caught again once more. As soon as he goes for the dredge line, Vulcan is ready to intercept. It's a 4v3 for 100 Thieves, but C9 just walks it off. The arrow connects on the Alistar. Unbreakable Will immediately counters it. Thieves get no punish. They're going to try to go back and go for the Rift Herald, but the whole time, JoJo split pushing bottom.
Exactly. I mean, this is just crazy. JoJo completely unanswered. Cloud9, you know, playing that limit really, really well, not over pushing. And this is the largest gold lead at 14 this entire split from any team. Cloud9 already had incredible early game stats that Jat was talking about on the lounge earlier today in the pre-show. And now they're just going to be that much better after this beating they are giving 100 Thieves. And they weren't even able to take the Herald. They're still hanging around, but man, it's going to be tough to not just get killed if you try to walk in here.
Well, JoJo has teleported up to join, so C9 has all 5 men ready to fight for this one. 100 Thieves is going to try to make an approach. Ayla with the flash over the wall goes for the dredge line, but he doesn't find JoJo. Instead onto Berserker. Vulcan getting himself back away. Now remember, there is no Unbreakable Will available. JoJo still trying to get away down to about 200 HP. A lot of damage on Vulcan, and Meech is going to get the kill. Blabber secures the Herald at the same time, so it's support traded away for Herald so far. Thanatos doesn't want to give over anything extra. Honestly, 100 Thieves considering the Rift Herald doesn't even get claimed, they'll be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is a positive play for them, especially from a deficit. You're feeling really good. You know, you're able to go in and get a slightly positive trade down this much gold. Blabber not able to stop the recall, not able to grab the eye, unfortunately for him, but still very, very firmly in the driver's seat. And I'm curious, Flowers, you know, there's a lot of talk about, is Berserker him anymore? You know, Bwipo saying he's not him. That kind of spawned all that discussion in spring.
Yep.
Do you think he's back? Is it fair to say? Is it fair to declare? Or do they have to take down those top teams?
Well, I think he's got to do it on somebody that's not Zeri. That's kind of where I'm at. All of the Berserker highlight reel has been on Zeri. He had his kind of slump. He's back on Zeri.
Okay.
So this is the beginning of the good vibes for Berserker, I would feel like. If he can put up this kind of a performance again, he might be him again. He might be him. JoJo is burning. Any other champion, I would say, he'd survive, but that is Brand, so it ain't going to happen. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves picking up 2. It's JoJo and Blabber traded away for Ayla. You will take that every day of the week for 100 Thieves.
So that's a little bit of a flashback to spring for Cloud9. A couple random deaths after the strong early game.
Yeah.
This time they have enough of a monster lead, though, that I don't really think it's going to matter too much. They do get caught out. JoJo Punish has been having a little bit of a sloppier game in this game number 2. Played a very clean game 1 on Tristana, though. Obviously, Lucian, I think it's a lot harder to survive.
Ooh, hold on. Sniper wants to go in for this. The ulti used by Thanatos, though. Sniper tries to get away from it, and not today. Thanatos gets his revenge for the solo kill in game number 1. He's getting one of his own here in game number 2. Put his name on the scoreboard. Both these boys are even. The battle for Rookie of the Year.
Yep, they're battling it out. And Masu, we can't forget about him. I think he's another big candidate. Obviously, there's another number of other candidates, including, you know, Meech, Mask, Castle, etc. But I do think it's really down to Thanatos, Sniper, or Masu in my eyes. Those are the 3 that I think are likely going to be competing for it at the end of the day.
Well, top laners are an island, man. So the only dude who you can really mess with his prospects is the enemy top laner. If an enemy AD carry gets it, that's just team diff. But as long as the enemy top laner doesn't get it, you can feel good, right?
Exactly. You were the best rookie top laner.
Right. Even if the AD carry gets it, rigged. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that. C9 not worried about much of anything right now. 8,500 gold ahead, 18.5 minutes into the game. Blabber's got control over that bot side river, over that bot side crab, and the Drake is about to spawn. If you're 100 Thieves, I don't even think you think about contesting this.
All right, it's quiz time, chat.
Okay.
How many monitors would we have to turn off on the C9 side for 100 Thieves to win this game?
Well, I think River's monitor might be looking a little black and white right now.
You need to at least turn off one monitor, but you need to turn off multiple monitors from this position.
2
monitors. So yes. One monitor isn't going to do it.
One monitor's not enough.
One monitor's not enough.
Yeah.
I mean, keep in mind, they're still allowed to play with their monitor off. It just could be difficult.
Right, I know, but you turn Vulcan's monitor off, and then you just have Berserker tell him top left, top right, like whatever for where to click to stand on top of the Zeri, and then just press his buttons once you're in the fight so Zeri doesn't die.
I'm seeing 3. I'm seeing 5.
5 monitors.
We got a 7 in chat. That guy's drunk.
That guy, yeah, that
There's
guy's
not even that many monitors.
No, he just means that we have to turn 2 of our monitors off as well, so that we can't cast or curse
them. The coaches have to turn off
yeah,
their
there
monitors.
You go. Well, I mean, dude, I don't think Reaper's watching anyway. He was just kind of lounging back behind the stage.
Yeah, he's for sure playing Elden Ring.
Yeah, dude, he's having a great time back there.
He's
leveling up his anima power in Swarm. There's a lot of levels on that.
Yeah, there are.
You got to put your hours in.
I was can they choose who's off? You can choose.
Yeah.
You can choose. Some pretty high estimations, though. I got a 12 in there. We got some 3s. It looks like averaging around 3.
Okay, 3 monitors. All right, so chat has less faith than I do. Vulcan, Thanatos, and Berserker are just going to bury Sniper up here in the brushes of top lane. As Azale, I think that death coincides pretty perfectly here with the Baron about to spawn. I don't know if C9 is going to go for this early of a rush on it. Meech and the rest of 100 Thieves trying to put the damage on the tier 1 turret, but nope, it is C9 deciding, hey, all in, go for Baron, make him come here and fight us if nothing else. TP about to show up. Looks like JoJo's about to make his way in here first, but you're going to see 100 Thieves coming up to try to respond to it. They are in a 4v5. Once Sniper spawns in 10 seconds, he's going to have his Unleashed TP, but Cloud9 is trying to burn it before we even get to that point in time. River wants to make his way into the pit, but he's going to be down to 200 HP, and the Baron is secured by Blabber and Cloud9, but now can they get away? 100 Thieves in pursuit. Sniper looking to block their exit. He shows up in the tri-brush. Vulcan's going to get cooked. It's beef on the barbecue, but Blabber gets one back, and River's out of the picture. JoJo dies next. 4v3 for
for 100 Thieves as Blabber continues his escape. Berserker is so unconcerned, he's going to make sure he gets the red before he leaves. Blabber just keeping their attention elsewhere as C9 will end up losing 2 for 1 in players, but they walk away with a Baron.
Yeah, they get the Baron, they take that off the map. Cloud9 just looking to continually stay aggressive, and those spears are starting to hurt. That one did 60-70% of Meech's health with just the spear as Blabber was kiting out in that 1v3, and he even gets him.
He takes him down on the back end of it. Nearly gets Quid too. The Corky barely escapes.
He looked for the prediction spear there. I think he thought he was going to Valk down into the pit, so that's why he's throwing it down there. Tried to go for the big play. Unfortunately, he just Valked in a straight line.
Blabber is almost making me think Nidalee is good. That's how well he is playing.
Stop that.
Okay, I know. It's dangerous. It's a dangerous line of thinking.
It's a dark and lonely path.
It's a dangerous line of thinking, I know. But do you realize that if Cloud9 wins this game, that in just a single series, Cloud9 will triple the total number of Nidalee wins in the LCS? In just a single series.
Yeah, that's
incredible.
That is truly a time to be alive.
Yes, one of the stats of all time. We have to make sure that that's recorded. As 100 Thieves just really would like this game to not be recorded, honestly. This one has been trouble for the Thieves from minute 1 all the way back, man. I mean, just remembering the way that the jungle went early with River losing that blue buff to 3 HP and then getting solo killed by Thanatos. It's just been a nightmare from the very start. C9, we thought that the first game was going good from the start, but this one even more so. Here's another look at how this play went down. Vulcan just trying to keep him busy while the rest of the team burned the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, Quick got a lot of poke in there. His first big one hit 3 members, hit Berserker, Jojo, and Blabber. So a lot of poke was put down, and they can kind of use Ayla as well as Meech here with the slows to look for these chase downs. Vulcan was always going to die, so he's just going to try to buy time for the rest of the team.
Yeah.
Sniper TP's in, and you think, okay, this could be a huge moment, but then you realize they are this far behind. Everyone just turns on him, and he's immediately forced to run. They do get a kill, though, onto Zeri, so Cloud9 getting a little bit fast and loose with this massive lead that they have built up.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. We didn't really get to see what led to Berserker being there. He still has his flash up. He still has his ult up. His cleanse is on cooldown. So I'm guessing he was just a little too overconfident, stepped into some CC that he wasn't prepared for, as 100 Thieves at least now has a 5v4 to try to clear Cloud9 out of their section of the map. The thing for C9 is they only had a little bit of time left on the Baron. The Baron power play is at only plus 1,500. That's the amount of gold that you get for killing the buff. So for 100 Thieves, at least you're glad that C9 didn't really get a whole lot out of that early Baron take. Sometimes we see those just completely bulldoze the game as Meech is forced to flash away from Jojo's culling.
Yeah, Jojo got a ton of damage down with that culling, and Meech needs every little bit of gold that he can get. He is so far behind in that individual one-on-one, good 3,000 down from Berserker. Quid makes it a little bit closer as he does collect a bounty on that top side. He's the only one that has an advantage for his squad. Everyone very far behind, so let's see how this did happen. Looks like he wanted to try to interrupt Quid's recall. Just kind of got baited. They were all lying in wait. Quid starts recalling. I wonder if they had tracked that ward. If they did, credit to them. He just kind of starts that recall up. Looks like Zeri moves forward and then just caught from all sides.
Well, the third Drake for Cloud9 is about to drop here. Blabber will bring them to Soul Point. It's nearly a 4,000 gold lead in top lane. It's over 2K in the jungle. You already mentioned the 3,000 in the 80 carry role. I mean, honestly, the advantage that Quid had, Vulcan has the same amount of advantage over Ayla. So it is neutralized by the power of the cow, who has honestly neutralized so many plays that 100 Thieves has tried to make this game. It's been really impressive.
Yeah, Vulcan has been playing incredible so far today, and Quid maybe in a little bit of trouble, but feeling okay. Not going to pop anything too much as the arrow does go wide on Jojo.
I always love how Jojo gives him that thumbs up. Nice try, bud.
He's nothing if not consistent.
Oh, River. Does he die to this? The damage over time with the last caster auto? Yes, it does. Jojo gets the kill on River, and now C9 ain't feeling too scared at all. Baron not going to spawn for another minute and a half. Drake was just taken by them, but Sniper trying to come in here on the flank. 100 Thieves still thinking maybe they got a chance to try to fight something here. Sniper's all out, but it ain't going to matter. Ayla drops. Berserker gets him, and now a double kill for Thanatos. 100 Thieves has only one man left standing, and he'll fall too. A triple kill over to Thanatos, an ace for Cloud9. 10 seconds on River. Everybody else is dead for a lot longer, and C9's just running straight into the base.
Yeah, 5-0, clean ace, Cloud9. Looking like they're going to close this one the way they started in dominant fashion here. River's back up, but it's a 1v5. I think Cloud9 just want to end it.
Yeah, Vulcan flashing forward for the Pulverize. They don't need anything else. The ace credit goes over to Blabber. Ayla's back alive, but it won't matter. The Nexus is exposed. 26 minutes into the game. Cloud9 hits 100 Thieves even harder the second time. They'll 2-0 this series.
Man, I really think the hype is building and building and building towards these next couple matches here for Cloud9. They've got FlyQuest, they've got TL in these next couple weeks. NRG is in there as well, but 2 of the top 3 teams, those matches are going to be so exciting and really, I think, are going to tell us so much about expectations going into playoffs because those are the big dogs. It's very clear those 3 teams feel like they're on a tier of their own, and we just have to find out who's going to be going into playoffs in that pole position.
Yeah, I'm 100% on board that C9 has to play against FlyQuest and TL and look competitive and beat at least one of them for them to be the real deal. But at the same time, if you're taking on opponents like 100 Thieves who are the more middle of the pack teams and just completely smashing them, it is a good omen. I think for C9 fans, this is absolutely the look that you needed to see if you want this team to be competitive in those top level series.
Absolutely, and if you're 100 Thieves, you start to get a little bit nervous about your playoff hopes because now they fall to 1-3. They haven't been able to pick up a win in their last 3 straight series. They got 2-0'd by Dig, 2-0'd by TL. Now they just got 2-0'd by C9. Obviously, it is a top team, but they still have FlyQuest remaining in one of their last 3 matches, so that's kind of an expected loss. You do have Immortals and Shopify, but now it's kind of all eyes on those matchups. You've got to be able to show up and play well because Immortals has the same amount of wins as 100 Thieves does. If Immortals beats you, they could be in playoffs and you could be out. So 100 Thieves, it's getting down to crunch time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the series is wrapped up, and it's time to join Inspired and JoJo for an interview.
Hello, everyone. I'm standing here with JoJo after his 2-0 victory against 100 Thieves. So, JoJo, how does this matchup goes like that? Like, level 1, you have to flash away from the core key playing Lucian?
Okay, to be honest, I don't have a mic. Do I take? To be honest, he got a ward level 1, so he hit level 2.
I saw it, and I expected you to see it.
I mean, I said in game he's gonna hit level 2 wave 1, and then I kind of forgot.
Oh, so you said it?
So when he hit level 2 in game, I'm like, oh shit, he's level 2. I'm fucked.
So you think it's your teammates' fault? They should be like reminding you all the time.
Yeah, it's Blabber's fault. He warded there, so it's lucky Blabber's fault.
Okay, it's teammates' fault. Yeah. And then after your Renekton just solo kills the brand level 3 in the jungle, basically solo wins the game. You were doing everything you could to make the game interesting, right?
Okay, that mid fight we would have won, by the way. If you guys watch it back.
Team gap again. Team gap again.
Yeah, team gap.
Okay.
I mean, I should have played better, but we got a double kill there if we're not scared. Because we said Nautilus was moving.
So who was scared?
Blabber.
Oh, again.
It's never my fault. I mean,
jungle fault.
I made no mistakes this game. It's all jungle fault.
Yeah, for sure. And then, so basically after that, like 100 Thieves didn't really have any opportunities to come back to the game. So what were you doing in comms? Like for sure you were having some fun, right?
I mean, I think the whole team just, honestly, we were just laughing game 2.
Yeah.
I guess we shouldn't have, but like it felt like a scrim.
Yeah, it felt like 100 Thieves in scrims,
right?
right?
It felt like a real game, so it was hard to like, we had to focus up after we died a couple times and then try to like calm down and just win the game. But mid-game was pretty fun. I don't know if they showed the comms, but it was kind of crazy.
Yeah, did you expect before the game that it's going to be that easy?
I mean, 100 Thieves is a stage team, right? So we can't underestimate them, right? So we still knew that we could lose. Even game 1 was kind of close. So, but game 2 was a free win after top solo killed and ball and jungle all got ahead.
Yeah, and what did Thanatos actually say during level 3, invading enemy jungle, like alone, killing enemy jungler, basically like winning the game?
He just said he killed Brand and he got blue. I don't know. He said he got a camp or something.
Yeah, top gap?
Yeah,
top gap. Okay, I guess that's it. I think the game was pretty smooth, pretty easy, pretty clean by you guys, and I think nothing else to ask.
Big gap.
I guess so.
Okay, I'm coming to you guys now.
The rule is just stay in the water of the river, like, or the bush that's touching the water. You just can't run onto land.
Okay. Yo.
All right, we're gonna count it down. 3, 2,
I already know how I'm gonna go.
1, fight.
Yo, leave me alone, bro. How is this fair, by the way? Yo, can I move? What is this, bro? Okay, I got one at least. I got one somehow.
That was nice burst at the end, but that wasn't even close.
Yeah, I know. I need level 10, I think, or like. No, I want to beat the record though.
Oh, wait, so you want to go for 8. So the max amount of tries you're allowed is 3. How many exhausts did you even have to use? You didn't use all of them.
Only 2.
What?
You died too fast.
I didn't even use my Ignite, bro.
River, do you think that Riven is better than Huhi's pick? Huhi played Viego.
I think Viego is better. Okay. No, I'm gonna beat you guys.
Yeah, Insanity played Akali. What do you think about that, Sniper?
Akali's not bad, honestly. I was thinking of going her, but it's like Insanity, you know? I'm like better than Insanity. I think I'm just gonna ult this. My ult will be back up. I think it's chill. Don't. Yeah. Back. Oh my god. Oh, sorry. You guys distracted me.
Yo, what do you think about Lucid with snipes? Good?
Nah, bro, I'm going Tommies. Look at your freaking champions. Now you can't kill me anymore, Bill.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure, bro.
I have to say, the 100 Thieves, like, other 4 coordination compared to the other sets is high. Okay, Emily, count us down.
Go on.
No. Chill.
3,
Okay.
2,
Okay,
1.
my son first.
Okay, now we go. Look at you. Look at you. Bro, okay, you guys.
Blood burst.
Bro, your next speech.
Oh, Gal played you
close. Wait.
Look at you guys, bro.
Wait.
Oh my gosh, Gal played. You guys are trash.
Oh, we did it.
Let's go.
Wow.
Riven's the pick, baby.
Too f***ing strong.
You are now the official winner of the 1v4, doing it at level 8.
10 seconds for a victory speech, Sniper.
These guys are trash. I own them. I'm the best Riven in the world, and that's all I need to say.
Thanks, everybody. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Dude, why'd you put your new rig in the basement?
Didn't you hear? Bill's a good gillionaire now.
Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere. Check it out. We've got Gamer Rocker, Gamer Floaty, Gamer Couch.
Whoa.
It's got wheels.
Gamer Bench, Gamer Throne, and Gamer Mower.
What's that?
It's hard to game while walking downstairs.
I get it.
That's smart.
Live like a gagillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I see you dancing with the new. We've been listening to this for a little bit. Watch me, baby, yeah, follow me.
Doesn't look like playing League, no? He looks like playing Roblox.
Yeah. What are you saying? I look like I play Roblox, bro. No. I just look like a handsome guy. That's why. We're like fighting top on beyond.
He's probably up there.
Nice. Okay.
Look is there. No ears here.
I'm fighting. Look is here.
I'm looking. What the?
Come.
Looking front line.
Look at here. I saw Poppy.
Look at
here. I'm taking Baron. I'm taking. Yeah, Baron. Can I make Baron?
Yeah, go Baron.
Yeah.
Yo, no flash.
Look, this guy.
Corki no flash too.
I'm chasing.
Corki.
F combo. Okay.
Look Corki.
Got him. Nice job, guys.
Yeah. Ash no flash. I have combo in 2. Ash no flash. I go Ash. Ash. No flash. Chip. Okay, nice.
Nice job, guys.
Another good bait by me. I'm one bot.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. We got Inspired joining us for this pregame. Here are the teams that are playing today. Shopify and NRG doing that huddle. And Boogie is making his summer split appearance.
Yeah, the change after the 3 weeks that they've had, going into the break, bringing back Boogie. Of course, he was working more as like a player coach behind Tomio, so it's not too big of a change, but it's still surprising to me to bring in a rookie and then only have him in for the first 3 weeks.
Yeah, and I mean, listening to their kind of comms that they put out with Revan talking about the change, it definitely seemed more like okay, we want to try something because nothing that we're doing is working right now. One thing I will say though, because Inspired, you and I talked about this kind of off camera, but Boogie as a player kind of already fit this meta going in, and a lot of times last split he was already playing the Lilia, he was already playing the brand, right? So it was interesting. You thought it was interesting that they had chosen Tomio for this split, just generally.
Yeah, I think that was the best playstyle for Shopify last split, playing AP jungle with like tank mid or just playing for Boogie to get ahead and then carry the team fights. And basically right now that was the perfect time to pull this off, and they decided to make that roster change. So I was not really sure why that decision was made, but now going back with Boogie, we were practicing against them and they seemed like a pretty decent team.
Nice.
And the one thing that I liked about Boogie just way back, of course, way back last year when they were with TSM, yes, gave him a lot of direction. In fact, I remember their support at the time was Chime, and their jungle proximity towards their support was extremely high, one of the highest in the league. In the early portions of the game. That just meant that they were making a lot of action happening in the early, whether it's an invade on Raptors, a play through mid, they seemed like there was a lot of cohesion there.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up because I think Boogie is another jungler when we talk about when he excels and when he has excelled on TSM and Shopify previously. It definitely was when he was either he invades a lot and then also finding lanes to make plays around. Like, I really like when he gets involved with his lanes.
Okay, going up against NRG, let's check out the predictions for this series. Remember, Shopify 0-3 match score, 0-6 game score, and Inspired with the spicy, bold, behind-the-scenes take, 2-0 for Shopify.
Yep. I think it's NRG's game to win. Like, if they don't win this game, I think it's over for NRG this season. But I have a feeling that this break was great for Shopify, and they figured out how they want to play. So I have a feeling that they're just going to win it today.
I love it. I love the spice. None of us are super confident about NRG either with all 2-1 predictions, and I will say I'm a little more confident in Shopify after talking to Revan ahead of today's series. Thank you very much. I'm here with Revan, and you had a somewhat eventful break, actually. Do you want to talk a little bit about the Boogie substitution?
We felt internally that Boogie provided something that we needed, which was just in-game direction, outside of game direction. We weren't really decisive in any of our games. We just lost without any life whatsoever, and we needed some sort of change. And he was the best option on the table, and so far in the past 3 weeks, it has been going pretty well so far.
So have you been scrimming almost exclusively with Boogie for the entire break?
Yes.
And then with that, how does that change your confidence going into the match today against NRG?
Very, because against the lower tier teams, we were already doing pretty good, which is contrast to our current standings. But even against the upper tier teams like C9, TL, Fly, we're pretty competitive. I think even similar to spring performance as well. So that's what we're hoping to see in this second block of LCS.
That's good to hear. I've heard similar things from teams when they talk about playing against Shopify and scrims. But on stage, you're still 0-3 and actually yet to win a game. How is that affecting the team and yourself in terms of pressure with only 4 matches remaining?
When you're down bottom and especially winless 0-6, you can literally only go up from there. So that's what we're all hoping for.
So anything we should look forward to in the game today?
I just really hope we even showcase like 80% of how we normally do in scrims, and I just really hope that happens.
All right, Revan, thank you for taking the time. Best of luck in the game against NRG today. Let's send it back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for our second series of the day, Week 4, Day 2. Shopify Rebellion taking on NRG. And you just heard words from Coach Revan for Shopify Rebellion, who are now getting ready to play their first game of the split with Boogie back on the roster.
Yeah, and I mean, you heard the confidence coming out, well, a little bit more confidence, right, than we initially heard in the thing that they released. Here we see Boogie. I really, really wanted to talk about how proactive he can be. He is a very heavy invade jungler. This is combined for this year. So even not having played for the first part of the split, he's still second in forward percentage of all junglers, first in team proximity at 14, and has the second highest counter jungle percentage. The other junglers up there is Umti, which Kobe and I have done some joking around between these two junglers specifically in terms of their heavy invade tendencies, let's just say.
And Boogie is enough of a change that Inspired was willing to say that they are going to 2-0 win this series, contrary to a lot of other, previous opinions, because Shopify stock was kind of at an all-time low here with not winning a single game so far yet. But an actual player change, like this is definitely, the biggest change that we have this entire week for any single team. Not only is a player changing, but Boogie is very, very different and very, very instrumental in how this team used to play. So hopefully for their sake, they can kind of reenact that.
Yeah, and like Inspired said before we were getting into this match, the play style that they played in spring is very similar to what can be really, really strong in the meta right now, right? Like, we already saw the brand coming out of Boogie. We already saw him playing the Lilia. We still saw a lot of, like, either AP, AD together or Insanity on something like the Scion or that one Garen pick he had that they were pairing with some AP junglers. Yeah. It didn't work out in that game, but...
Yeah, I think that the tank cooking should stay in the past because the really big point is for Insanity has been amazing on just AD mid laners that are not even Tristana and Corki. His Lucian was quite good, and he is a very well-known mid-lane Graves player in solo queue as well. Yeah. He always likes a lot of these AD options in mid lane, so I would say cook more in that direction than backwards towards the tank ones for Shopify. And NRG already, you can see they're paying respects there. That illusion is because of Insanity more so than B-Boy, I think.
Yeah, and we see the Sejuani and Kalista bans coming out of Shopify, recognizing NRG when they did beat Immortals last time.
Yep.
Contracts, obviously a huge Sejuani player, something that allows him to really communicate with his lanes very well. Ivern also taken off the table. That's another contract special.
Yeah. We have been talking a lot about what could be a potential upswing for Shopify Rebellion. The last week we had in the LCS split, week 3, was hopefully the beginning of an upswing for NRG, getting their first series win overall in the summer season. And a lot of that, I think, really relies heavily on how well Palafox is playing in his current form.
Yeah, I mean, Palafox, and then also I think the big thing for NRG has been reuniting the FBI Huhi bot lane. They do like to play a lot of hard pushing bot 2v2s. We previously saw them with the Kalista lane. They do get Ashe in this, which is very much in their wheelhouse. Meanwhile, we're presuming that B-Boy is going to be going on that Ezreal, as it is one of his best picks, and Boogie on the Zyra.
Yeah, and the Zyra nerfs on this patch were not very big. Like we were saying in patch review, a lot of the AP targeted ones for specific AP junglers weren't as big as people were thinking, and so the Zyra here picked right back up. I actually really like this. Brand 1 was also only 5 damage off of E, so Contract's just like, I can do that too. Thank you, Thank you very much. So nothing really changing there as far as the meta. Of course, the Ezreal is the kind of flex there. Could easily go into the hands of Insanity if they really want to. To me, the Lilia was the quintessential Boogie AP champ that he played before there was this huge, shift over towards AP junglers. So I like that little shout out from Insanity, even though they already have the Zyra locked in. Just having Boogie back on the team, shouting out some previous successes there. And it will just be the standard Corki Tristana round number 79.
Yeah, I don't even know how many rounds it's at, but the nerfs that came through were not enough. We are definitely still on AP jungle and then trading Trist, Corki in the mid lane. But like you said, Kobe, I'm really happy that you called out how good Insanity can be on these AD mids. It was kind of a hallmark of his play before he was on Shopify, even back when you were watching him in NACL and Academy. He's always had a really wide champ pool, and he's done really, really well in some of these early lanes before the rest of the map has kind of collapsed around him.
The week 3 series that they had, he had a monstrous lead against Jojo Pion, even forced a flash early out, and we talked about on the cast, like, hey, this is where they should look trying to use Maokai to make that advantage snowball further, but they never got a chance to. But now that Buki back on the roster, we know that Shopify wants to use his proactivity and his fearlessness and boldness to make these plays happen as soon as he sees the angle. As we're coming to a close on the second round of bans, Jace Braum taken by Shopify, Gnar and Leona taken by NRG.
I like recognizing that the Jace is something that Dokla is more than willing to play in the top lane. It used to be something that they would obviously flex between 2 lanes as well, and like theoretically this Trist could go bot. I definitely don't expect it. I just expect Palafox to be playing it, but I like taking that away from Dokla from Shopify as we see the Nautilus get locked in on Shopify's side.
Yeah, and they kind of telegraph a little bit too with banning the Braum themselves first, then they can go with the straightforward Nautilus engage. But you can see NRG toying with the counter engage of Renata, and then if that actually had gone through, you know, Cassante stocks are kind of going up here for Big Dokes up in the top lane, but they, at the last second there, do switch it over to the Rel for who he's engaged. And those Cassante stocks actually never fell back down.
No, he's just going to go with the Cassante. It has been his kind of go-to blind this year thus far, as we see what Shopify are going to lock in for Fake God over here.
I will say Shopify have a lot of disengage and poke in that 3-man core between Ezreal, Zyra, and Corki. Nautilus is there just to ensure that you have at least one guaranteed go button in case you start falling behind and you need to force fights in favor. But the way that Shopify want to play this comp, now with the Poppy locked in, it's all about disengage. It's all about kiting back, protecting your backline from getting absolutely onslaughted by the rest of NRG, who have more go buttons. They have Ash Arrow, they have Rel engage. Cassante's not necessarily the best engage, but if you can find a good teleport flank, then you're going to have to rely on that in those mid-game, late-game situations.
All right, I would have to say, for a team that has won 0 games so far in spring, the Shopify hype is actually at an all-time high for me because they put Boogie back in. So I want to know from chat, are you buying in right now? Because we are not going to let you buy into the Shopify hype train mid-game or mid-series. If you want in, you have to buy now.
Gotta do it right now.
So let's say a yes or a no. Is Shopify back in this? Are they going to win a game? Is Boogie the golden key?
I think it's hilarious because you yesterday, Kobe, on Waiting Room, we're like, Shopify is not going to win another series. This man said that. Shopify has a chance to prove Kobe wrong, and I also believe you have a bet going on with Raz.
I do, yep, jalapeno bet. Jalapenos on the line.
Wait, are you just taking a bite of the jalapeno, or are you eating the whole thing?
We're eating a whole jalapeno. We're not just taking a bite.
Nothing.
Don't worry.
What?
Just want to make sure you guys are not going too
How high
crazy
is your
with that.
spice tolerance, Kobe?
It's not very high, actually. It's not very high.
Oh, no.
I remember I had you try a chili oil I made on ice cream, and you absolutely hated it.
Wait, I'm seeing a lot of yeses in chat, actually.
Yes, we're buying into the Boogie hype.
They
All right,
believe
I like
in the
it.
Boogie hype.
It's looking about 50-50. It's 51% to 49% right now.
Very close. Hang on.
Whoa.
Contracts might be in trouble. The Dredge Line did not connect, but he's still forced to flash away from Shopify Rebellion.
Okay.
And now that's a summoner spell advantage for Shopify.
It's going to get way higher than 50% now.
Chat is going to pump that up now.
I think that's going way up. No flash on Brand. Did you guys watch the last game where the Brand jungle got invaded and then had no flash and got killed early? Uh-oh. I think everybody's going to be on the watch for some Brand invades now.
And I already like the proactivity from Shopify, getting deep wards into the red buff quadrant because they need to see where Conscious is going to start, because with Brand, he does clear the jungle very fast once he gets all 3 spells, but the first 2 levels, it's pretty darn slow.
Yeah, and we'll see if they want to invade. I expect Fake God to at least come around to do a little bit of early harassing.
And they already got their deep ward there, so We'll see. Should just be top side clears down towards the bottom side for both these junglers. Brand and Zyra, of course, both just looking for full clears. The real interesting part will be the fight over Scuttle Crab to see which bottom lane is going to allow their jungle to have the prio there and which jungler has to bounce back up to the top side to go for top Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, and I'm also really curious about how this bot lane is going to pan out because, again, FBI and Huhi have been, and especially with kind of trying to get potentially a pushing lane with the Ashe, they really do like to go for some of these bot 2v2s, so we'll see if Contracts can kind of sync up with them as he pats down.
Yeah, Ashe mega OP early, and so they're slow pushing this wave. They're trying to build up the wave really large before they have any junglers down around their area. As you can see, the Zyra ahead on the clear here. Boogie winning the race so far down towards that bottom half of the map. And they've got the extra cannon wave here to deal with before crashing.
Yep, and Palafox does have a lot of pressure in this mid lane into Insanity's Corki, which should also be able to give Contracts a little breathing room.
Boogie is starting to wrap up the end of this clear. I think he just finished Gromp, is now working on that blue buff wall. Contracts trying to loop over to Krugs first before, or at least is kiting out that red buff before he makes his way over to Krugs. So Boogie will have a short window to make this bot gank happen.
Yeah, and honestly, it's pretty scary because mid lane push is in the favor of NRG, like you stated, Emily. So Palafox has the first roam from mid lane too. They have to be very quick if they make their move.
Dredge line connects right onto Huhi. Huhi gets some decent damage. Grasping Roots is great onto FBI, but it's not enough to really make a continuous gank happen, as now Contracts is here for the counter response.
Yeah, they're looking for, if they could get a summoner spell, or a large health lead, then that would kind of guarantee them prio to get that bottom crab. And so you see even Boogie sticking around to shove the wave to unlock his bottom lane and kind of guarantee that they're going to have the move to support him. So bottom crab will be claimed by Shopify, and Contracts should just beeline it, run straight up for the top side crab, because again, in the level 1, the brand has no flash, so you have to be very, very careful. Do not want to give over one of those early first bloods and your buffs.
Yeah, and Palafox still has some push and control over this wave, as we see Contracts taking that topside crab, just as you said, Kobe, and we have a reset.
Well, nothing super spicy happened outside of that level 1 flash burn. So for those that are maybe unfamiliar with Boogie's history, I actually want to bring up a little bit of that timeline of where Boogie has come from, because he was with the Shopify Rebellion roster originally, as he played with them in spring and kind of carried over from that TSM roster that was playing in summer. But for those that don't know where he came from, Boogie has a lot of accolades to his history. He's a 2-time region champion, winning in LMS with 2019 Flash Wolves and 2020 V3 esports in LJL, and he was super close to winning it again in LLA with, I believe, either Furia or Estral. I mean, this guy has the means of what could make or break a win here, potentially the first win series for Shopify in this split.
And one of the things that Revan really highlighted in their explanation of why they're bringing Boogie back in, and Revan, by the way, also previously worked with him, so had some pretty good insights into his shot calling and him just having a more clear voice. One of the problems, Revan listed a lot of problems for Shopify, and the video didn't inspire like a lot of confidence, because they were like, oh my God, Shopify, we have so many problems. We almost don't know where to start and how to deal with them. But the main area that he did highlight was that their comms were completely clogged and they were not getting very much clean info as Boogie walks through mid lane and pushes Palafox out. But having Boogie back in, here we go, Huhi though.
Boogie showed mid lane, so now Contracts is here for a bot gank. Nice sear to land the stun on Zazel. First blood goes over to NRG.
Brand still, even at early levels, just absolutely locks you down. The range on that as well. But nice seeing, obviously, Boogie going for grubs now, did try to reset that Insanity reset that wave mid. Meanwhile, Contracts getting off the gank bot, which should give them Dragon Prio here.
Yeah, the funniest thing about that is that he just got his flash back. He's like, all right, level 1 didn't do much to me. He flashes in, they get the kill. But here comes the Zyra back down the river after Boogie took just 2 of the grubs. So the global alert never went off, and he just grabbed the 2 grubs really quickly and then ran all the way back down. With his respawning bottom lane, Zeyzal got back up, and they're able to defend, and they push NRG off the objective. So while NRG got first blood, it's actually like 1.5 objectives here for Shopify, even a little bit more than that. On the return, nice little defense for them.
Yeah, that was a really nice recognition of the fact that they would be able to contest that Drake, because I fully expected it to easily go over to NRG after that bot side kill, and they got bot side control. And now it gives a bit more control back into the hands of B-Boy and Zeyzal down here.
And like I said, he got 2 already, so you only leave 1 back up here for Contracts to then go get as payment for chasing him off the dragon. And the brand did so much work for Shopify, basically leashing that dragon for them. One of the brand's big strengths is the burn on those objectives. Burned it all the way down, but then they got shoved off. I always like when junglers make plays like that. Even the extra couple of seconds where you leave the grubs early, there's no global alert because you only took 2 of them, walking down the river, and then you show up with your hex flashing Nautilus over the wall towards river. So nice stuff from them. Honestly, those Shopify stocks that people were investing in so early into this match look pretty decent, despite the first blood money being the advantage for NRG.
I do think it's some of these small things that Boogie's experience can lend to, defending objectives like that, recognizing when there are some of these smaller windows to make like small plays, not like big game-breaking plays, but just little things that can kind of add up as they go into this mid-game.
Yeah, it's just the awareness of like, hey, I can burn these 2 grubs really fast, and then our support death timer is super short early on. We can actually contest them on the dragon, and that's why it's so hard for junglers being incentivized to start dragons in this meta in the first place, since even with something like the max percentage HP burn passive you mentioned on Brand, Kobe, it still takes a big time investment, and sometimes early on, if you don't have absolute prio from the surrounding lanes, you don't get to do it fast enough in time. So now we are headed into the 9th minute of the game. Second rotation of grubs and second dragon, not spawning for another 2.5 minutes. It's all about, Q flash from Huhi. Boogie forced to flash away as the arrow goes sailing wide past, and Huhi, now overcommitted, gets punished by V-Boy. Contracts and FBI are forced to run.
Yeah, and that was, I was expecting like the full 3v3 bot, but even with NRG being able to get first turn on that, I'm really curious to see just all of that damage and lockdown coming out of Boogie Zyra there. And I mean, again, I do want to highlight B-Boy as the kind of potential carry of this team. We talked about how good he is. He's in a really, really strong position coming out of this lane now, 1-0-0 with a slight gold advantage.
Yeah, and honestly too, like it's Boogie playing in the correct areas. I think already in this game we're seeing kind of the effects of him being in that play. He flashes he's rel engaged, and they get the counter, the turnaround there to get that money in the right spot, like you're talking about. Get B-Boy, some extra gold here for the Ezreal. So we'll see about NRG's counter on top side as they go behind the Baron pit.
God still has flash and ulti available, so it would be difficult for NRG to make this work. It looks like Huhi not going to commit to the play, already committed the recall. Boogie and Zeyzal also in the area, so NRG just going to call off the play for now. Objective still another minute before they spawn, so there's some time for NRG and SR to get maybe one more wave in if they want to get those resets in. I don't see any first item spikes for any team quite yet. It's just a lot of tier 2 rushes, so everyone is still fairly, I don't want to say super weak, but everyone is kind of even on gold, so these fights still could go either way depending on how the engages go.
Yeah, and one interesting thing that happened up there as well is that it did look like not only did SR have vision of what NRG wanted to do, but they were in a position where had they gone for that play, Shopify actually would have been able to collapse on them since Zeyzal was also on that top side.
Yeah.
So again, just it seems like thus far from the Shopify team, they have been a lot more thoughtful on the map, especially with where Boogie and in a few instances Zeyzal have been able to be to respond to potential NRG plays.
And that's exactly what Revan wanted, right? And he talked about how in Shopify the past 3 weeks, it seemed like no one was being proactive in comms. No one was talking through, hey guys, what does our next 2 waves look like? What does our next mid look like on the map? And right now, it's a huge contrast from the first 3 weeks.
All right, so next goal is to get 4 grubs here for Shopify, and Boogie heads over first. They get the mid shove out with their bottom lane coming up, pushing mid first, then getting the objective. Again, really good setups here from Shopify. They indeed are looking much more coordinated than we've seen all of spring. So honestly, even though the video itself to me didn't inspire a lot of confidence, this game, the real evidence in front of us is inspiring much, much more confidence. They are, of course, this time staying on top side, so they will sacrifice this dragon. They know this time around, but they want the dive instead on top.
Dokla has Flash and All Out available, but it's a 3v1 against a full HP tank. The arrow from FBI stuns Zeyzal under the tower, and the Q3 knockup gets him back in there, but Dokla lost about a third of his HP, almost about 50%, but no threat of a dive will happen soon.
Yeah, Shopify, nobody took tower aggro. Nobody, attacked him before the arrow came in, so they just wait out the duration there, and then they circle back around here as the dragon is finally finished up there by Contracts.
Huhi is here just to answer in case things do get dicey for Dokla, but Zeyzal and Boogie starting to back off, look for control over this blue buff and try to steal that away from Contracts. Instead will be the play. FBI kind of locked in the mid lane, so there's not much they can do.
Yeah, and again, I do think Boogie is someone who will go for that counter jungling when he's able to. Just, I'm really impressed with how much more cohesive Shopify have looked, right? Just recognizing when they can make these plays on the map and also recognizing when they don't have to necessarily force them as well.
Meanwhile, from the side here for NRG, it's not going, terrible by any stretch of the imagination. They're doing just fine as FBI is able to get his static shiv. They already had the Kraken here up on Palafox, the Tristana, trying to get into those side lanes, trying to get some turret plate money in the last couple of seconds while the turret plate still existed, pushing out and gaining some priority for the reset now.
Yeah, they are the first double marksman to get their first item power spikes on the map here. I'm curious if NRG can find a window where they can just force a fight before Insanity gets his Trinity Force online. B-Void just completed his, is teleporting to the mid lane, so maybe no more a look on to the Ezreal, but maybe something on Corki, or just trying to force a fight where you have a clear item advantage.
I think teleporting up top side signals that the NRG want to go for this Rift Herald here because bottom side getting dove.
Well, Shopify is diving bot side, and Dokla still has Flash, but the lockdown is so insane, and the Ignite helps tick down as well as Insanity's last bit of burn damage. 4-man committed to Dokla under the tower.
Yep, and Shopify will end up getting that kill and that turret down here, and what they will trade for it. Like you say, Kobe, NRG was already going for that Rift Herald, and we'll see if they want to rotate up topside, join Palafox as he pushes this wave into turret. The thing that's super important about this composition from NRG is, again, getting that Tristana up against turrets so she can just mow them down.
All right, I kind of want to know, because they both get outer turrets in this trade. I want to know, would you rather have Rift Herald or a kill onto Big Dokes? Because that was basically the trade. Each team got an outer tower on the other side, and then one team got the Rift Herald, and the other team got to kill the top laner.
I'd probably take the Herald, but again, like,
yeah, top laner kills are cheap.
I think the big thing here is that Shopify now has like a pretty solid 1.1k gold lead, right, going into this. And I think even as we see NRG trying to set up on this bot side, well, I expect them to fully just scrap over trying to get mid prio here.
Yeah.
But again, like, I think the big thing for me and Shopify is going to be, okay, now that we have this lead, now that we've had some really good positions and recognizing like where we are going to sacrifice stuff cross map, how are we going to use our advantages to set up correctly now?
Or they're going to spawn the Rift Herald in the mid lane and try to knock out this tier 1, try and open up that map even further. But no one is going to escort the Herald. Don't tell me, guys, it's just going to die before it gets there. Guys! Oh,
Would
man.
you still rather have the Herald over killing
not
it?
at all. Not at all. Not now.
I imagine that was not what was supposed to happen on NRG's side.
Sell!
Not a good trade now, unfortunately.
All right, well, they still get their split pushing Tristana. Palafox up here, able to push in this wave, and then we'll see if they can collapse again, because 55 seconds on the next Dragon setting up here. And they do have the rotation from him down early.
Yeah, and we'll see if NRG can get this up on here, get vision. SR should have that crab for a little bit longer.
The push from Shopify on the bot side first allowed them to at least contest for river vision. Now Zeyzal gets to step up, take out that control ward. It's all about mid-prio as Zeyzal goes in early. The flash from Boogie committing 4 contracts. The jungler's gone from NRG. Here comes Dokla on the flank, and they annihilate too quickly. Shopify Rebellion now have to kite backwards with this composition. Both of the marksmen are still alive, so they're fine. But now that both junglers are gone, Dragon is going to get a little dicey if they're going to actually try to burn it down.
Nice little counter gauge there from NRG.
Yeah.
They get 2 back in exchange for Contract's life. Like that one, immediately coming out with Ashe plus Rel counter engage here is pretty big. Shopify still going to be able to handle their minion waves, though, so we don't actually move a lot on this play. It's just trade on kills and +1 extra for NRG. Here's another look at it. So Zeyzal, I did like the start because he goes in and he's going to proc his Aftershock immediately, but look at who he's counter engaged. It was just better because Rel's able to get 2 with the AoE counter engage, and so NRG locked them down. And grab the 2-for-1, and now we get to go for another round of Dragon Party. They're teleporting right back out. Looks like NRG, though, sending a couple more members towards the top side of the map, so they might want to just give this one, allow Shopify to start stacking dragons. Meanwhile, NRG, in payment for that, do get these deep wards. You see Huhi going through the red quadrant of the jungle. Super duper deep wards for NRG on the other side of the map, but Shopify Dragon number 2 for themselves.
Yeah. Oh, could be in trouble down here, especially with Zeyzal joining. But they will be able to set up, NRG are going to set up that push on top side with the Cassante. Meanwhile, SR should actually be able to take control of this bot side.
I want to see, too, if either team is going to try and retake, because both teams have taken over red quadrant of the jungle for the enemy team.
Yeah.
So then when you're retaking, vision of the area that you just left, you have to be very, very careful, because both these teams actually have a lot of burst damage if you walk into them in these brush. So I like what Fate God is doing. You know, super tanky Poppy over here, just goes very slowly, 1 brush at a time. You move up and try and retake that vision on your kind of weak side that you just left open.
And I like that point, too, because for Shopify, it's even more dangerous to be entering that top side now with Baron coming up in the next minute. If they had not been able to establish a stronger vision line for them to safely walk back in, NRG can set up that pick, 1 member's gone, and then boom, instant Baron for NRG.
Yeah, and we'll see how NRG want to set this up, because again, with this comp, they really, really want to have some sort of split push threat. Hopefully be able to set up on this bot side of the map as we see them moving down towards it to potentially get this turret and get onto Fate God. Fate God's gonna get out. But yeah, if they can set up this Trist in a side lane and then leverage that, especially down on bot side, and leverage that into trying to take Baron on top side. But both of these teams have just been kind of cross-map trade, like just trading objectives, retaking, and then trading the opposite objective.
Yeah, and right now we're at a break point where Tristana on the 2 items with Flicker Blade actually completed does have the bit of advantage over Corki, and so they push on bottom side and then rotate to get 2 towers, grabbing the one in mid here. So the extra objective for NRG so far, but now Fate God.
He found Palafox on the right side, but there's another fight that started in the mid lane. Zeyzal is the first one to fall, but who he follows up next. Dokla trying to tank up all the damage as he walks back out. The Pyroclasm doing a ton of work in the back line, and NRG can continue this fight. Boogie will die the explosive charge from Palafox, and NRG have just gained a ton of momentum on the map.
It also seems like whoever starts the fight does not necessarily end up winning the fight, right? Because that was another, it started on 2 fronts. So that was another engage coming out of Zeyzal where the counter engage from NRG has just been really, really on point.
Yeah, look at this, because it's 2 points of engage. Zeyzal engages on this main fight that you're talking about onto Huhi, and then we have the secondary one where Poppy is going to find Palafox against the wall, but there's no damage right behind him. Boogie tries to walk over to him, but then they have to divert attention, and it goes 1-for-1 on supports. The real big thing here is look at that brand spreading damage, baby. The ultimate bouncing across, and then Boogie has no escape, so Palafox goes right in with the flash, gets in range with the combo, ults him, just enough damage for the bomb to explode at the end as well. And again, it's another play where it doesn't move the needle tremendously, but it is plus an extra kill for NRG, kind of like the previous.
Yeah, and more importantly, this kill is onto the Trist, right? And she is going to, depending on how NRG want to treat these lane assignments, you want to get her in a side lane, you want to have her mowing down turrets, as we see them kind of setting up some vision around this Baron. But then the other person to watch in these fights is going to be Contracts, right? Because he is also a massive, massive damage dealer in a lot of these.
Yeah, NRG now have the makings of the ability to kill enemy frontline. They have the Leandries plus the Rylai's slow for Contracts like you're looking at. Brand very good at melting through front lines. But also, even just the Last Whisper, it's not full Lord Doms yet for Palafox, but he is working on it, and that extra money will make the front line go poof. Right now, though, Insanity at least is sitting on his Muramana transform, as is B-Voy. So, Shopify looking to make use of their Muramana transformation poke damage with the Ezreal Corki here. Engage goes wide.
Shopify just walk it on out. Grasping Roots will snag up Dokla in the middle of the river. But nothing really to be gained by either team. Just a couple of ults expended to fight for position in this mid lane.
All right, see what poke they can get down first then, because every member of NRG here missing a couple hundred health with some nice little chunks that NRG were able to poke on them early, and just a little bit of advantages in poke allow them to move in, clear out some of the vision here through this, I would say, most annoying Baron spawn.
Oh, I don't know if he baited that, but they definitely got Huhi to commit on the play, and Shopify Rebellion make a clean pick.
100% bait. You're Zyra. You know exactly what you're doing there. Boogie knew exactly what he was doing.
2,000 IQ.
Yeah, I think, again, another testament to whoever engages some of these fights has end up on the losing side of them. As we see, that should give SR complete Drake control, and after taking down this Infernal Drake, they will be on Soul Point.
For NRG, I was going to say about how much this series is important to them, because the remainder of their schedule, in theory, are way more difficult opponents than Shopify Rebellion is. So NRG, they have been keeping even. They've been showing a very strong showing in this game one. But I will say, Shopify Rebellion is starting to adapt. They're starting to realize, as both of you guys have talked about it, whoever engages first seems to be on the losing half of it because of how much disengaged there is on both sides.
And so I saw a couple of people in chat going, oh my goodness, look at that reaction speed from Boogie. And while it is, good reaction speed, it's also easier to react if you're expecting something. And so that's why you give him the credit for baiting, because he knows he's just this juicy looking Zyra walking up to that brush. Now the engage onto Fake God, who is still really tanky.
He's Poppy.
And he soaks it. It does take 50% of his HP.
That's nothing. It's just really funny to watch tanks just like absolutely face take damage and then walk away.
All that for a drop of blood. Oh my. Fake God just laughing off that engage. Thankfully for FBI, the Ash Arrow is a pretty low cooldown compared to other engage ultimates in the game, so he'll have it back up pretty soon. It's still another 3.5 minutes for Infernal Soul, so that's why Shopify is looking to push that vision line further and further on this Baron Riverside and into the blue buff quadrant of NRG, and they're trying to fish for picks, so it makes it harder for Shopify to get that vision line started.
Yeah, and for both teams, I mean, they're going to try to want to set up these waves to a point where they can potentially take one of these objectives. I keep waiting for either Zeyzal or Huhi to just go in.
They've been doing it all game. I totally understand the hesitation.
Yeah, I think we're looking for a little bit more poke damage here from Shopify. That was a good snare. It's just that they had Corki up in the top lane. So maybe if Insanity's here also, like you get a Corki rocket, perhaps a big one, plus the Mystic shot, you know, some nice little chunks there. If they can get any sort of snares or any little bits of poke damage to set it up, then that gives the authority to Zeyzal to go, all right, I'm going in. I'm a Nautilus. I'll probably die, but, you know, I'm going to start out the fight for us. And since we have an early health advantage, we will be able to win. 2.5 minutes here towards the Dragon Soul, though. And Shopify, they've been diligently stacking up these objectives.
Engage onto the front line. Fake God is going to take it all up. Pyroclasm burns him down. Dokla with the huge 3-man knock-up on the Q3. Can they follow it up? FBI and Palafox are chunked out of the fight, and Shopify Rebellion, despite the engage by Dokla, they are not deterred at all by the engage at all. Shopify are able to hold their ground, take out Huhi from the fight, and they walk over to the Baron to reclaim vision.
Yeah, they burst the front line, they get the kill into Fake God, but then they keep going into the full counter engage and into all the Zyra damage here. So nice job there by Shopify. Sometimes on the fights, it's kind of hard because you want to be able to push your advantage after getting a big kill onto a solo laner onto the front line. But with there being so much damage still available on the Shopify side, sometimes you have to like take your win and back off, wait for your cooldowns again, and then look to press it a little bit. So evened up.
Take a look back at the replay one more time as Huhi was on the left side trying to look for that engage, and Fake God is the one that actually starts it up. And I want to say baits NRG into looking for the counter.
Yeah, I was going to say, this looked like a big mistake from Fake God, but then watch, both Insanity and B-Boy are untouched throughout this. And then as we talked about, the way that both of these teams work, there's the engage and the counter engage, and they just got snared and all of the damage came through onto NRG.
You can tell what they're thinking from NRG side, because Dokla's like, we got the kill, my Q is primed, and he saw a huge flash Q angle, and he got it, but then the counter engage of the Zyra, it actually zoned off both FBI and Contracts from following any damage there on the secondary like re-engage from NRG, and so they had no follow-up. Zyra is just so good at creating that much extra space. Now though, NRG gonna burn through this Baron, and it's plenty of time before the dragon spawns, so they can burn it and then run down to defend.
It's 4k HP. No one is near. Fake God. Keeper Verdict does not get in range. It punts out FBI, but the Baron has already been secured. Now for NRG, it's all about how fast can they get out and how many lives can they preserve. Huhi is lurking around in the red buff quadrant just to see if Shopify had any of their backline members a little too exposed trying to go forward.
Okay, so Baron empowered recall for FBI. He does have Hawkshot to help NRG try and defend against this Soul. Even though Shopify will have the early move, they're going to have positioning. The advantage of Hawkshot allowing them to go into really dark territory. I wonder if they want to actually fight it.
I think NRG
they're going to give. They're going to go mid. They're going to give and go mid.
Him soul.
Yeah.
Okay.
NRG realized that it is way too dangerous to just face check into Zyra and a bunch of plants. They're going to take their advantage with the Baron buff, try to accelerate how many turrets they can get off this push.
What do you think about that, Kobe?
I mean, they made the call. It's just too risky. Even if they did, maybe they didn't have Hawkshot cooldown, or maybe they're like, even with that, we cannot afford to walk into this team. We already went over how many like counter engage options they have, and so they're like, it's better to just not die and allow them to grab that. So they made. I mean, the Baron power play right now is not looking the best, but we'll see what else they can get with it. Because I think Shopify are thinking, that's fine. You got Baron, you got a little bit of gold. We will take that any day of the week. We got an Infernal Soul here.
Baron is temporary. Soul is forever for Shopify.
That's true. And then also Insanity was able to get down and get that bot tier 2 as well off of that play, as we see NRG trying to see what else they can get with this Baron.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the real pivot point. Can they push in on this bottom wave and get a lot more done? Because Shopify, now you have to worry about all the extra burst damage from this Infernal Soul coming through with the already very high and spiky damage that they had.
The thing that Shopify have to be cognizant of is that if it's front to back, they win as long as NRG are the first ones to engage, because then they can set up all the poke. Arrow does hit B-Boy, but he arcane shifts back, and Zeyzal sets in front to make sure that NRG cannot engage on the pick. But if Huhi is trying to threaten on the left flank, whoa!
Yeah.
Big shutdown from Insanity onto Palafox. And now it's a 5-on-4.
They sent Palafox to push in that mid lane.
They're going to continue.
He's going to die, and now they're TPing, Fake God's TPing back onto NRG.
Yeah, they already used the Death Charge on the contracts, and it slowed down his escape, but nonetheless, NRG do make it out there alive.
Yeah, the thing I was going to point out before, as we were looking at that bot side siege, is the fact that NRG had chosen to send Palafox mid to try to get damage mid, maybe sync that up as they're pushing into the base. However, SR rotated, as we see, he was going up against Fake God, trying to get this turret down on the Tristana, and then Insanity is going to come and join the party to take him out.
Yeah, nice little rotation there for Insanity. Heads over. Easy kill for him that was set up by a Poppy. Poppy just does so much for you. Easily able to lock them down and basically nullify that Baron.
Yep.
That was the payment for a Dragon Soul. So Shopify here on the precipice of winning their first game. Chat was right. Raz was right. Kobe, not so right. Less right.
And I just want to say that, like, while yes, the roster swap from Tomio to Buki has worked out tremendously for Shopify, I don't think it's all Buki. I think everyone on Shopify has looked a lot better since we last saw them in Week 3. Fake God is playing out the laning phase better, and he's choosing better fights. B-Voy and Zazel are playing the lines better, and Insanity is also stepping up at the right times to accelerate the damage.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also a difference of we went through Boogie's timeline. We showed just how experienced of a jungler he is. And bringing that kind of experience, he can bring a voice to the team that you might not see that's an intangible, which is why they're looking a lot more confident and clearer in terms of what they want to do. But the other thing I do want to point out is I had some issues, let's just say, with some of Shopify's drafting in weeks 1 through 3. And I do think this is a really good draft for the team, like these 5 players who are playing. And then additionally, just in this meta, right? We talked about how Boogie will fit well in this meta. Insanity has historically done well on 80 mids. Ezreal is something that B-Voy is like absolutely confident and intimately familiar with as a player. And I also really love this Poppy pick actually coming out of Fake God in this game.
We are a couple minutes away from Elder, and Baron has already expired for NRG, with that next Baron buff spawning in just about a minute. Shopify, as you called it, Kobe, on the precipice of winning their first game
it's
in
only
the summer
one game.
split.
I should also clarify, my bet with Raz is for a whole series. Okay, so...
Arrow, Boogie flashed it. Huhi's going to commit for the engage. They know the jungler does not have a summoner spell anymore. Palafox tries to go in, but the Strangled Thorns has done so much work, taking out both of them, the marksman from NRG, and that means Shopify just cleans up the fight. Dokla will get one back on Insanity, but the rest of the Shopify members can rally around, surround Dokla, and leave him nowhere to go. Even in the all-out phases, it's taking a little longer to take him down. he might actually escape, I'm not sure. I mean, B-Boy's got cooldowns. He should have another Arcane Shift coming up soon. Damn, Dokla's tanky. Cassante things, I guess.
Cassante is so dumb sometimes.
He's just getting shot in the back over and over and over, and it doesn't matter. Dokla walks it off. He walks away from it. Let that be a lesson to you. Cassante's always got somewhere to go.
But once again, guys, it is the danger of engaging onto Zyra.
So, yeah, Boogie actually flashing in a straight line there, and it still got hit by the Ash Arrow, but you can credit him with another 5-head bait. How about that for the engage? Because the Strangled Thorns was huge, as you said, for the counter there. But then they have to deal with the Cassante, and they decide, let him walk away.
Yeah,
I heard a we win, we win.
Yeah, we win. He knew that his death was not in vain. He was the sacrificial lamb and
Okay, Elder, though? Same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Same time, Elder is spawning. They're going to rush it. They're going to rush through Elders. How quickly can they burn it? So if NRG get the Elder, then it is the Baron buff on minions versus the combat power of Elder. I think they can burn through.
Can Boogie get in there? 4K HP, 3K. They push him away with the Buster Shot. Nicely done by Palafox. Elder has been secured for NRG. They burn through Zazel, and now Shopify have to be careful about further attacking into NRG.
Yeah, I mean, NRG have won a lot of games over the course of the history of this organization, of this particular team, being down way more than they were down in this game. So they have shown in the past to be kings of comebacks. Let's see if they could actually do it here versus the Dragon Soul. Now they themselves have the Elder, so a bit more powerful than the Dragon Soul, although it is on a timer. And it looks like we're going to have a reset first. So they want to reset first and then come back out immediately and try and use that Elder Dragon buff.
Yeah, and I mean, the loser in all of this has kind of been Baron, right?
Baron never wins. Baron can't catch a break.
We had NRG when they tried to set up that split push kind of siege into the base with Palafox getting cut out in mid. Baron not really amounting to much and giving that Infernal Soul over to Shopify. And then Shopify taking this Baron while NRG recognized the timing opportunity to take that Elder Drake.
Look at that negative number in the top left, okay? Negative Baron power play. That's the second one we've seen this game. Omega low, Baron's a bait. When was the last time we actually saw Baron win a fight, though? Because that just made me think back to, like, the Dignitas Baron.
Oh, no.
Of a long, long time ago. That's when Baron actually won, okay? When you said Baron wins.
Back in the green room, Raz just put his head in his hands. It's like I had to live through that in real time.
The last time Baron actually won the fight and actually ruled Summoner's Rift. Here comes the end of the Elder Dragon, though. 38 seconds left on this buff for NRG.
Yep. And still another 40 seconds on the Baron buff for Shopify Rebellion. NRG have to remember that Insanity is without a flash for the next at least under a minute. But I don't think NRG can have or find the engage means necessary to pick him off, since Insanity is playing very cautiously, playing behind his front line. And Shopify, Patience game is awarded. The Elder Dragon will expire in just a few seconds. We're back to the beginning, y'all. It is, once again, still seemingly an even state, even though on the gold graph it says that NRG has a gold lead. I imagine that all of the stats you got from the 4 dragons has just given you a massive gold boost.
I mean, biggest one to me is item leads, and it's a full item advantage for Corki Insanity right now. There is an empty space in inventory for Palafox Tristana. So that is a large advantage, because the item that fills that space for Insanity is a Guardian Angel. Extra life for the Corki monster here.
That was a fun gold graph, just showing, I mean, how evenly matched this has been, right? It's been like one team takes an objective, someone picks someone off, the other team picks someone else off. These are 2 very explosive team comps. So we'll see how, with Baron coming up a little bit before Elder, but the timing window between those 2 objectives is very slim, and I actually expect to just see a lot of posturing around things for Vision until we get there.
I'm ready for a banger of a team fight.
Yep.
Wait a second.
Maybe?
Nice little chip damage. What is that? 400? 300?
Like, how
many little millimeters of the health bar?
Good check on the...
I don't even think his... Okay, they finally took out his Rooken shield from Dokla. Starting to put a dent in these super tanks, guys. It's going to happen soon. And in Shopify, I don't think either team is really going to force a fight until those objectives are ready for the play. A minute and a half on Baron, a minute 40 on Dragon.
Yeah, the only thing now would be, since like stuff like the Ash Arrow is such low cooldown, when you are like at that 2-minute mark, the 1.5 minute mark, you can fish around, because if you blow a flash 2 minutes ahead of Baron, 1.5 minutes ahead of Baron, your Ash Arrow comes back up for the objectives, the Elder, the Baron, but the flash does not. So those are the things that you kind of look for when people are just hanging around waiting for these objectives. Nobody actually paying the price this time around, though.
Yep, there's a Palafox pushing out top, Insanity pushing out bot. We do have a TP into the mid lane. from B-Boy, and we are still posturing around mid. It's an NA ram.
All right, chat, which would you prefer, the Elder Dragon buff or the Baron buff? In this one, though, they're not perfectly synced, so it's not fair.
Yeah.
But in general, I feel like most people would prefer the Elder because then you actually get to win the team fight on pushing and actually get to go for the win. So that's why you see Shopify here, all their vision invested by Elder. They are hovering to that Elder side, even though it spawns a bit later than Baron. The power of that Elder buff that is just so big for the actual fight.
Especially if you've seen how these team fights have gone and the fact that we have 2 double 80 carry compositions.
And the fact that we've seen 2 negative Baron power plays.
That's
so
it. That also. I said Baron is kind of the big loser of this
I want to
game,
see if
regardless
anyone
of who wins.
Does any single person say Baron? I'm looking for
I'm
one
counting
Baron.
on chat to say Elder.
There's 8 people.
Wait, 8 total people?
Eight people
oh,
in
it's
all
up to 18
chat.
now.
Now it's going because there's memers. They're like, oh.
Hang on. Arrow onto Boogie. He still has flash, and the rest of the front line holds the line strong. So Boogie's not effective, but Zeyzal is blown up out of the fight. Fakeon managed to get and Keeper's Verdict on one member and punts Huhi away. But now there's 2 members from Shopify gone. Boogie now is forced to flash, puts down the Stranglethorns, but it only knocks up 1 member as Contracts have the stasis available.
Much better play from NRG this time. They just burn the front line, and then they don't all jump into Zyra. that was way better. They used the Tristana range. They used the brand, burning down multiple frontline members without overcommitting onto the Zyra counter engage, and it is NRG Elder buff part 2, plus they can use this one to go grab the Baron in the aftermath. Well, Raz, how you feel about those jalapenos, buddy? And chat too. You're not allowed to sell your stocks. You're not allowed to sell. You all bought at the beginning. I saw.
Chat is right where you'd rather have Elder. And I do hope we get another look at that team fight because, like you said, Kobe, the most important thing and the way it went well for NRG, thank you, observers, is that they're able to actually burn down the front line first. Right? And then everyone else on this team is super squishy. Obviously, Boogie getting stunned by that Ash Arrow in the backline also made a massive difference. And then B-Boy, Boogie, and Insanity aren't able to get into the fight to do the damage. They just kind of roll forward with this bursty team comp.
Yeah, also like Poppy Ultimate on the rail, who he's like, what? I wasn't even doing anything. Whatever. I don't care if I get ejected.
And it was also the positioning too, because in prior fights, as you talked about it, FBI and Palafox kind of stormed right behind their front line, which makes them more susceptible to all the backline disengage damage from Shopify. But this time, Palafox was on that left flank, pressuring Insanity, so while they were trying to deal with Dokla, Insanity couldn't fully invest all of his damage into burning down that tank since Palafox could threaten his life. As now NRG making this siege very quickly into the bot inhibitor tower, the arrow forcing the arcane shift out of B-Boy. He's fine, but that inhibitor is not, and NRG are going to shift their attention now to the mid lane.
And guess what, Kobe? We see a positive Baron power play. Let's go.
Okay, let's see though, because you know, we've seen some throws, so still throwable. Let's just throw that out there as well. Maybe NRG have some miracles up their sleeves.
In the opposite direction?
Some miracles are actually tragedies.
Oh boy.
That's spoken like someone who's lived through a lot of CLG, NRG.
Counter logic.
This man has seen things none of us could ever even dream of living through. And Shopify getting chunked out. Fakeon winding up the hammer. Will punt back Huhi.
He really doesn't like Huhi.
Momentary 5-on-4. Insanity forced to flash away. Stranglethorns locks down a couple members, but it's an instant GA popped. Fakeon still trying to hold the line. Insanity Valkyrie's in. He blows up the FBI. Shopify will do everything they can to hold the line on this base defense. He's got a GA as well, so he's just fine. He'll be popping back up. Shopify managed to defend everything on this base defense, and Contracts is forced to run. Only a Nexus tower separated between NRG and a Game 1 win.
Oh, chat's going to like this. They love it when Brand dies. Chat and Reddit.
They're going to maintain the chase.
They're all Brand haters. Insanity is the hero that they deserve. Actually, David is kind of the GOAT here for the defense right there.
Yeah.
That was all Insanity. He has a Guardian Angel. He goes in, completely blows FBI up, and then grabs the extra kill. Here's another look at it.
Yeah, and I mean, the big thing here, watch FBI and watch Insanity, and then just watch FBI's health bar. Also, I mean, the Stranglethorns does a lot of work too here, right? And even when Huhi is able to get back in and try to get an engage off, Insanity is still untouched, gets that GA popped, and yeah.
Yeah.
Revan?
Energy frontline's kind of like diving inhibitor turrets while Insanity gets the like solo flank.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the other thing coming out of here is this is
there were some miracles up
this
those
is
sleeves.
I know this is the longest game of the split.
Hey, we made it!
Shopify and
I was
NRG
here.
have delivered us that.
The Shopify fans.
You sound grateful, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, it's been something.
It's a heavy sigh of relief from all of the Shopify Rebellion fans in the chat as they witnessed what could have been the end of the game. But the fact that they held it, they're still in Nexus Tower, surviving in the base. NRG are going to have to try again, and this time have to be more mindful about a lot of these item cooldowns that Shopify have on their side.
Hello, YouTube, because honestly, this one's not even that close to ending yet. I feel like there's another defense in Shopify.
It's going to happen again.
They don't have a Guardian Angel for Insanity this time, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him, but I've got the faith. He sold it.
He's still 7-1-4. He's like full,
he
full
sold it. He got his Bloodthirster as well, so still full build. How much defense can they put up? It looks like enough. And I think it's just going to be a weight angle and go get the double mega buffs again for Energy.
Yeah, I mean, we have Elder coming up first in about 44 seconds now, so we're once again waiting to posture on objectives.
We're going to have to do another bet now. Or actually, we do like an estimation for what is going to be the length of this game, because we're already the longest game.
Yeah.
And like 50. I said, there's a while still going here.
I say over 50.
I would say for sure. I'm going
50.
I don't know. I feel
it's
like once you get Elder and Baron, the game ends pretty quickly.
I don't know. They had Baron and Elder last time, and they didn't end the game.
Okay, let's go over 50. Woo!
Woo! Hold on to your butts, chat. We're in for a long ride.
Oh.
This reminds me of back in the day, we had the 86 minutes, the dream.
God. The one where Riv goes, holy, they won the game.
Remember?
I was there. Here comes Elder.
Keeper's verdict. This time it punts back. One again. Zazel lines up the depth charge right onto Palafox. He's popped. Shopify, who's going to get the Elder Dragon? B-Voice secures it. Surely NRG are no match for the powder of the Elder Dragon. Shopify are blowing them up. Wait a minute, FBI pop too. This is still waiting for NRG. They're beating the Elder Dragon buff. Contracts, FBI, and Dokla still alive. Shopify lost 3.
Holy non-rational gamers! They win anyways! They win those! Oh my goodness.
This game is nuts.
We're definitely going over 50 minutes
Way
now.
over 50.
Oh man, as we see NRG, I assume they're just going to try to beeline to at least get set up on Baron.
Careful when you assume things,
I
Emily.
know, right?
Especially in this game. The assumptions have been turned around. They have been completely upended. Man, I thought too, when you saw this big chunk of damage, the Dragon was already so low. And then they get the Elder, but look at this turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice engage from Huhi, and then the big thing is obviously Dokla being able to get onto Insanity and take him out as one of the primary damage dealers, and Fake God is almost chunked out entirely, so he has to leave the fight.
And I'm going to say it. Brand damage.
Yep.
Brand damage is a lot.
Brand damage looking pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, we marveled at how many times Stranglethorns won a fight for Shopify Rebellion, but Contract's Pyroclasm has been pretty sleeper OP in these fights as well, as you throw it in there and it starts bouncing around, and they were all clumped up, and then boom, everyone got popped.
Yeah, Palafox, you mentioned Palafox, I think that's a good one, but the double Guardian Angels are up. So Palafox has one, so does Insanity for this next fight, although the Elder buff is still on NRG's side. Going to make that a little bit easier, plus of course the Baron, but we all know Baron in this game has not amounted to much.
I mean, Shopify have the though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then NRG have the Baron buff, so we'll see. Once again, we are in the mid lane.
So it's going to be a stall. That's the best part of Baron buff. You can stall with it.
You can.
You can try and stall with it. Even the minions are still going down in the face of the Baron buff.
Is he hex flashing? Okay. Yeah. He thought about the angle as Shopify walked up to take out the tier 2, but backs off.
He's still kind of looking for it.
He has been for the past 20 minutes, has been trying to be creative. Arrow, it's a field goal, but a flash Magnet Storm from Who He starts up the fight. B-Boy is caught out, forced to cleanse and flash away. The whoa, the buster shot from Palafox pushed him, and the Pyroclasm bounced between two of the backline members. Shopify Rebellion are still only relying on Insanity and Boogie to carry out the damage here, but NRG still rocking with the 4-man damage core, and they could just brute force their way through the mid lane. They don't care about finishing off the members of Shopify.
Yeah, they're just like, okay, you know what? We are going to try to end this game. We'll see if Dokla is going to try to delay maybe a few of these back.
Yeah, he stopped the Zyra recall, but that is it. So the Corki got off. Corki is here trying to defend.
We'll see if Insanity can do it.
No more GA for Insanity. GA is still available for Palafox. NRG, even though they are down Huhi, this feels like the most confident they can be about trying to close this game while there's still 24 seconds before B-Boy respawns.
Yep, and we'll see. Definitely watch Insanity.
I mean, it's going to be 5v4 in 14 seconds.
Yep.
They got to go quick.
Gets popped. Fake God. Now the last front line standing between him and the rest of the backline, Insanity and Boogie. He's taking a lot of damage from that Pyroclasm. NRG turn their attention towards the last Nexus tower, but the Stranglethorns pushes them off momentarily. Palafox has GA. He's just going to brute force that last tower. Teleport is coming in as well as Fake God tries to protect the line here. Hammer Shock into the Keeper's Verdict, punts up Dokla, and that's a trade-off back to Shopify. This game is still going!
We go again!
And down on the bottom side, we saw Huhi clearing out that minion wave because there was no way he was going to be able to get back to his team.
Hell yeah!
As we're going to see this mid lane fight again with Huhi coming in on the flank.
That is League of Legends right there. Here we go. This is the play you're talking about, Rafa. The Buster shot shut down, bouncing them over next to each other. And that was the Guardian Angel going down plus the kill. The return damage is always so big, though, that they forced NRG back, so NRG couldn't get anything else, and they at least got one kill on support for themselves, and so they allowed to delay it again. Once we get this late into the game, everybody's got to be really quiet. Shh.
Will they take the bait? Oh no. Insanity has flash.
Insanity, the hero of Shopify.
Here they jump! The arrow's there, but he doesn't get the bait off like Boogie did early in the game. Shopify.
He knew, too. That's the worst part.
Yeah.
You've all been there. Everyone's like pinging enemies are here, and so you go like, are you sure they're there? And you go check, and you die.
Oh, all right, surely.
Is that the way the game ends?
Perhaps. Fake God comes back one. They still have B-Boy. They still have Boogie for damage. It's all on the Zazel and Fake God to be the front line, but it's an open Nexus, and Palafox still has GA. He can just hit Shopify.
No, it's over.
They will try to do everything, but NRG will deny Shopify's first game win yet. NRG!
I never doubted them!
We need chat. We need chat to
because I did.
how many times we both flip-flopped in that game as to who was going to come out with it. We were right, though, Kobe. Over 50 minutes.
Oh, yeah, we were so right. You know, honestly, we've been right about everything.
Yeah. I mean, that was a game.
Did you doubt them?
Did you? Did I have?
Yeah, did you doubt NRG at any point?
Absolutely.
Rafa, did you doubt them?
I doubted both of these teams at every point.
Towards the end, I started believing. But
Chat,
listen, guys, you know what I do believe in? Fans, at the start of this weekend, there were only 18 LCS tippers left in stock online, but if you can't snag one there, we'll have more available for purchase in person at both the LCS Arena and Summer Finals. And speaking of finals, tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship at the YouTube Theater in Los Angeles. Head on over to riot.com/LCS Championship to claim your spot. With that, we're going to toss it to break. Game 2 will be right after this.
Banger.
banger indeed.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Sea Blue Edition with the taste of Juneberry. Wings for every taste.
thing I love the most about League of Legends is that it's a team game. I love it and I hate it at the same time. But definitely, like, I think because it's a team game, like, and it matters so much what my teammates are doing, and it impacts my game. And when it becomes my job, that just means that my teammates can also impact my life, and I can also impact their life. So I think it kind of creates a special bond, and I will say like a special friendship as well. So I think I love that the most.
Thoughtful answer by Huhi there, but I do have to say, after that game, when the question gets asked, my favorite thing about League is the teammates and team workers like, hold on.
Wait a minute.
54 minutes of battle.
Look, he was right about something. After a game like that, you really do have a special bond with you and the enemy team. Oh my goodness. Hold the line! Hold the door!
They almost did,
Yeah.
too. Shopify was so close.
Yeah, we do a little non-rational gaming.
Just a little bit.
We do.
Just a little bit.
Kobe and Raz are both gonna have to eat the jalapeno. Do you like split it if that happens?
It's
How do you
possible, but
decide?
Kobe will not allow it. If we can't pick up a series, if Shopify Rebellions can't pick up a series, Kobe will not let me off on that one.
No, he's not.
I said to you backstage, the things that had to happen for that to happen
were
absurd.
Absurd.
The amount of Baron Elder trades, the Soul Elder Baron trade earlier, the close team fights where it was 2 for 2. We need to see the goal graph and the damage. We have to pull that up.
We need to, because like NRG was walking towards Elder, and at that time in our green room, Pastry was just like, it's going to 53 minutes. And we just said, no, it's not going to happen. And the fact that it went this long, and you're pointing at the screen, Emily.
No one can see me, but I'm pointing at that 68.2k brand damage. I brought it up at the very start of the day, how the nerfs did absolutely nothing to this champion, and how he can not only lock you down, but then the burn damage coming out of him is just insane.
Longest game since 2021 Spring Split.
Wow.
Day 3. So it was 100 Thieves versus Golden Guardians, I'm hearing. That's over 3 years we've had since the game this long.
That's beautiful.
Wow.
Emily?
It's something.
What would you say that brand
I'm glad I
did?
was here for it.
What would you say that brand did?
Poop damage.
It pooped damage. A lot of damage. And Jews just walked by us, of course.
Everything is planned.
Everything was planned. We planned all of that. So you kind of have to keep high spirits and completely flush that out of your memories, except for what was holding the early game for you to not be able to do too much. I felt like the Ashe side of that composition, NRG side, should have been able to find more plays off Ashe arrows, and they just weren't able to. And to me, one big issue for that was just lane assignments. We had a Tristana in the Poppy lane instead of in the Corki lane, so they really couldn't make any action happen. So then there was that one sequence in the game where Tristana TP top so they can get the lane matchup, but then Corki TP bot for the bot dive, and I'm like, guys, this is just, we're just not at the right place at the right time.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if you were on the Shopify side, as we are going to be getting into draft here, I do think they looked more cohesive than I've seen from any game from them this split. I think even as you talked about, Raz, when teams are recognizing that they weren't in the right spot, Shopify, especially really early on, were getting some good setups and some good counters to where NRG did want to make plays. And I did think that a lot of that started with Boogie, right? And the experience he brings, but also just the type of jungler he is.
It looked like they had more direction, especially in the early game. The fact that they were able to get so many early Drakes eventually gave them the soul, which was almost enough for them to win the game. So if you can take a positive away, which I know is very hard when you lose a 55-minute banger and then have 8 minutes to get back to stage and go to your next one.
Yeah.
But that was the closest they've been, and these guys have all lost games before, right? They played thousands of games of League of Legends. They can bounce back, lock in, and win the next one.
100%. And it's going to feel hard for the coaching staff. You already mentioned it, for Revan and Wild Turtle to come look at that game and be like, yes, we are legitimately fulfilling things in the early game that's giving us leads. And Boogie is actually proactively looking for plays and getting invades and all these things. But at this stage of the split, on the second half, at this point, you care more about wins and finding an opportunity to play for playoffs. Every week will make it even clearer in your ears. So they just want wins at the end of the day.
And I was curious to see what Shopify were going to identify as the thing that they did that really, really wanted to lock in and not give over to NRG. And they have decided, presumably, that Zyra was something that they're fully willing to still let NRG have. NRG not removing it from the table on red side either, and instead choosing to ban out B-Boy's Ezreal.
Yeah, so they can still end up going a Zyra brand trade if that's how the rest of the draft plays out, because Corki Trist can also be traded if they want to. But then, actually, the fact that NRG has heavily prioritized Senna Nautilus means that the mid jungle can easily get disrupted, and they're much more comfortable with this Senna Naut. I'm not a hater of this because their Senna Naut has been very good, especially in spring.
Yeah, I mean, I think FBI is one of the better, if not the best, Senna player we have in the league right now. And NRG are very comfortable with these Senna compositions. One interesting thing on Shopify's side is what they are going to go for on the bot side for me, with Ashe completely falling through, it looks like, as Insanity locks that Gnar in for Fake God.
Just a little surprised that, you know, Senna has just been really not seen at all.
Yeah.
This is the first time we've seen it in a very long time. And even though it was really prevalent during the lane swap meta, it still was really good outside of that meta. And NRG was the team that kind of abused it, especially during their championship season. So now they're going back to that strength with the duo that's really worked on it.
Yeah, and here's the thing, is Jace can be a flex between mid and top, depending on what NRG want to do. And I really love this for NRG specifically, right? Not only are they really, really comfortable with Senna compositions, but their best iteration of this roster was when they were able to flex picks between their solo laners and really take advantage of people in draft there. As we see now, Ashe is taken off the table and Nidalee taken off the table by Shopify.
If I have to guess, it's Dokla top Jace, just because Jace is a traditional counter pick to the Gnar top, and it's something Dokla loves. It also, it's the compromise. It's half ranged.
Half ranged.
It's not a fully ranged top that he wants to play. He can flip to melee to appease the coaches, then back to range.
Then right back when they're not looking.
You can play a little range.
When they're not looking, he's right back into the range mode, exactly. And also just like the usual answers to Zyra and Brand jungle has just been outrange them. Have some semblance of poke in your composition. And this actually gives them just that. So really interested to see what the rest of the composition from NRG is going to be outlining. That being said, Nidalee and Brand have been banned by Shopify Rebellion. So
jungle bans, 4 jungle bans towards contracts. What's he got left? Because they want to hold the solo lane flex until the end, I'd imagine. So the jungle pick has to come in right here.
I wonder if it's going to be something like maybe a Maokai coming through, or we're just going to say we are definitely sending that. Jeez.
Just as many AD carries as they can get.
And Zeri mid.
Zeri mid, Jace top.
Oh my god, I love this game. I actually love this game. I don't know how much they practiced this, but this is the first Zeri mid we would have seen in the LCS. So already really creative draft from NRG. The jungle is interesting because I remember last split when you talk to contracts, he does not care if you try and ban him out. He just has a lot in the bag, and he's actually genuinely excited about playing something different. So I wonder what is going to work with this comp, knowing that they have a little bit of dive with the Senna ulti, Nautilus, of course. They have the engage. They have good poke alongside Jace. So you can go any which way.
I think it would be Maokai. Maokai Jace is the combo. They also need frontline. I'm pretty shocked if it's not Maokai, unless I'm missing something wild. If it's Kindred, I just riot.
This would be fun.
Oh my God.
This would be fun. The last game went to 50 minutes, all right? 50 plus.
Wow.
If it's going to go that long anyways, why not just lock in the Karthus? So we got a Karthus jungle from contracts. I don't remember the last time we went to a 5-pick on jungle, but here we are with NRG's comp. Which one do you prefer?
I mean, if it goes late, NRG, it just absolutely, I keep like trying to avoid swearing by saying poops, damn it.
I appreciate that.
Then on the other side, obviously you still have Insanity going back to the Corki, and then Boogie on the Zyra again. We'll see if he can get it done.
So that's the draft. Casters, take it away.
Muchas gracias, Jet. We are getting back into our second game of the series. Kobe I will return to the caster desk. I'm very shocked also that the Maokai was not selected. I thought that would have given you kind of clear setup for objective control, always those saplings being empowered. And since Maokai still tend to rush Leandries anyway, along with Jace, that was kind of like a spring split combo we saw all season long. But I think the fear of getting outpaced by Zyra jungle is what, I don't know, Contrax is thinking, or if he wants to be able to feel threatening with the power of a Karthus ulti as he is traversing the jungle just as fast as Zyra and trying to aid across split map with the power of the Requiem.
Yeah, I actually really like the Karthus here. I'm glad that they didn't go with the slower farming tank jungle Maokai for the front here, because the ultimate damage really early on versus a Zyra versus a Corki just kind of annihilates their backline. So I actually really like the setup here from NRG. Not only do they go with the Karthus for their last pick, for Contracts to be in this position to carry, in which they really needed his damage in last game, and we really saw, but also they play into the Jace buffs. We are on live patch, everyone. First, league on the live patches, and Dokla is the first one to really get to use these Jace buffs, and he loves playing Jace. So. I have to say, for Dokla's sake, in his arguments with the coaches to allow him to play more carry top laners, I hope for his sake that it goes well.
Hey guys, I really don't want to have to play Cassante another match, but the Gnar opened up.
Cassante was doing some giga damage too. And surviving,
I mean, like that's why I'm confused. Like, man, you were kicking ass that game, Dokla, but the Jace counter matchup into the Gnar. Should have an earlier time or an easier time of trying to get lane priority for Karthus and Contracts to see if he wants to look for grub priority in the early stages of the game. And one of the things we always have to remember that Jace, even if he doesn't necessarily do well in laning phase, he still has a nice scaling power spike, being able to get 2-3 items and then those accelerate shock blasts. It's massive poke that you can set up for the rest of NRG. And if you get them low enough, the ideal combo is going to be you throw out the Shock Blast if they're low enough, then Dawning Shadow from FBI and Requiem from Contract should finish off any low health members.
Yeah, and the Jace buffs that I'm speaking of are, of course, the buffs to Shock Blast that you're trying to highlight here, which are going to be the main part. It is both 5 base damage and the 5 AD ratio, so pretty nice stuff there. And if you ever watch Dokla's stream, he's always spamming that and a lot of range stops as well in solo queue in his stream. So I think that is kind of the reward for your Cassante in the previous game, doing a lot to allow NRG to claw back there and finally actually scrape together a win. His reward is you do get a Jace game. So eyes will be over there, especially because both junglers actually started bottom side of the map this time around and are both power clearing up to that top side matchup.
Yeah, they are blitzing through the jungle at the moment. I think the way that Boogie seems to be positioned, he might be able to finish both Gromp and blue buff at the same time. But it looks like he started with the Gromp first and then will work his way to the blue buff. So both junglers should be finishing around 3:05 or before that time. But Dokla, because he has priority in this lane, he's going to face check this brush and force Boogie off. He still has smite, but the fact that Boogie is deterred, can he actually kill him here?
Oh, he's deep.
It might be possible. Dokla still has flash if he wants to go super all in. Boogie's going to stop him, and an early flash from Boogie ensures. But now Dokla is overcommitted for the play. And he might as well just die to minions, try to hopefully get an execute and not give kill gold. But unfortunately, not enough time has passed. Boogie gets first blood.
Okay, but Contracts gets the blue buff, so
This is where Contracts tells Dokla, 07, brother, thank you for your sacrifice. I get the blue buff. Boogie is now down to summoner spell. Hashtag worth for me.
All right, we are all the lawyers for Dokla when his court case with his coaches because he just won the ability to play a carry jungle or a carry top lane after the last series, and then ran straight through for the first blood. Bottom side now.
He was forced to flash. The ignite was ticking from Zazel, and Boogie had showed up on that tri-ward. But Contracts is here first on the bottom river Scuttle Crab. So even though Boogie got a chance to reset with those tier 2 boots and skirted all the way towards the bottom side of the map, he still could not contest Contracts for both of those crabs.
All right, we'll see. So first blood money versus blue buff steel for junglers here. See if it ends up being the big diff later on. Oh, we don't need to see this again.
Oh,
Observer!
Man, what is
they're
this?
doing it dirty. No, look at those minion autos.
BM.
Minion autos. Couldn't survive long enough.
And he might as well just die to minions, try to hopefully get an execute and not give kill. They're playing my call over it too? This is extreme.
We got to look at those mechanics on the blue buff steel afterwards. Don't worry.
I mean, Dokla just stared at the screen cold face. He's like, I'm not phased by this at all. I knew exactly what I was doing.
I will say, too, Contracts off of that blue buff, not only did he get the blue buff steal, but then he chained it into bottom Scuttle Crab, as we saw, and then a full second clear. So no recall yet for the Karthus, and you get a full double clear, including an enemy camp with the double camps. So he's going to have a large first purchase on this Karthus. see if Contracts ends up carrying the game, then Dokla can tell his coaches it was because of him.
Yeah, I would love to see if we can see how much gold Contracts is currently sitting on right now, because it's got to be at least a component or two. Might be Faded Ashes and subcomponents of that Haunting Guys for the Liandry's first purchase. Bam.
He's got First Strike as well, so you can do the early ultimates.
Just to farm that gold.
Try and farm some extra gold there. Money printing machine. Might be missing the Dark Harvest executes later on, but we shall see. On that reset, though, of course, Mr. Boogie right back out to those Void Grubs. Zyra always trying to power through them. He's got one down while Contracts gets mid-prio first. He's got two down, so Boogie able to yoink away two of the Void Grubs first, even with the extra member for NRG making his way up in FBI on the roam. It does mean bottom side is 2v1 for Huhi too.
And he doesn't have flash from the prior skirmish before. Zazel is going to lead the charge here. CC is down. Ignite is ticking once again. And B-Boy's gifted the kill, but hang on. FBI with the follow-up, then Requiem from Contract since he had the extra camp advantage. Can they just get a little bit more damage? Nicely done from Palafox with the W.
FBI is cooking there. He flashes over, he gets the snare onto Insanity, gets just enough damage with Contract's ult as well, and they feed that money into Palafox. Palafox getting the last hit on that kill. Very big since his minion wave was eaten by his jungler while they went for the chase. So Palafox got the first tag there and then flashes to follow. He gets the flash out, which allows FBI the confidence. He knows there's no way Insanity is going to be able to dodge his snare, so he flashes over into the Raptors. And with that one, they just barely are able to get the last hit there. So that is going to be the early upgraded Berserker boots. Plus the kind of laughable boomerang item here.
I'm just saying, Kobe, the defense for Dokla's case is looking pretty good right now. Because if he didn't stop Boogie, Contracts would not have hit level 6 in time to get that Requiem. You see what I'm cooking here?
Yeah, nice case you are building for Big Dokes.
I promise I'm not, on the copium right now. It's looking good. Now, Shopify still have 2
kills.
kills.
That's what all addicts say. Mr. Rafa.
Calm down, calm down.
Sus.
A little bit. Oh, Zazel's in there. But FBI just pops the cleanse, and he's able to get himself out alive. I know that Shopify were trying to play on the advantage of FBI not having flash, but it's only 50% HP lost. Boogie is here trying to push them off the wave that is going to be built up. But it looks like Boogie will take this recall instead.
Yeah, might get poked out. All right, they delay a bit. Meanwhile, Contracts, they're buying more time. Everybody on this NRG team is always buying time for Contracts to farm. Palafox on the chase on the kill, Contracts was farming the mid lane.
Yep.
Dokla chased him out, Contracts was farming the blue buff. He's got another blue buff steal, and he wants the Gromp steal as well. Ooh. Fake God can't deny it to him, though. Contracts ended up using his smite. Now he doesn't have smite for the blue buff, and the rest of Shopify are coming, so he is going to walk this one out. He does have his Krugs available. Oh, wow, he's greedy. He's going back in, even with no mid lane prio.
This is, Contracts realizes.
Go to Krugs, man. Go to Krugs. Keep farming.
Juanito was like, but maybe they won't contest me here. And then Palafox is probably saying, brother, I have no mid prio. Insanity's gone. Just go farm your Krugs.
83 to 57 CS for El Contracto. Continue farming up the storm, and guess what? A new Karthus ultimate will be available fairly soon for some extra first strike money. Zazel's back out and roaming though, so we've got desynced support roam timers again. And they have the ward down there that's seeing the end of the recall for FBI. So Shopify know they've got power play up on top side of the map, and look at the wraparound. Leona is coming along with Boogie. Big Dokes, you are under attack.
Dokla is going to try to clear out this minion wave as fast as possible. To the skies onto the minion wave, flashes the Grasping Roots, but the Stranglethorn AoE is too big for him to dodge. Shopify pick up another kill.
Zazel taking some early tower shots to allow Boogie to walk through the tower, and then uses his flash to get out afterwards and grabbing, ensuring this kill onto Dokla, getting the flash off of the Jace. But Rafa, this whole game, anything NRG ever do, we can always just say it's a distraction for Contracts to farm, and he's going to get the dragon too.
And we know that, as long as Dokla doesn't fall massively behind, which, to his credit, he's still up 200 gold in this lane. So Dokla, even though he's died twice and Shopify have picked him off, he's still holding his own, and he's still going to scale into a powerful Jace later into the game goes.
Truly powerful. Let's see it. Let's see those Jace buffs at work. Now, though, Void Grubs number 2. Round 2 for Grubbies is coming up. Let's see about the roam over. They do have Fake Out on bottom side with no teleport, so this should be energy priority. There's still a few seconds on that teleport. I think you should just make the call for Shopify. Don't let anyone get caught. And just force down some turret plates here for Fake God.
Yep.
See if he can even that matchup up there with Dokla. Get some extra turret plate money for the Gnar. Get a little bit tanky so that he can join for some team fights.
Zazel was fishing for contracts. Meanwhile, B-Boy might be in trouble. Requiem does a decent amount of damage, below 50% HP, but Boogie and Zazel are here for the counter. Solar Flare will find Huhi with the slow. B-Boy goes in with the Killer Instinct. FBI now ticking from the Ignite, and he is popped by B-Boy. Huhi could be next. Still no flash available. Turns on to B-Boy, tries to get a kill traded back, but the barrier keeps B-Boy alive.
Really good counter here from Shopify. They had Gnar pushing on the bottom side the whole time, so a bunch of turret play money for Fake God, and then they make the counter play here as NRG overreach a little bit. They still had flash on B-Boy, so he was not really worried for his life. You see the engage, they go for it, knock up into the snare, but then he flashes under his tower, so they can't follow up on the damage, even though the Karthus ultimate is channeling. And then Zazel's constantly on the roam, is right up the river for the engage here. B-Boy is able to dodge that snare, and he was able to use the barrier to ensure that he can pick up the extra one here. Boogie actually getting the last hit, so Boogie with a lot of these last hits here for the Zyra as well, and Boogie with his Leandries completed.
And despite Boogie falling behind contracts in the farm race here, the fact that Boogie has been successfully involved in a majority of the kills for Shopify has allowed him to still stay even with contracts in terms of gold advantage.
Problem is, that puts a bounty on your head. So we'll see if that bounty does get collected.
He does not have flash now. That could be target numero uno for NRG. Next fight, all on Huhi to begin the engage, as when it comes to CC and guaranteed engage, that's kind of all on Huhi. You can try to look for a slow with the Wall of Pain, and maybe if you can fish for an FBI Senna W, you can also hit it, but I imagine that Boogie will have to watch his step whenever he is traversing through darkness on the side of NRG's map, as 2 minutes before the next dragon, Rift Herald will be spawning in about 40 seconds, and that is what Shopify is setting up for.
All right, I'm also looking at Dokla with the Eclipse now completed. Feels really good for Jace. The rush item here is quite nice for your little matchup versus Gnar before Gnar has a chance to complete. So the 1v1 going nicely for him, while the rest of NRG want to secure the area before the arrival of that Rift Herald. A couple of camps available for contracts, so while they wait on that one, grab Raptors, grab red buff first.
We're back to calm waters here on the Rift, as the Rift Herald finally will spawn. And no one really seems to be in strong position to go for it right away. You already see B-Boy is the first one on this mid wave to crash in a game priority. Zazel and Boogie already on the top side of the map as well. So it seems Shopify favored to be the first ones to start looking and poking at the Herald.
Herald's been poked. Herald's not happy about it either. Herald's coming for you.
Who disturbs my slumber? Come here. And the rest of NRG are going to start fading into the river to make sure that the Herald is not completely swept under. And it's just a battle between the two. Nice engage, right onto B-Boy. Doesn't have flash available. Clean pick by NRG. All the cooldowns being used. Requiem still available if they want to look for a second pick.
Huh? We needed to see the beginning of that. B-Boy just gets annihilated. I mean, full credit to FBI and Huhi here in the mid lane. But like that pick, I want to see the beginning of that pick.
Yeah.
Because that is huge. Mid lane tower going down like that for free, getting that kill onto the Kai'Sa. That is a massive turning point here for NRG. Thank you,
observers. Did he just lollipop him?
Investigating Mr. B-Boy here. Thank you, observers. And it's just a good hook from Huhi. B-Boy tries to run in a straight line away from the hook.
Oh, man. And meanwhile, the action does not stop for NRG. They pumped down Fake God as well on the bottom side of the map. He had burned flash, but it was not enough to escape. And Dokla and FBI will take out this turret as well.
I was like when the Nautilus are using minions too, like they're auto-attacking minions, and then boom, throw out the hook. Got that one there, and wow, the domino effect quite nice for them. NRG, bottom tower, they're able to get. Looks like Shopify, though, are at least stabilizing here. They'll grab Rift Herald, and with 4 people on top side, even though they're giving up Dragon, I think they should be able to stick around here and also even at least one of the outer towers. Yeah. Boogie's going to come support as well. So Zazel plus Boogie plus Insanity all going to stick up there for that tower. And turn it from Rift Herald into the tower. Meanwhile, Contracts will do another full clear, by the way, after grabbing Dragon number 2. Here's a look at what happened on the bottom side, though. Our other investigation. Attempt for Vacon, you know, the flash into the hop there. You're gaining a lot of distance, but not going to be able to get away from the triple person gank in the end anyways.
And during this whole time, Contracts has held on to his Requiem, so he is waiting for a little something more destructive from NRG. It's been just one-off picks where clearly he has not needed to use it and just holding on to it for a big fight, maybe on the next objective play.
Contracts has more CS than every individual on Shopify except for Insanity, except for the mid laner who gets to go side lane now. And he for a second was tied with his own top laner. So Contracts here with some pretty good numbers on that Karthus. And now he's cleared all his camps though, so there's nothing up for him to farm. Yeah. Now you're forced to look for some skirmish. Mid lane looks to be the site as well. 4 members for Shopify, 5 members even, as Fake God also joins. 6 members as they spawn the Herald. That counts. So Shopify 6 strong here for the push to mid.
Now in game 1, the Rift Herald didn't even make it to the tier 1. This time, it will make the crash. Rift Herald will feel a little better about at least being used this time around. 3 minutes until the next dragon comes up, 2 minutes until Baron spawns. NRG still feeling like they are the ones in the driver's seat, but it's still not far enough of a deficit for Shopify to feel like they are out of the game. There's still ways for them to play around, setting up for these objectives, and being, as long as they're the ones getting there first, you always have the threat of forcing NRG to play into the Zyra plants, into the Strangle Thorns. It's just about getting there.
Well, they're going to play into Insanity right now.
Palafox popping the Lightning Crash, flashes away from the Solar Flare, and the Dawning Shadow will push Insanity and Zazel back from continuing the chase onto Palafox.
Zazel with a good hover here, the Leona protecting, making sure that this NRG attempt on the split push is unsuccessful. Insanity is fine for now. Also didn't have to use his flash. It was just Palafox using the Zeri flash and ult. But they're going to be unable to keep the tower alive. Although they do defend their solo lane split pusher. So that's pretty good. Another Gromp being stolen though. Contracts back at it. Continue farming and counter jungling.
And meanwhile, Dokla was on the bottom side of the map, but had to step away from the tower since Boogie was answering with a little bit of pressure of his own, shadowing Fake God to make sure that he wasn't in any danger of being solo killed, as Contracts will always have that global pressure with Requiem. FBI using the Dawning Shadow to make sure that Palafox was okay. And we still are playing a slow game between both of these teams. You can see how important it is that they do not drop any careless mistakes against each other. Because we already brought up NRG's strength of schedule in game 1. Shopify's strength of schedule, they fought a lot of their harder opponents early on into the split with Cloud9 and Team Liquid, but they still have to play the likes of FlyQuest later on this season.
Yeah, Shopify's schedule definitely very difficult and gets more difficult from this point, as you're kind of highlighting there. So things getting a little dicey for Raz and all of the chatters that invested early. Although I do think that this team does look better already than we have previously seen for this season. So the improvements are there, despite quite probably the game scores still going to be the same, and the series going to look similar to the rest of the year for them. They did have some better moments, some more coordinated moments, especially in the early stages of that game #1 before it got, let's say, less than coordinated.
Yep.
Now we got mid, though.
Flash. Depth charge onto the back line. Boogie is in trouble, but the rest of the front line steps up, and they can ensure that Boogie does not have to flash. That's a summoner spell gone from Huhi.
Yeah, and they've got Prio towards the Baron here, so it forces a face check from Shopify.
Dredge line onto Zazel. Solar Flare completely whiffs. The rest of Fake God tries to step on up, gets one onto Huhi, and the Stranglethorn starting to do some work. Palafox is popped by Insanity, and NRG are forced to run, but he's still got the Requiem. Who is he gonna pop? The Malignance and the Leandry should burn Zazel down, and they get a trade kill back.
Oh, look at Fake God's HP too. Fake God was
blinking.
He was like a tick away there for a second, almost also going down to it, but Contracts didn't quite farm hard enough, Rafa. He needed like one more Amp Tome or something.
And it's so huge for Shopify to win that fight. They immediately snowball that into the third Dragon of the game, denying NRG to be on Soul Point.
Yeah, that was a huge face check. So let's look at it, because Zazel walks up for the control word, and he got his defenses up just in time, and then he flashes away, and Fake God goes for the secondary engage here, and they're actually able to burn down the farming Nautilus and work towards 2 kills for the side of Shopify. As you mentioned, they also got the objective afterwards, so it was those 2 kills plus the Dragon. And despite Zazel going down, since they didn't lose their little mini Gnar there, they're feeling pretty dang good about those circumstances.
Yeah.
That could have gone very, very poorly for them in a situation where you have to face check and you're walking towards the Baron. NRG definitely had a good setup, but Shopify come out with a little bit of hope here. I like that.
And I have to applaud Boogie's patience on when to use the Stranglethorns, because he didn't use it when the Solar Flare came down. He didn't use it exactly when Fake God threw the ulti. He waited for NRG to feel comfortable about the 2 engaged ultis kind of whiffing on the majority of the members. Then the backline steps up, and then that's when the Stranglethorn comes in, and it got to the Palp on Palafox.
I gotta say, Zazel has really been making a lot of plays this game. He has been so active for Shopify, and we just saw there, going in, Leona ultimate, got the Karthus flash, now they're starting up the Baron.
He is locked down. He tries to get the depth charge on a couple members, but he is popped. Here comes the teleport from Palafox, but he's got to immediately skate over on the right side of that big rock, because he did not want to get jumped by the remaining members of Shopify.
Other thing to talk about with Zazel is his teammates, people that play with him, always talk about his shot calling as well. So a lot of intangibles there. We were talking about Boogie and how his veteran leadership and shot calling getting onto this Shopify team might help, but Zazel as well, something that he is known for. So Shopify with a couple of good little moves. Let's see if they can turn it into anything here in the mid game, because NRG still have some pretty good split pushing options, and they still have some really nice scaling options for themselves as well as far as the damage goes. FBI, let's see, check on his souls actually to see how much extra range. I mean, 113 at 23, almost 24 minutes into the game. For the non-farming Senna, the fasting Senna, as they say. About medium, I'd say. I don't know. I'm not that dialed in on the amount of roaming that he was doing going to the objective as well. Definitely going to look to increase a little bit here. See if he can get to that super annoying Senna range towards the later stages of the game. But it's going to be another setup on Baron.
Yeah, when you start firing from a screen away. Not at that point yet, thankfully, for Shopify fans, as NRG trying to fight their way back into the Baron pit. But here comes the power of that Zyra as they're starting to unleash the plants, Stranglethorn, and raging the plants to accelerate this Baron take. Contracts is known for Baron steals, but he doesn't have flash and he cannot find the lay ways to secure it, as it is a Baron for Shopify. They're going to continue to engage. Solar Flare skirts up the fight. NRG trying to continue. Requiem will give them a little bit more damage on the back half of it, but Shopify managing to escape once again from the clutches of NRG.
Yeah, and I have to say that one, again, enabled by Zazel previously blowing Contracts' flash, as we highlighted. Then Contracts had no way to instantly get inside Baron pit and go for the steal. And then Zeyzal as well with the activation of the Locket of the Iron Solari. He's like, nice Karthus ultimate, bro. And they shrugged that one off too, so Shopify. All right. There's no way we're going to beat 50 minutes again though, right?
I'm going to hold you to those words, Kobe, because if this bites Shopify's butt back later on, you are responsible for Caster Curse again.
I mean, I'm the one that bet against him, so.
Well,
I'm down for that.
I'm giving Shopify Rebellion fans something to be angry about if something bad goes
fair enough
for them.
I mean, they're still down 2K gold and an extra dragon, but with this Baron buff, see what they can cook.
NRG trying to see if they can withstand the defense, while Shopify having this Baron buff on their side will make short work. Oh, meanwhile, Palfox in a 1v1 against Fake God almost gets obliterated, but the flash. Don't tell me Fake God flashed into the wall. That would be really tragic. It's Palfox managing to escape. Fake God still has teleport. Palfox does not. So Fake God wants to join the fight, but Shopify seemingly got what they wanted in that tier 2.
They get the tier 2, and they should be able to pick up this dragon for free, no problem, because the benefit here of pushing on bottom side, you have full vision coverage leading up to the dragon. They've got the Baron buff. Shopify, or NRG, a full reset though, and they're going for a pick.
Right onto Contracts. He still has flash, but the CC is too strong, and he is gone. NRG will now continue the fight. The Requiem from the After Death passive will deal some damage, but another Locket Shield prevents too much of that burst being lethal on the side of Shopify.
That's the danger when you're retaking area that you just left. Shopify had pushed on bottom, full vision coverage of the jungle, and they get another pick, a key pick here. NRG, though, without their jungler, are trying to come check. Baron-empowered recalls mean that nobody gets caught.
Palafox had the right idea of where they could have been waiting, but just not fast enough since they had the Baron-empowered recall. 4,000 HP on the Dragon.
Zeyzal.
Can they get in there? It is secured by FBI, but now Zeyzal threatening with a flank. Contracts is still dead for another 5 seconds, so he would not be able to help. It's all on the NRG 4-man core to run the hell out of there. Boogie has now joined the fight thanks to the power of Hextech portals, who he's going to step up front. Zeyzal's into the back line. Dokla and FBI are trying to kite up this one on back. Palafox pops one. Dokla falls. The rest of NRG all on the Palafox, but he's gone, and Fake God finds one with an R ulti, scooping Huhi right back into Shopify. Triple for B-Boy, and FBI and Contracts will hold the line for now, but a massive swing for Shopify.
No Karthus ultimate here either, so they can't pick up that extra kill. Shopify punish NRG for picking up that dragon. NRG are kind of like, well, we got to our soul point, but we just gave Shopify a ton of extra gold. Look at the chase down. Zeyzal had used the Hex Gate to get over to this side, and then he goes for the sacrifice engage play as support. He got Dokla's flash there in the engage. He ensured that the rest of Shopify could follow up here. They get their Palafox kill after Palafox had no more flash from his split push battle on the bottom side of the map there with Fake God. And so Shopify collecting a lot of extra gold in the comeback. This time around, it's kind of flipped from our first game of the series, where now NRG are the ones with Dragon Soul Point, but it's actually a Hex Soul, which is very, very annoying to deal with because NRG have so many DPS champs on their side. With basically 4 carries here that all have an ability to shoot pretty long range and really make good use of a Hex Soul.
Whew, oh boy. Well, it seems like we have seen this situation again, but Fake God just picked off FBI, and Sandy B-Boy assisting in the kill as well. There's still a couple of minutes before Baron is up on the table for the taking, but Shopify are still taking this advantage. We'll steamroll it into a tier 2 turret in the mid lane, and they should have full control of this red buff quadrant now.
All right, well, that was free. Nice.
Once again, another moment where, like, how did that happen?
Shopify pretty happy to take that one. Tier 2 turret along with the extra kill here, but look at the gold graph. Shopify have fought their way all the way back, and they want more.
He doesn't have flash. Solar Flare lands right in true on top of the jungler for NRG. Shopify are going to continue the chase here, but looks like they're not going to be able to brute force their way through the middle tower just yet.
These engages so good all game long from Shopify. Pick after pick after pick here. Zeyzal constantly on the move. All right, let's see another one there as they pick up contracts, more extra gold, more territory in their favor. Again, all the wards you see left behind the red quadrant of the jungle. And this is how they started it again, too.
Oh, man.
They constantly take control of jungle vision. And then as you come to check, boom, they get another pick. This one, Fake God landed the slow here onto contracts. And they're able to pick that one up as well. Let's see about the live game state, though, because Baron is 9 seconds away from arriving. And it's still dangerous where so much vision control in the advantage of Shopify, and Zeyzal lies in wait.
And members like FBI and Contracts are still down without a flash for this upcoming Baron fight. Dokla also down a flash. So it's very scary for them to step up and try and threaten Shopify backline members, because then they are susceptible of getting picked off by the Solar Flare, which lands on Contracts once again. Nice interrupt by Who. He stops the Zenith Blade, but Zeyzal's going to continue. Fake God teleported in and looks for the flank as well. Shopify is still trying to continue the engage as they pop Contracts, but here comes the Requiem. The Symphony of Destruction will pop two. NRG finding a fight back for themselves as the rest of Shopify's backline are forced to run.
NRG do get two, but so does Shopify. Palafox wants more, though. He wants to make a big play. He got the slow onto B-Boy. That's not going to be enough, though.
Insanity's trying to pepper with these rockets from the right side, but it's not going to do anything to stop NRG from taking that tier 2. And importantly, it stopped Shopify from forcing that Baron. Now there's 40 seconds left before the Dragon Soul.
Yeah, everybody's going to be alive for the Dragon Soul, and there are Hex Gates, too. So Boogie will also be able to get there, even though his death timer's a little later. Here's another look at it, and He goes in to deny the full engage onto Contract. So the Karthus does stay up, but I want to keep my eyes on B-Void, because look what B-Void does on the outside here. He ults over to go assassinate Dokla on the other side and is able to get the extra kill here. So shutdown money goes over to Contracts, and they were able to pick up 2 for the side of NRG, but because B-Boy is able to Killer Instinct over to the other side and killed off Dokla, he too got a bunch of money, and B-Boy is so fed. It is 9-kill Kaisa here, burning through Baron, and it's going to be just like game number 1, Rafa. They're going to trade Dragon Soul for Baron.
Okay.
Shopify are like, hey, we did this trade from the other side in game number 1, and we lost. Therefore,
surely
this has got to be the key to victory, right? This has got to be the key to victory. I don't know, man. Hexel is pretty crazy. That slow with Shock Blast. Jace is one of the best users of this technology.
Yep.
You watched Arcane, right?
Yep. Oh.
That's where they came up with. That's where they come up with this tech.
Oh my goodness! Yeah. Can't wait for Season 2 to come out later this year. NRG, though, now with the Hex Soul, as you already mentioned, this is the part of the game where they need to withstand and endure the Baron buff for just another 2 minutes, because then they'll have the permanent buff on their side of the map. And this is where, as we alluded to at the beginning of the draft, how this composition works. Shock Blast, whittle them down, and if they are low enough to execute, Dawning Shadow Requiem, but Contracts gets engaged on, and he's popped! Shopify making another quick pick, and with the timing of the Locket Shield from Zeyzal, no one goes down on the side of Shopify.
Yeah, you don't want to force the engage when you're the one with the Hexel, but that movement, you could tell from Contract's movement, he was feeling super aggressive, and he did have flash, but he dodged one skill shot and then immediately gets snared right there. Boogie made the big play. Can Shopify, with their Baron buff still remaining, I mean, this is plenty of time on Baron buff. You've got a big wave on the bottom side.
Yep.
Full minute, 20 seconds, plus the giant wave here.
This turret is gone. It's still another 12 seconds before Contracts is back on the map, and he will not have Requiem for another fight if Shopify want to take it. But they can play it patiently, they can play it methodically. Just take the inhibitor and go. Another minute left before the Baron buff expires.
NRG need to focus up there if they want to end the series. I don't know, for the fans that want a full 3-game series, though, you know, that it's fine. If they're rooting for Shopify to get this game and push us to a 3rd game. But when you have the Hex Soul, for sure, you know, looking around, they landed a Hex Blast, you know, bit of poke there. But then walking up, you don't want to force these engages unless you actually have lethal damage on your target. So a little bit more caution from their side would be advisable.
Just 30 seconds left before the Baron buff is gone. NRG making sure that they don't overstep themselves. There's flashes available for all of the carries on the side of NRG, so if the Solar Flare comes out, they should be able to dodge it. Huhi, the only one without a flash, but it is coming back up fairly soon. And NRG just taking their posture in this top river, making sure that they can have the time to set up aggressive vision on that Baron side, because even though that it is not spawning for another 3 minutes, they still want to be able to fish for picks, try and catch Shopify in mid-rotation, because it's the only way that they're going to be able to win these fights rather than trying to force front to back into Zyra.
Let's see here. Shopify, they've got to be feeling... Ooh, actually, Zeyzal gets a little bit of a chunk here. Some of that poke damage going to work for NRG. They have to be so careful, though. Shopify do have the engage advantage, and with Zeyzal having Warmogs, if you just land a little bit of poke onto the Warmogs Leona, it really doesn't do a whole lot here, as he's immediately back up to full health, and then he's the one that has been threatening all game long. It has been a lot of the picks off the back of that Leona. Really have to give him and Boogie a lot of the credit for a lot of those picks. Even though the carries are the ones that you're watching, Insanity and B-Voy here with the big damage, as Bloodthirster also comes in for B-Voy. So B-Voy is full build with a Zhonya's to immune the Karthus ultimate, or to just dive in to enemy dangerous territory here. So B-Voy is all set for a full carry game, and Boogie and Zeyzal have done a very good job of finding those picks for Shopify.
Yeah. While we have some time, Kobe, I want to ask chat, do you think this game 2 will be as long as game 1? Over?
No way! No way!
Listen, I thought the same thing in game 1. I don't remember what the exact game time was in game 1, but...
We're already 37 minutes. It's pretty far.
Over or under 50 minutes, chat. That's just...
I'm going under. I'm submitting my vote immediately. I think there's no way we beat that last game.
I sense a little bit of not strong confidence in that last few words from you, Kobe. You're
okay. I mean, Inhibitor's already down too. So Shopify, they've got full control. Going for the reset here. 47 seconds before the Dragon does arrive. It's a little bit hard for them because Baron's arriving exactly at the same time as Elder Dragon.
Yep.
So we might get into our cycle that we had in game number 1 of Elder Dragons and Barons being traded, and even sometimes the team with the Elder Dragon actually lost the team fight.
Perhaps.
At the end. So let's take a look here.
Yeah.
It's going to get fun. Elder Dragon, Baron are going to join the party shortly.
And Shopify are optimizing for the Elder, whereas it seems like NRG, I mean, they seem to be positioning for Baron, but they're just
we have a bit of a handshake going on here, but Contracts is poked out by these W's. B-Voy, the sniper, 50% on the Karthus already.
Good. And FakeOdd, his Mega Gnar is about to time out, but they're trying to burn through this Elder. Contracts cannot get in range. Surely this Elder is secured by Shopify, and now NRG, they have to be careful about tangoing further with this squad, as the poke from B-Voy is starting to become very, very deadly, as you already pointed out. Those Void Spikes are doing a ton of damage right now. Or Void Seekers, I should say. And NRG, now, I don't even think they can contest for Baron. With the Elder buff on their side, they cannot take any fight. Now, Shopify, they are going to be at their strongest they've ever been this entire
They're
game.
Galaxy Brain. Shopify are actually Galaxy Brain. They learned from game number 1. They're like, if we get the Dragon Soul, we lose. So we're going to give it away. We're going to get Barons instead. And then in the end, they get the Elder. They get the combo now, Elder plus Baron. Those Dragon Souls looking kind of weak in this series, Rafa.
We might have to talk to the balance change.
Get Freak on the line?
Buff my Dragon.
So while you have Freak on the line, though, can you bring up the topic of the ADs?
True.
AD champions, marksman champions.
Yeah,
I'm not saying there is an issue, but hypothetically, if marksman champions were played in both solo lanes as well as bottom lane, then we might look at it.
Well, don't worry, Kobe. I think they are giving 80 mids another round of nerfs. At least I think I saw, scrolling through Twitter.
I saw some boots changes, some boots nerfs.
Oh,
I know.
that's
I definitely saw that on the PvE.
Well,
all right, well, here we go. Ready for some more action. We're only 40 minutes in, though, so.
Rev up here. Shopify. They're hammering away at that first inhibitor on the bot side. It's cleanly taken. Next turret in the mid lane could fall next. Dokla looking for that poke, doesn't quite land it. Do the minion wave. Second inhibitor should fall. Solar Flare just scatters NRG away from the minion wave. And now it is 2 minion waves being empowered by that Baron buff. They're starting to pound these turrets down. NRG, will they force the fight? Fake God jumps in, still has flash, but he's not in danger yet. As NRG are trying to fish for something. Death Charge canceled out by the stasis by Boogie. Well played. Dawning Shadow and Requiem is going to do a little bit more damage. Boogie, will he burn down to the Malignants and the Leandries? It's going to be close, but Insanity has picked off Dokla thanks to the Elder buff. NRG are now down a member. Insanity does not have teleport, so he cannot rejoin the fight. Fake God could if he wanted to recall and teleport back in. And it looks like they're calling off the play now for the base, and they're starting to make their way towards the top side of the map.
Yeah, Elder now finally times out, but Shopify were able to get a lot done. 2 inhibitors down, Dokla down for another 30 seconds here. So immediately they push out on top side. Insanity also sticking around, should definitely be able to secure this one, no problem. Red buffs for everybody on Shopify, and Hex Gates mean they're going to keep up the siege.
Contrax is trying to get vision over the wall through the lay waste and the wall of pain, but Shopify are already here, threatening from Fog of War. NRG now trying to hold on to the last tower and inhibitor they have in their base. That separates Shopify from being able to grab double empowered super minions through every single lane. Shopify still have a few seconds on this Baron buff, but it's about to expire. Decent shock blast from Dokla, but it's not really threatening B-Boy or Boogie quite yet.
Super minions, they're lined up mid and bottom. Should be the next minion wave where Shopify get to push in and do a lot here on this tower. Dokla's gonna be able to clear them out pretty quickly though, honestly. He clears out mid, moves over, Palafox pop the shield bow though.
That was a lot of damage from B-Boy. Is forced to pop the stasis. NRG are going to try to surround him. He flashes over the wall from the dredge line. Here comes the Requiem. Zeyzal should have the lock and shield to block out some of that damage. He does. B-Boy still alive. That is a big summoner spell to burn, as he was trying to threaten Palafox, but just a little too far from the team.
We're going 50 again, aren't we? We're actually
I tried to tell you, brother.
We're going 50.
We're 43 minutes into the game, and both of these teams are going to wait for both of the neutral objectives to spawn on the map in the next 2 minutes, and that should lead into another couple minutes of jockeying and making the siege. It's the same old dance.
Okay. Can we do better, though? Can we do better? Actually, wait. Producers, can you tell me what was the result of that poll in chat? Because Rafa called earlier for, are we going to go longer than the previous game? How many people said yes? I feel like I might be joining that side.
Dredge line onto Zeyzal, maybe an engage, but Zeyzal stays cool.
How many though?
NRG still playing for position in this mid wave. The neutral objectives not spawning for another 50 seconds on Elder, 124 on Baron. NRG have control of the mid wave despite having to deal with super minions, but there's a big super minion wave starting to come through the base on the bottom side, so someone has to recall, and nice cancel by B-Boy on that Void Seeker. Dokla forced to stop it.
Yeah, Palafox is going to go hold the super minions, but he has teleport, so NRG are going to try and push mid while Palafox deals with the bottom side minions. And then, honestly, they're going to do the same thing again. When Shopify start on Elder, they're going to run right into them. They're running in right now, a little bit earlier this time to try and get vision first.
Nice thing that Huhi is doing, he's running all over the plan so that Boogie cannot pop them and get a ton of damage onto NRG right now. Dredge line almost hits Insanity. Good Valkyrie by him to escape danger. Palafox waiting on the right side as well. Boogie forced out of the pit, does not get the ideal plant setup for this Elder Dragon take.
218 souls on the side of Senna on NRG.
He's going to drag it out.
They went for the infinite scaling champion in the Mega Long series.
Oh, they're going to teleport! They're going to try to end the base. They're going. Fake God, double teleport from an Insanity, and Fake God. NRG, someone has to go back. Dokla and Palafox are both TPing back into the base. It's going to be a split screen moment. 3k HP on the Elder. Contracts was already taken out of the fight. Elder, who will secure it? Wait, Contracts secure the Elder in the after-death passive, and now Dokla and Palafox are empowered. Shopify will not get the base Wraith off. Fake God is forced out of the defensive base, and he's popped by Elder. Oh my goodness, this game is insane.
Did you see? I knew already the result the whole time because we saw the player cam of Insanity the whole time with his head on his hand there. It is NRG that have the ace. It is NRG that are going to ensure that chat was right. And I was right this time. we are not going longer than the first game. Wait, 28 seconds on Insanity. Okay, yeah.
They have enough time.
Boogie's up at 12.
Yeah,
How much?
12 seconds.
What can Boogie do here? Hold on.
We're gonna see if he can cook here, chat.
Wait.
Palafox and Dokla taking up the turrets so they can protect the minion wave.
Okay.
Both of the Nexus turrets will fall, and surely this should be NRG overcoming the odds once again to take this series against Shopify. Dude, Dokla.
Somebody get a mic on Big Dokes right now.
Yeah,
what a banger.
I need the comms right now. He's like, this can't be serious. Oh, man. It is quite contrasting looks on both teams' faces. Elation, a sigh of relief from NRG, but absolute heartbreak from the side of Shopify, and you can understand why. They were so close again. Again, Kobe, and it just slipped out of their hands.
Still, though, 0 game wins for Shopify Rebellion in spring 2024.
That's tough. Players will exchange the handshakes and the fist bumps. You can't help but feel for these players on the Shopify Rebellion squad. They had done so many things right, proactively making up picks and pushing forward game tempo. But in the end, it is NRG who are victorious and just a little more clutch than they are.
I mean, NRG have always had a knack for like winning these crazy super late games too. That was one of the things in their big run last year in summer. People, you can look back and look at some of the game series scores, but that doesn't really tell the whole story. A lot of those games, like they won while down in gold. They won with crazy base races.
Yep.
This team is always so fun to watch.
All right, well, with that, we're going to be joining Raz and Contracts for the interview on stage.
All right, Contracts. First answer. What the hell was that?
Man, I don't think I've been in a series with so many Elder Dragons and Barons before. Battle of the NA Titans, I'll tell you that much.
The Clash of the Titans. Yeah, you're right. It went to, I think, 3 Elders in the series. It could have been 4. But when you locked in the Karthus after game 1, which was the longest game of the split, and the longest game since 2021, was the thought process, it's going long anyways, or did you just see the draft and thought it was the proper pick for it?
So I kind of sacrificed myself to get a better top pick. So, I mean, that was the main reason for dropping to 4-5 and picking Karthus, and then, they're forced to ban Nidalee and Brand. So kind of put to, like, not necessarily a tier 2 jungler, but definitely not as good as the Brand or the Nidalee or the Zyra. But I mean, that game, we were definitely struggling with how to start fights and how to contain them, and I think I decided just to die in game. Just die and then just do all the damage I can, and then maybe we'll start a fight that way. But yeah, I mean, overall, that was the first time I played Karthus in probably like a month.
There it is. I mean, you said it. And also, specifically at the end games when it's getting so chaotic, when they ended up double TPing this top hit and you ended up taking the Elder, there's just a lot there. And I want to hear your thought process through just what the comms sounded like.
I mean, I think LCS just needs to replay them for us, huh? I don't actually remember. I think I was just saying it's just gonna be a flip. It's gonna be a flip, and then I'm just queuing the Elder as dead Karthus, and then we got the flip, and I said we got Elder boys, and then they killed him. So that's all it takes.
That's all it takes. That's all it is. And you guys had a long break. The idea was to, of course, like just work on a few things, just because it's been, I guess, a tough first half, and now you guys are just at the halfway point going into the rest of the split. So first things first. What are the things that you guys hammered out, and what did you wanted to see kind of coming out of the break?
Man, our practice was pretty productive, but then we go on the stage and we play this kind of games. So
Happened to Dick too. It happens.
I mean, C9's not ready for this. I'll tell you that much. Yeah.
So I guess more specifically to you, because I think something that made, I guess remember last year in summer, it worked out so well for you was you being able to interact with lanes, the communication, I guess the you guys just being on the same page in early skirmishes. So did you guys want to be able to hit that, or are you just trying to work towards a new direction, just work on fundamentals?
I mean, the jungle meta is quite a bit different than it was last year. Last year, I had a lot more leeway to impact lanes and kind of play pretty freely. But right now in the jungle, you can't really sacrifice camps. It's all about keeping your tempo and making organized team plays. So I feel like early game, I lost a lot of versatility in my game, which is something that I'm trying to still improve right now in this meta. But I mean, overall, I'm having a pretty fun time playing AP junglers. It's been a while.
And the last one, I remember an interview we did, I would say just a year or two back ago, and you did not care if they tried to ban you out. You always had another champ in the bag. They tried to do it again. I don't think they listened to the last interview, and you ended up picking the Karthus, but it just felt like you have a lot more. You don't have to leak anything at all, but do you have way more based off of what you've been practicing?
I haven't been playing this game for 12 years for nothing, I'll tell you that much. I got I got a lot of champs that I can play. You know, I've played all the roles. Been playing jungle for quite a while. I mean, I'm always just... I get really bored of playing one champ just 10 games in a row. So, always trying to spice it up.
All right. I'm looking forward to anything new you have cooking up there. Appreciate you for the interview. Congratulations on the win once again. We send this one straight to the desk. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Raz. Love hearing from Contracts after what has got to be, that must be the longest 2-0
of the year. It's definitely of the year.
Since Elder was invented. Like, it just feels like that series kept going, but it was actually a 2-0.
Elder as a mechanic was invented so that we would not go 60-plus minutes. And we didn't, in fairness.
Yeah, true. So, both games stayed under an hour. Let's check out players of the series from today. Series 1, Vulcan. Series 2, Contracts. And then yesterday, Impact with his third player of the series.
Yeah, I mean, Impact has been, and he was last week's player of the week.
Yeah.
As well. I believe this also puts him in POG leaderboard. Shout out to Vulcan. We have spoken a lot about how much more comfortable and confident the C9 team has looked. I think a lot of it is because Vulcan on engaged supports is able to hit those timers, and he had, I mean, his Alistar is one of his best picks. He's so comfortable on that champion. We got to see exactly why today.
Let's check out a couple of highlights from the first and second series today. It was actually 2 2-0s, even though the games ended up being, at least these last two games ended up being pretty close. The C9 series started spicy with Sniper getting that solo kill. I remember Thanatos, we were talking about that with Inspired, messed up his Q there, didn't get enough healing because it wasn't empowered, but then it was kind of all C9 after that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it came down to a lot of team fights like that one that we just saw with the JoJo Buster shot onto Quid to prevent the Azir shuffle. But then, again, the big thing, as we see Berserker caught out, I was just about to hype him up.
He played so well.
I think this is a really, really good meta for this C9 team. It seems not only super comfortable for Thanatos, but that's helped ingratiate him onto the team, right?
Yep, Series 2 here. Easy to forget some of the small things that happened in this series. Interestingly enough, Seoul 1-1.
Yeah.
Because Shopify got Seoul in game 1, didn't get Seoul in game 2, lost them both.
Yeah. It was looking like Seoul would potentially lose both.
It was. I mean, so many moments where the game could have ended, and then it just ended up continually getting extended, like this one where Shopify fights to defend their base, and we're still in game 1 here.
Yeah, and I think for Shopify, they did look more well-coordinated, especially at that very beginning of game 1. Obviously, it's a really tough loss to shake off the game 1 loss going into game 2 as you're prepping for it. I think the big thing for Shopify is they did look a little bit more coordinated.
They did.
Ended up losing out in some of these team fights as we see this absolute banger ending to
B-Boy being stuck in stasis, can't auto the Elder while Contracts gets it with the Q. I pray for the mentals of Shopify after that series. Let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this LCS Week 4. Fake God, Shopify won something. Fastest to 100 CS today, 9 minutes, 16 seconds, actually is about 49 seconds faster than the next closest.
Yeah, and there you see also Contracts and Boogie coming out of that series with the fastest to level 6 at 1 and 2. I want to shout out something else Contracts said just about jungling overall, how on these AP junglers he's having fun, but it's also about being proactive early, and that's been something he's struggling with. I think it's something that we have seen a lot of AP junglers in LCS who haven't necessarily taken to it right away struggling with. Also shout out APA. Still popping off. I mean,
Still
like TL didn't have, I know, the series they wanted to yesterday, but I think APA has still been absolutely stellar for them.
Thank you to our friends at Samsung for powering our stage PCs all spring split long with the speed and reliability of the Samsung 990 Pro SSD. And Emily, now it is time to reveal the MasterCard Player of the Week. It's one of the 4 players of the series. We've made sure of this. And it's Vulcan.
Woo! Let's go!
Slow clap. So I was actually between Berserker and Vulcan for Player of the Series in this one because I think they both played well. But this entire series, to me, was bot diff. Even just looking at the lane matchups, they were lane matchups that you would expect on paper the 100 Thieves champions to win, but C9 consistently was able to win the lane. And then when Vulcan was playing team fights, you could just tell he and his team are on such the same page, playing around his cooldowns, because that's the biggest weakness of Alistar is what happens after the WQ, but he always had follow-up around, and there were also fights where they would slow play after his engage so he could get another rotation and end up closing it out. So really impressive from Vulcan. Congratulations, Vulcan Alistar. So good. Let's check out the standings now. We still have a pile of 3 top teams. FlyQuest only losing to Team Liquid, and that was back in Week 1. Cloud9 will not play TL or FlyQuest until the last 2 weeks of the season, which is going to be really interesting. So they're going to be looking to go in with a really good game record. They actually are in first right now. It is not a tie because their game record is 1 better than Team Liquid. Shopify all the way at the bottom. Pray for their mentals because they had 2 incredibly close games in their 0-2 match. This is the schedule for next week. C9 and NRG, Contracts alluded to C9 not being ready for them. Emily, what stands out to you here?
I mean, I think it's definitely the one that's highlighted here with FlyQuest 100 Thieves, right?
Yeah.
Because 100 Thieves are a team that really surprised us last split with having this really good regular season record, and I think they have looked pretty lackluster in this meta, right? We haven't had River being able to have that same impact early game. I'm kind of wondering if maybe they'll decide to go back to kind of Senna compositions like we saw NRG do in their series today. But then obviously FlyQuest, I think even with the 2-0 that we saw, they were making some mistakes. I expect them to come out a lot cleaner. But this is a really big match for 100 Thieves, a team that was so unexpectedly strong this past spring.
They do not want to fall to 1-4. This is the NACL summer schedule. Another reminder, they're week-to-week times that they will be playing their matches, and also cool that they have a live grand final on September 8th. And you know what? That's it for us, Emily.
Let's go.
We're done for this week. We'll be back next Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific. So let's send it over to Bwippo's stream.
Oh, nice.
See you there.
I love Bwippo.
Kind of. Hop in the chat.
He's probably after this.
Nice. I'm looking. What the? Come. Looking front line. Look at here. I saw Puppy. Look at here. I'm taking Baron. Yeah, Baron. Can you make Baron? Yeah, go Baron. Yeah. Ash no flash. I have combo 2. Ash no flash. I go Ash. Look out. Ash. No flash. Okay, nice. You guys?
Another good bait by me. I'm one
bot. Go. No flash. We win this. Ash no flash. Nice.
He has W or not?
Maybe.
I can reach maybe soon.
Nice. I'm
blocking. Look, Triss. Triss went in.
Yeah,
look,
they're one.
Yeah, we won.
He dead. Look, Bren, don't flash. He's done. We win.
Etro. They'll get. They're dead. We can have.
Yeah. I honestly think it might work.
I want the base.
Unironically.
But just wait here. We have to start the TP and Sanjay. Okay.
Watch.
I can arrow.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Oh. Yes.
We just run it down.
Yeah.
What a game.
Yeah. Shut up.
My team fighting.
Nice.
My team fighting.
GG.
Hey, bro, the sneaky play worked, man.
The sneaky play was is overcommitted for the play. And he might as well just die to minions, try to hopefully get an execute and not give kill gold. But unfortunately, he doesn't have flash from the prior skirmish before. Zazel is going to lead the charge here. CC is down. Ignite is ticking once again. And B-Boy's gifted the kill. But hang on. FBI with the follow-up. Then Requiem from Contract, since he had the extra camp advantage. Can they just get a little bit more damage? Nicely done. Goes in with the Killer Instinct. FBI now ticking from the Ignite. And he is popped by B-Boy, who he could be next. Still no flash available. Turns on to B-Boy, tries to get a kill traded back. It's just the battle between the two. Nice engage, right onto B-Boy. Doesn't have flash available. Clean pick.
Nice.
Into the base. It's going to be a split screen moment. 3k HP on the Elder. Contracts was already taken out of the fight. Elder, who will secure it? Wait, Contract secured the Elder in the after death passive. And now Dokla and Pound Fox are empowered. Shopify will not get the base Wraith off. Fake God is forced out of the defensive base, and he's popped by Elder. Oh my goodness, this game is insane.
Hold on.
We're gonna see if he can cook here, chat.
Wait.
Pound Fox and Dokla taking up the turrets so they can protect the minion wave.
Okay.
Both of the Nexus turrets will fall, and surely this should be NRG overcoming the odds once again to take this series against Shopify. Good job. Wow.